Chapter 218. Chinrue was surprised and delighted. He didn't expect that after completing deep analysis, he could actually fully control the artifact's power as a human. Although he didn't know what was the difference between this control and the Beelzebub royal family's artifact, judging from the feeling of flesh and blood connection, he had completely subdued the God-eating mask, one of the 7 artifacts. In this way, not only did the influence of the God-eating mask on star conversion be eliminated, but he also gained additional skills. This additional skill of 100% mastery of the artifact wasn't simple. It was equivalent to 3 skills. The first was immunity to soul control, which made him not afraid of all spirit control skills, such as the demonic fly technique and corpse puppet technique that turned people into puppets. The power of the second skill had been seen. This devouring power was very powerful. The spirit that could control the great demon king-level powerhouse just now was devoured. Moreover, this skill could also devour magic and soul attacks. The only regret was that it needed 7 days to recover each time it was used. The last skill, demonic fly transformation, was more practical. It was immune to all physical attacks. It was equivalent to having an extra life at a critical moment. With a thought from Chinrue, the mask suddenly disappeared, revealing the face of Richard. After Dodo, who was brave just now, regained consciousness, he screamed in fear. He jumped onto Chinrue's shoulder and went into the backpack. He didn't dare to come out. Although he had an immortal body, he was continuously smashed by Akui just now, so it took a lot of power to recover. We were all fooled. We were obviously lured here to kill each other. If it weren't for my family's secret treasure, we would all die here. Not only that, my eye of evil felt that there was an evil and powerful force lingering here. Lomont's left eye flashed with a strange light. He took the healing potion that Chinrue handed over and drank it. We'd better leave this hall as soon as possible. Eye of Evil was known as the demon god's right eye. It could see through the truth behind all the fog. Previously, because the opponent was too strong, Lomont couldn't see through it. Now that the evil spirit had decreased sharply, Lomont's bloodline talent began to exert its true power. After this battle, everyone present knew each other's background. Lenin was from the Belphegor royal family. Nico was from the Leviathan royal family. Even the Magic Circle Master, who had never revealed himself, also showed his biggest trump card, like the God-eating mask. Akui was the strongest, but she was the most seriously injured. Cassius Braun's war puppet was destroyed, and his teammates at the peak of Demon King were also seriously injured, so their combat power was weakened a lot. Richard's team had an immortal Demon King-level strange demonic beast, 2 royal family teammates with the demon god's left and right eye skill, plus Richard, who had a secret treasure and didn't lose any combat power. The strength gap of the 3 parties was not very big. Although Cassius had the most combat power left, if he acted rashly, it might cause Akui and Richard to join forces. Moreover, since there were no secret treasures here, it was meaningless to kill each other. It was better to evacuate from this dangerous area as soon as possible before looking for the real treasure. As everyone was about to leave, the hall suddenly changed. A lot of black gas came out, and the exits of the hall that were originally accessible were blocked by the black gas. A gloomy laughter echoed in the hall. "Since you're here, leave your souls behind." The black gas in the center gradually condensed into the rough shape of a person. It seemed to be wearing a long cloak. The most eye-catching thing was the 2 faint red lights under the cloak. That was the only facial features that could be seen clearly. Chinrue opened analytical eyes. Prompt, race, corpse necromancer, projection. Comprehensive strength assessment. Delia once said that in the undead magic branch of dark magic, there was a kind of skeleton transformation magic that could transform skeletons into controllable skeleton warriors. But one day, when a crazy necromancer tried to use the improved skeleton transformation magic with some secret potions on himself, something even crazier happened. That was the corpse necromancer. The corpse necromancer didn't have flesh and blood. It only had a skeleton body. They stored their soul essence in some kind of container. As long as the soul essence didn't die, the corpse necromancer could use the corpse to resurrect indefinitely. The soul container was also called the phylactery. As an undead creature, the corpse necromancer wasn't afraid of any mind control magic. Moreover, it had a long time to study magic. It was the most powerful magician, but not everyone was willing to abandon their normal body and life. Besides, the process of transforming into a corpse necromancer also had considerable risks. If there were any mistakes or changes, the magician would truly die forever. The natural enemy of the corpse necromancer was the priest of light in the human world. They were particularly afraid of that kind of holy and purifying power. The mysterious corpse necromancer in the black gas said gravely, "I have been waiting for this moment for a long time." "Who the hell are you?" Cassius drank the potion and asked loudly. "He's a corpse necromancer." The mysterious corpse necromancer was slightly surprised that his identity was easily exposed by Chinrue. He said sinisterly, "It's useless to delay time. You have a total of 7 souls. I only need 6 souls to fulfill my wish. I'll give you a chance. The last person who survives can leave here. Do you think we will believe in this trick?" Akui sneered. Although she lost an arm and her combat power was greatly reduced, this corpse necromancer only revealed the power of the great Demon King. With everyone's power, they could definitely eliminate it. "Yes, we won't be fooled again." Cassius took a deep breath and quickly gathered his remaining power. "Everyone, let's go together. First, subdue this guy. Then we'll interrogate the whereabouts of the treasure." At this time, Cassius still didn't forget about the treasure. However, everyone knew that they must work together now to get rid of this seemingly strange enemy. Akui leaped up. A faint black brilliance appeared in her right hand when she attacked the bronze puppet, and she attacked the corpse necromancer. The light of sin? Unfortunately, this kind of Mammon royal family bloodline talent is useless to me. The corpse necromancer didn't dodge and let the fist hit. The skeleton's body scattered into countless pieces, and the black gas also dispersed. However, this dispersal was only temporary. The dispersed black gas instantly closed up, wrapping Akui in it. Akui let out a shrill scream. The violently trembling black gas was accompanied by the corpse necromancer's eerie laughter. 2,000 years ago, your naked body and screams would arouse my greatest interest as a man, but now your flesh and bones are my only interest. Akui's struggling body gradually stopped, and she fell softly to the ground. The original curvy and attractive female body disappeared, leaving only a pile of clean, frightening skeleton. Akui, who was an intermediate stage Great Demon King, was killed by the corpse necromancer, who was also an intermediate stage Great Demon King, in an instant. Even if Akui was injured, it was impossible for her to be defeated so quickly. Everyone was shocked. The power of the corpse necromancer was too strange and terrifying. "Do you want to continue?" The corpse necromancer's eerie laughter came. "I don't mind collecting an extra soul." Cassius stopped his Demon King level teammate who was about to attack and asked, "How do we believe that you only need 6 souls?" "To be precise, I only need 5 now." The corpse necromancer's laughter was insolent. "I can guarantee with my surname. I forgot to tell you that my name is Garadam. Mammon." This name surprised everyone present. Garadam. Mammon. The most outstanding dark magician and undead magician more than 2,000 years ago. Unexpectedly, Garadam, who had been studying undead magic all his life, turned himself into an immortal monster like the corpse necromancer, and he had been hiding in such a place, luring living people and collecting souls. Could it be to complete some kind of undead ritual? Chinrue thought of another thing. A magician more than 2,000 years ago? It coincides with the time when Paglio was sealed. Could it be that this Garadam is related to Paglio? damn dead duck dragon. Such an important thing was actually forgotten. Achoo! A forgetful dragon by the blue lake sneezed and scratched his head. Has Chinrue already gotten the treasure? Anyway, that guy's luck is so good, so there should be no problem. Let's continue to play Diamond Solitaire. Seeing everyone's shocked look, the corpse necromancer's laughter was even prouder. His eyes flashed red, and Akui's skeleton on the ground automatically assembled, becoming a temporary body. Not only that, the eyes of the corpses scattered on the ground lit up with a strange red light at the same time. They actually climbed up one after another and surrounded the corpse necromancer, forming a creepy scene. The strange thing was that in analytical eyes, these resurrected corpses seemed to have no combat power. Master Garadam, Chinrue said, I'm curious why you're here. As far as I know, this place seems to be related to a certain dragons. Garadam's laughter stopped abruptly, and his voice became angry. You have no right to ask this kind of question. If you can't kill the other 6 people, then I'll let you turn into a skeleton with this damn curiosity. Chinrue didn't try to get close to him anymore. Judging from Garadam's reaction, the relationship between the corpse necromancer and the poison dragon was probably not kindness, but resentment. Facing the aggressive corpse necromancer, Cassius didn't show any fear. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. He drank a bottle of potion and said coldly, Don't think. At that moment, the demon king-level companion next to him suddenly screamed. His chest had been pierced by a hand. It was Cassius's hand. I naturally believe in Master Garadam's guarantee. Cassius withdrew his hand that was stained with his companion's blood. His remaining one, I glanced at his teammate's expression of disbelief before he fell. His face had been replaced with a humble expression. I'm very honored to serve the Master. In return for my survival, I'll harvest the souls of these people on behalf of the Master. Generally speaking, the surname of the royal family was the most reliable guarantee of oath. Besides, Cassius had no choice now. His most feared opponent, Akui, was dead. Although the remaining 2 were peak of Demon King level, they were both seriously injured. Although the demonic beast had the ability to regenerate continuously, it didn't have enough combat power, and its vitality was greatly damaged. As for the higher demon, Richard, even if the mask that appeared on his face was really the legendary 7 artifacts, he was definitely not the opponent of a great demon king-level powerhouse like him. Therefore, Cassius did not hesitate to eliminate his companions, first to avoid joining forces with the other party, which would make him more troublesome. Very good. I like your decisiveness. Garadam in the black gas let out a sinister laugh. Chapter 219. When Cassius looked at Chinrue and the others, the original flattery disappeared instantly. His ruthless gaze was filled with murderous intent. Dodo was so scared by that gaze that he shrunk into the backpack behind him. Delia and Lomont consumed the Grand Master level recovery potion that Chinrue exchanged. Their injuries and strength recovered quickly, but their combat power couldn't be fully recovered in a short time. The 2 knew that it was a life and death moment, so they secretly channeled their strength and stood side by side with Chinrue. Are you really stupid enough to believe the corpse necromancer's words? He is just luring us to kill each other. Chinrue sneered. Akui is also from the Mammon royal family, but he killed her mercilessly. If you kill us, you will also die in the end. As former allies, I will give you 2 minutes to say your last words. Cassius smiled cruelly. So what if we are allies? Even if we are partners, I just killed them with my own hands. 2 minutes is just the time taken for the recovery potion to take effect. Not only Cassius, but Delia and Lomont also needed time to recover. However, the current situation was very serious. Even if the 2 were at their peak state, they were not Cassius's opponent. I only ask you one thing. Why did you leave back then? Delia suddenly asked. The 2 of them had once pledged their undying love, promising to live and die together, but when she needed him the most, he had left. This question had been hidden in her heart for 3 years. It had become the source of hatred, sadness, and disappointment. Although Delia ignored Lomont along the way, it was the last moment of her life now. If she didn't ask now, there would be no chance. Lomont lowered his head. "It's Brock." The name shocked Delia. Lomont continued, "He caught my father. If I don't leave, he will detonate the soul shackles on you and my father at the same time." Chinrue on the side was also surprised. Soul shackles was one of the 3 bloodline talents of the Leviathan royal family. It could enslave others. Although it couldn't make the other party completely obey like the god-eating mask, it could also directly kill the enslaved object across time and space. He did not expect Bai Luo to cast a soul shackle on his sister. Lomont clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. "In the end, my father still died. I'm sorry I've implicated you." Delia's gaze softened. "Actually, I know you have your difficulties, but I'm a selfish woman. I only consider my own feelings. Death might be a form of release. To me, living for the past 3 years was worse than death. Unfortunately, under the strict surveillance and the effects of the soul shackles, I didn't even have the freedom to die." As she spoke, she took off her veil, revealing a face that was supposed to be peerlessly beautiful, but was now covered with terrifying scars, making her look extremely hideous. Every day, I would make a cut on it, waiting for the day when my release would come. Now, Lomont trembled and held her hand. "I'll stay with you." He didn't make any extra movements or sweet nothings, nor did he blame himself or comfort her for her ruined appearance. He only said this simple sentence: "Together in life and death, that's all." Delia's tearful eyes showed tenderness. She and he actually still had countless difficulties and countless words that they wanted to say, but this sentence was enough for now. "Since both of you want to die so much, just don't resist." Cassius's gloomy laughter came, and there was already a long sword in his hand. "I'll fulfill you, this touching couple. Even if I die, I'll drag you to the grave with me." Chinrue had already drunk 4 bottles of black potions that enhanced true series. He exchanged another 8 bottles, stuffed them into the hands of Lomont and Delia, and walked forward. "You're right." Lomont and Delia looked at each other and saw the firmness in each other's eyes. They drank the potion without hesitation. They felt that all kinds of strength had increased greatly, and they were surprised. By the way, the color of the potion, but now is not the time to explore the potion. There is a more terrifying Garatum behind. I must deal with the enemy, Cassius, first. Cassius bounced and appeared in front of Chinrue. He wanted to kill the weakest opponent first, but Chinrue flashed in an instant and appeared behind him. Chinrue's palm that emitted a faint light turned into a knife shape and slashed at Cassius. Cassius moved sideways to avoid this blow, but unexpectedly, the palm knife carried an invisible residual force. It actually left a wound under his ribs that was like a sharp blade passing by. No, the strength of this magic circle master is definitely not a higher demon. Cassius's heart shuddered. Lomont had already appeared like lightning. The blue sword in his hand turned into 2 light arcs, twisting toward his neck. The speed was even a bit faster than before. Cassius's long sword drew a circle, and sparks splashed everywhere. He blocked the 2 light arcs. As he was about to counterattack, his feet suddenly felt cold. He was frozen by the blood. At the same time, there was another solidification force on his body, causing his movements to slow down suddenly. Freezing spell. Delaying. Cassius's speed slowed down, and he was suddenly hit by Lomont several times. Although the defensive power covered his whole body, he still couldn't completely avoid the sharpness of the 2 blue swords. Blood splashed everywhere for a while. The one who cast the freezing was Delia, who had the water mastery, while the delaying was derived from Chinrue's knockoff, earth mastery. With the cooperation of the 3 of them, they actually injured a great demon king-level powerhouse like Cassius in the first round. However, the 3 of them knew that this was just the opponent's carelessness. The difference in realm was quite obvious. It was not something that could be made up by auxiliary items such as potions. Cassius shouted angrily, and his breath suddenly surged. Lomont, who approached, and Chenrue, who attacked from behind, were sent flying at the same time. Cassius's hands waved continuously, and the freezing and delaying actually disappeared, Asmodeus royal family's bloodline talent. Elemental weakening. This bloodline talent was the nemesis of all the magic mastery. Cassius's body emitted a strong yellow light. A watermelon-sized energy light ball appeared around him. He pointed at Chenrue and the others, and like a shotgun, it shot toward the three of them. Just as Paglio said, Demon King level and above powerhouses all understood the rules of a certain power, so they could perform various energy attacks. Delia's blue-right eye suddenly turned black. Those light balls seemed to be stopped in time as they condensed together, then they continued to fly. Although the eye of Incubus as boundary power could only stop these light balls for 1 or 2 seconds, it was enough for the three of them to determine the trajectory. Lomont carried Delia and dodged to a safe position at an amazing speed. Chenrue just avoided 2 energy balls, and he suddenly had a warning in his heart. Cassius' figure had already appeared in front of him, and his long sword slashed down rapidly. With this strength and speed, even if Chenrue had drunk the True Series Black Potion, he still couldn't keep up. With a thought, he teleported far away, opened his fingers, and shot Aurora shot at Cassius. Cassius had long noticed that although Richard was a Demon King, his strength was inferior to Lomont and Delia at the peak of the Demon King. He intended to kill one first, but he didn't expect that his attack would fail again. Facing the white light ball that was coming toward him, Cassius roared and exerted force with his long sword. Aurora's shot was split into 2 halves by a violent sharp force. Before he could catch his breath, Lomont's figure arrived again. Lomont's flash talent originally gave him the speed that was on par with the great Demon King. After drinking the True Series Wind-Walking Potion, his speed was slightly above Cassius. Unfortunately, other aspects couldn't be synchronized with his speed. Although he could hit Cassius, he couldn't cause fatal damage. Cassius blocked several slashes. As he was about to dodge, his feet suddenly tightened, and he almost stumbled. It turned out that Dodo had silently sneaked his feet and acted as a tripwire. Cassius was furious. When he blocked Lomont's quick slashes and was about to attack Dodo, the cunning slime jumped back to Chenrue's shoulder. Although Chenrue's team cooperated very well, the difference in strength was still obvious. Moreover, the Asmodeus royal family's magic weakening talent had a strong restraining effect on magic proficiency, making the three of them unable to unleash their triple elemental magic. After a few rounds, everyone was injured, especially Delia and Lomont. Their injuries were more serious. Cassius didn't have it easy either. His stamina consumption was already huge, and now it was even more. These opponents were obviously weaker, but they couldn't defeat any of them. If he wasn't cautious, he would have almost failed miserably. The two sides distanced themselves and confronted each other carefully. Chenrue was secretly anxious. The situation was very critical at the moment. The effectiveness of True Series Potion was 20 minutes, and nearly half of it had passed. The three of them could only barely resist Cassius, so it was almost impossible to win. Once the effectiveness was over, it would definitely be a dead end. He still had to go back to see Athena and help the poison dragon unlock the seal. There were still many things that he hadn't finished, so he must not die in this place. The problem was that with the difference in strength between him and Cassius, even if he used the final ultimate Scorching Dragon kill, it would be difficult to match. Moreover, after Scorching Dragon kill was used, he couldn't use any skills within 24 hours. Lomont, give me your strength. Chenrue turned his head and said, Quick! The more the better. The longer the time, the better. The Eye of Evil had the effect of temporarily transmitting power. Chenrue had already seen it in the battle. What he needed now was Lomont's trust. Lomont didn't hesitate. His left eye condensed a white light and fell on Chinrue. Lomont's trust was not only because of Athena, nor was it because of the mutual rescue and tacit understanding of the three people in the battle just now. It was more of an intuition. Similarly, Delia was the same. She rushed toward Cassius with Dodo regardless of her safety. Cassius wanted to stop Lomont, but he was entangled by Delia and Dodo desperately. When he sent Delia flying and smashed Dodo's body, Lomont had already tried his best to complete the transmission. He collapsed to the ground. Chinrue yelled, and the power breath on his body suddenly increased. Cassius wasn't surprised but happy. No matter what this guy's ultimate move is, now there are two peak stage Demon King opponents. One is seriously injured and the other has temporarily lost his strength. It is the best time to kill him. Cassius was about to kill Delia, who had fallen to the ground. The weakest guy on the opposite side suddenly had a black flame rising. Putting aside the powerful wave, what really surprised Cassius was the familiar breath brought by the flame. No one present knew better than him what this breath was. The power of nirvana. And it's extremely powerful. It's definitely not something that can be achieved by nirvana once or twice. How can such a Beelzebub royal family have the unique power of nirvana of the Asmodeus royal family? Moreover, the flame of nirvana will only appear during rebirth. Since when did it become a low-level flame like the great demon that can be used as possession? Such pure power of nirvana. Who is this, Richard? The black flame that exuded the power of life made the corpse necromancer at the back feel extremely uncomfortable. He yelled, "Kill him quickly!" The originally cold atmosphere in the hall had become a kind of heat. The black flame on Chun Rue's body exuded a little red light, and a violent and manic breath came to his face. An inexplicable chill rose in Cassius's heart. He immediately released all the power that he had reserved to resist this terrifying breath. The seriously injured Delia pulled the exhausted Lomont to a safe position behind Chinrue. Her heart was also full of surprise. This level of power breath has surpassed their peak stage Demon King level. Scorching Dragon Kill! As Chinrue yelled, the ground of the hall trembled violently. A huge red dragon flew out of the red light in his hands. With a faint dragon roar, it roared toward Cassius with its teeth and claws bared. That kind of power made Cassius's heart break. As the red dragon approached, his body was reflected in red. Bang! He was penetrated by the red dragon and shattered like a crystal. However, Cassius did not die. His real body appeared on the other side, but a gem inlaid in his belt was broken. This excellent grade magic belt was his last life-saving measure. Under the terrifying power of Scorching Dragon Kill, he had to use it in advance. The Scorching Dragon Kill that was initially desperate failed, but Chinrue's eyes were still firm. He waved his hands, and the missing Scorching Dragon suddenly turned and rushed toward the corpse necromancer Garatum. Garatum screamed. The corpses blocked in front of him, but they still couldn't stop it. Wherever the Scorching Dragon passed, the corpses were shattered inch by inch. The Scorching Dragon penetrated Garatum's body, and Akui's skeleton occupied by the corpse necromancer was suddenly shattered. The faint nirvana power contained in it made Garatum scream. The black gas in the hull suddenly dimmed. After a while, the black gas became dense again. Garatum's angry figure came. "Damn guy!" The main power of the Scorching Dragon was destruction. The nirvana power it carried wasn't very strong. Although the corpse necromancer was injured, it wasn't enough to kill him. It was just that there was a faint tremble in his cold voice. Under the control of Chinrue, the winding Scorching Dragon penetrated Garatum and drew a big arc in the air. It actually rushed toward him. Self-destruction? Cassius had doubts in his heart, but he felt that it was impossible. The answer was soon revealed. The Scorching Dragon hit Chinrue firmly and engulfed him instantly. The ground that was strengthened by the dragon inscription, a sturdy force, actually cracked, and a strong air wave blasted out to the surroundings. Delia and Lomont at the back couldn't stand still and were blown away. The red light was strangely distorted, as if something was about to break out of the cocoon. Soon, the black Nirvana's flame turned blood red, and Chinrue's eyes also became a strange red and black state. Scorching Dragon Possession. Chapter 220. While Cassius was bewildered, the figure wrapped in red flames flashed and appeared in front of him at an incredible speed. He punched Cassius' lower abdomen. Cassius clearly saw the opponent punch, but his body's reaction was half a beat slower. This punch contained a fierce and fiery power. It almost penetrated his abdomen and protruded on his back. In the pain of being twisted by a knife, his whole body was knocked out. Before he landed, Chinrue's figure had already appeared in the middle. Chinrue clenched his fists and smashed Cassius to the ground. Cassius fell heavily to the ground. Just when he reacted from the severe pain, the opponent had appeared in front of him again. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of continuous blows kept coming. Cassius was momentarily careless and was at an absolute disadvantage. After all, his strength was extraordinary. He found an opening and waved his long sword fiercely, forcing Chinrue away. Then he quickly took a big step back to open up the distance. This kind of power and speed, Cassius gasped. He was shocked. I didn't expect that the opponent I thought was the weakest is actually the most terrifying. Not only Cassius was shocked, but Lomont and Delia were also stunned. Chinrue, Richard, actually has such a terrifying secret skill. Even if Lomont doesn't instill power into Chinrue, his combat power has surpassed the 2 peak stage Demon King level people just by using the secret skill with his original strength. Cassius was experienced. He knew that the opponent must have used some kind of secret skill to reach this level. With a thought, his body emitted a strong yellow light. A watermelon-sized light ball appeared. It was the long-range energy attack skill that he used previously. Cassius waved his hand at Chinrue, and the light balls shot out one after another. He wanted to use this kind of attack to delay time. Once the effect of the secret skill disappeared, he would immediately kill the opponent. Chinrue naturally wouldn't let the opponent have his way. He rushed straight toward Cassius. The oncoming light balls were whipped away by his hands. He had actually seen this kind of defensive skill many times in the hands of previous enemies. In addition to strength and courage, timing was also very important. For example, if the opponent threw a grenade at him, he would kick it away before it could explode. Now he was facing many grenades. Although the black potions and Lomont's infusion, coupled with the substantial bonus of Scorching Dragon Possession, gave Chinrue the power to fight above his level. No matter which one it was, the effectiveness of the support was quite limited. He must kill Cassius in the shortest time because there was more than one enemy. There was also an unfathomable corpse necromancer behind. Seeing that Chinrue was approaching quickly, the extremely experienced Cassius decisively retreated and chose to engage in guerrilla warfare. At this time, both his combat power and stamina had been reduced to an extremely low state, while his opponent's strength was at its peak under the blessing of the secret technique. Avoiding the enemy's attack was the most correct tactic. With the acceleration of the stripper, Chinrue succeeded in leaving a lot of wounds on Cassius. However, Cassius was extremely decisive. No matter how you torture me, I will escape. I won't give you a chance to kill me. I will wear you down sooner or later. Just when Cassius thought he had succeeded in his plan, a sudden change occurred. The ground under his feet trembled, and several huge vines grew out. They were like tentacles and immediately wrapped around Cassius tightly. Gluttonous vine! It turned out that Chinrue had secretly planted the gluttonous vine seed when he was chasing. He deliberately forced Cassius to the position of the gluttonous vine when he was chasing. Then he launched it in one fell swoop. As expected, he succeeded in trapping the opponent. Although Cassius's reaction was extremely fast, he managed to stabilize his unbalanced body in time. He exerted force under his feet and shook the gluttonous vine around his body into pieces. However, at the moment when he was blocked by the gluttonous vine, he suddenly felt a terrible sense of danger in his head. Chenrue's attack had arrived. Before Casillas retreated to the position of the gluttonous vine's attack, Chenrue had been accumulating strength. This attack was a full outburst, intending to defeat the enemy with one blow. Casillas immediately sensed that the opponent's attack had been brewing a great power. Even the great demon, king-level body, couldn't take it head-on. Now it was too late to dodge. There was only one choice: attack the enemy to save himself. In his consciousness, Chenrue successfully swindled the power of the Belphegor royal family companion, and he also caused the demonic beast and the Leviathan royal family woman to be seriously injured. He must be thinking that after killing Casillas, he could kill 3 companions who had no power. Then he could become the final survivor. Therefore, Chenrue definitely didn't dare to fight with him. Casillas's mind turned quickly, and the long sword in his hand stabbed toward Chenrue's heart. Although this sword was launched later, if Chenrue didn't stop to block it, it would definitely pierce through his heart. As long as the opponent dodged or parried, then this disaster was considered to be over. However, what shocked Casillas was that the opponent had no intention of dodging at all. A punch hit Casillas's face, and the manic and fierce power suddenly broke through the defensive power on the surface of his body. Casillas clearly heard the sound of his facial bones breaking. Then his mind went blank. His neck could no longer withstand this strong force. With a caw sound, it twisted backward at an abnormal angle, but the long sword in his hand also pierced the opponent's heart firmly. This scene surprised Lomont and Delia. Bang! Casillas's body fell heavily to the ground. Chenrue took 2 steps back and covered his heart. He almost couldn't stand steadily. Casillas's sword almost condensed all his remaining strength, not to mention the sharpness of the long sword itself. Just the destructive power almost shattered his heart. Chenrue gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain in his heart with a strong willpower. A sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the long sword made of dark star iron. Then he slashed at Casillas with all his strength without hesitation. Casillas, whose neck was twisted, had no time to react, and his head was separated from his body. After Chenrue beheaded Casillas, he struggled to pull out the sword from his chest. Blood suddenly flowed out. Fortunately, the effect of the grand master-level healing potion that he drank afterward was extraordinary. It stopped the bleeding in time. Roman and Delia had already rushed over, one on the left and one on the right, to support his crumbling body. "Richard!" Delia exclaimed. "You!" Chenrue panted and squeezed a smile. Although he was severely injured, the excitement effect of scorching dragon possession was still there at this time. The pain was greatly reduced. After the effect of the potion and skill disappeared, "I'm afraid I'll be miserable." "Don't worry, this guy is a monster. He won't die for a while." Lomont saw that Chenrue didn't seem to be in danger. "He's actually fine even if his heart was penetrated. Or rather, his heart grew on the right side." Chenrue's heart didn't grow on the right side, but because he had the passive skill of regeneration, even if his body was lost, his head could still grow back. However, the more parts that needed to be regenerated, the longer it would take. In a sense, he had broken away from the category of ordinary humans. He was indeed a monster. Another life is annihilated. What a wonderful taste of soul! Garadam's voice sounded. "Although I don't like you, I have to praise you. Amazing guy! You actually killed a great demon king. Your powerful strength still exists now. It's easy to kill the remaining 3 guys. It seems that the last survivor is you." Chenrue looked at Delia and Lomont, who looked normal. He gently broke away from the support. "You're right. In fact, my 2 companions are a couple. If only one can survive in the end, then they would rather face death hand in hand. The remaining demonic beast is my servant. I'm indeed the lucky one. It's just that you don't understand one thing. What is it? I'm fundamentally different from the guy who can kill his companions casually. Because of this, I can defeat him. Chinrue walked toward Garatum step by step. Maybe you couldn't understand this when you were alive, let alone looking like a monster now. Without Lomont's unhesitating trust, without Delia and Dodo's desperate delay, it was absolutely impossible to defeat Cassius by relying on the scorching dragon possession with his own strength. This victory did not belong to him alone. Delia and Lomont, one was cold and the other was lazy. They were both proud and aloof. At this time, their eyes lit up with a strange brilliance at the same time. This man is indeed different. If the previous interaction is only because of Athena, then now he is already worthy of the word friend. Or it can be further called partner. The corpse necromancer shouted angrily, "Stupid guy! It's you who gave up your life." Chinrue took a deep breath and suppressed the increasing pain in his heart. He said disdainfully, "It's the real stupid to believe you. Do you think I'll be so stupid?" The corpse necromancer's projection. You. The corpse necromancer's voice revealed an unconcealable horror. "How do you know I'm a projection?" Garatum's strength was Demon Emperor 2,000 years ago. Now you're just a great Demon King. Chinrue opened his 5 fingers toward the corpse necromancer and said calmly, "I can boldly guess that your real body should be imprisoned here because of a certain dragon. You can only barely use your magic to condense a projection of great Demon King level power. Then what you need most is probably to use soul power to break free from this imprisonment. Heart must be the corpse necromancer you made. You lured us to kill each other in order to obtain the souls of the living." The corpse necromancer didn't expect the other party's speculation to be so accurate, and he was shocked. He saw Chinrue's open palm eject a white light ball at high speed. The corpse necromancer turned into a thick smoke and wrapped Aurora shot. He obviously wanted to devour it. Unexpectedly, Aurora shot was different from ordinary energy attacks. It had the destructive power to hurt the soul. Dodo was subdued because of this. The corpse necromancer cried out in pain and quickly loosened the wrapping, allowing Aurora's shot to pass through. However, the black mist was covered with residual power, and the soul-damaging power was still there. Chinrue's figure was already in front of the corpse necromancer. He attacked with both fists, but the corpse necromancer seemed to be a kind of spirit body. It was invisible and intangible. After being dispersed, it gradually condensed again. This kind of attack was completely ineffective. "Humph, you overestimate yourself." The corpse necromancer had recovered from the residual power of Aurora's shot. The black smoke wrapped Chinrue in a blink of an eye. It was about to devour his flesh and blood and turn him into a skeleton like Akui previously. Chinrue was already prepared. The flame on his body suddenly turned black. The nirvana power of this flame was much stronger and purer than the flame on the scorching dragon. It was far beyond the corpse necromancer's expectation. The black smoke that was impervious to water and fire and immune to physical attacks was swept by the flame, full of vitality. It actually let out a shrill scream and burned up, making a creepy squeaking sound. "Damn guy! I won't let you go." The scream was full of unforgettable hatred. Before the vicious words were finished, it had disappeared. Chapter 221. No way. So fierce. Lomont helped Delia walk over. "You killed them all by yourself?" "It's still early. That guy is just a projection. His real body is fine." Chinrue clutched his chest with some difficulty. "My secret technique has a time limit. This power can't be maintained for long. I'll be a useless person for the next 24 hours. Now we need to find the real location of the treasure as soon as possible and then leave this damn place." Delia said, "If my bloodline sense is correct, the treasure should be around this hall, but it seems to be blocked by something. I can't sense the specific location." "Here?" Chinrue nodded. There's no time to lose. Let's split up and look for it in the hall. Despite Delia's bloodline sense and Lomont's evil king's eye, the three of them couldn't find any clues of the treasure after searching the hall. Chinrue felt that the wound on his chest was a little difficult to support. He lay on the ground, facing the sky, and panted laboriously. Despite the effects of regeneration, astral body, and soul attraction, the feeling of having one's heart almost shattered was not something an ordinary person could bear. Besides, the effect of the flame dragon possession had disappeared. The effect of Lomont's power and the black potion also disappeared. It was as if all the wounds on his body were crying together. Fortunately, the effect of regeneration was very wonderful. Coupled with the effect of the Grandmaster level healing potion, there was a trace of numbness in the pain in his chest. Obviously, the injured organs were automatically regenerating. Hey, are you okay? Lomont walked to Chinrue. I won't die for now. Chinrue shrugged. If you want to take revenge, you'd better do it now. Otherwise, after 24 hours, when I'm alive and kicking, you won't have the chance. Your master Lomont is not a guy who takes advantage of others. I'll still beat you up. While saying that he wouldn't take advantage of Chinrue's perilous state, he saw that Delia wasn't paying attention to him. So he knocked on Chinrue's head a few times and muttered, You're asking me to feed the demonic beasts. Collect some interest first. Petty bastard who holds grudges. Chinrue cursed speechlessly. Suddenly his tone changed. I originally wanted to try and see if I could heal Delia's face. Now, your performance has made me change my mind. What did you say? Lomont was shocked as he widened his eyes. Suddenly, he recalled the miraculous potion that Chinrue had just given to them. Immediately, he put on a charming smile. Mr. Chinrue, you can't change your mind all the time. You have to be firm on your stand. Why are you so serious with a follower like me? As long as you say the word, whether it's to fill the hole or feed the magical beasts, this great one, this lowly one will definitely not frown for half a day. Chinrue was a little speechless at how quickly this guy changed his attitude. He chuckled and was about to add more conditions when his eyes fell on the light at the top that was blocked by Lomont's figure just now. His smile suddenly froze, and he said, Do you have any transparent, dark crystals? If you do, give it to me quickly. Lomont saw Chinrue's solemn expression, so he stopped joking. He quickly took out a piece of dark blue crystal from the space ring and handed it to him. This crystal was very thin, like a spectacle lens, which was just good for observation. Chinrue carefully observed through this lens on the Inferno Stone that he found unusual just now. In the dazzling, huge Inferno Stone, strange symbols were faintly changing. If he didn't observe it with the different colored crystal, he wouldn't notice it at all. Chinrue observed for a while, and he seemed to understand something. He stood up and asked Delia and Lomont to guard Dodo's backpack that was resting and not to touch it. While observing the symbols, he walked in the hall. After taking a few steps, he tapped hard as if he was following a special rhythm. Delia and Lomont were surprised to see that under this kind of sequential tapping, rectangular stone pillars began to protrude from the ground. They were of different heights. Some were 3 meters tall, and some are only a dozen centimeters tall. After Chinrue finished all the steps, these stone pillars had been combined into a vivid figure, the shape of a crouching dragon. The stone pillar dragon made a strange sound. 3 questions. Those who answer correctly will enter. For those who answer wrongly, the entire cave will be automatically destroyed within 10 minutes. Damn. This is the self-destruct program that Paglio mentioned, right? It's actually the extremely vulgar answer session. Chinrue secretly slandered the taste of a certain damned duck dragon, but he was still quite impressed by Paglio's inscription attainments. This kind of inscription that used sound to launch different powers was extremely difficult to make, and it required a clever combination. Just this point alone, Paglio could be called the first person, the first dragon in the demon realm's draconic inscription. Cough. The The stone dragon actually cleared its throat realistically. You have 1 minute to consider. Answer the questions, or get lost. Delia and Lomont showed a dignified expression at the same time. They didn't expect that there would be such a mechanism at the end, and there was a danger of self-destruction. What kind of question would it be? Once the answer is wrong, answer the question. Chinrue took a few deep breaths and made a choice. How many chances could one make in life? Since it was already the last moment, there was no reason to retreat. What is the name of the most terrifying female lunatic in the world? No more than 10 words. Tell me the answer in 10 seconds. Delia and Lomont were originally prepared for various encyclopedias' answers, but they were shocked when they heard this. Who knew the answer to this kind of damn question? Chinrue breathed a sigh of relief and immediately answered, Fairy Dragon Rala. Fairy Dragon, correct. Rala, correct. Answer the first question, correct. As Chinrue understood, this kind of voice inscription should be testing the pronunciation of certain keywords. As long as the keywords were correct, it could be passed. To avoid repeated guessing and coincidence, there was a limit of 10 words. What is the name of the most handsome dragon in the dragon family, the most handsome dragon that the female dragon admires? No more than 10 words. Tell me the answer in 10 seconds. Sure enough, there was such a shameless and boring question. Chinrue despised the dead duck dragon fiercely in his heart and added a new label of narcissist to him. He replied, unhappily, bastard Paglio. Bastard, wrong. Paglio, correct. Answer the second question, correct. At this time, Delia and Lomont had no doubts in their hearts. As Chinrue said, he was indeed the legal successor of this treasure. This kind of question, except for the guy who was familiar with the original owner, a certain dragon, who could answer it? The voice of the stone dragon sounded again. The last question, when Paglio was born, did he see his father or mother first? No more than 10 words. Tell me the answer in 10 seconds. This choice question should not be difficult. Generally, when a cub was born, the first thing it saw was its mother. However, in the face of this simplest question, Chinrue seemed to hesitate. 10 seconds passed quickly. Just when Lomont was about to rush up to answer, Chinrue said the answer, eggshell. This seemed to be a simple choice question, but in fact, it was a very insidious misdirection. Both answers were wrong. Chinrue remembered that it was mentioned in a chat with Paglio. When I was born, I didn't see anything except eggshells. Over the years, I have no relatives, but many enemies. Dragons don't need friends, especially poisonous dragons. Have you ever seen gods have friends? They only need respect and fear. They don't need unnecessary care and understanding. If the first question was just boring and narcissistic, then the last question had a hint of loneliness. But now that guy should be much better. This time, when I go back, I'll give him a gift of freedom, unlock the shackles of the lock of light and dark, and get out of the confinement of the blue lake, so that guy won't often complain that even his but is out of cocoons. The voice of the stone dragon interrupted Chinrue's thoughts. Eggshell. Correct. After saying this, Lomont was scared. Fortunately, he didn't go up to answer just now, otherwise it would be all over. The stone pillars began to undulate and change, and the original dragon shape changed shape into a hole. At the entrance of the hole, there was a spiral stone staircase that curved downward. There were illuminating magic stones along the way. It seemed that the real location of the treasure was still on the 3rd floor under the hall. Let's go. Chinrue said to Lomont and Duo, the lich's real body hasn't appeared yet, so it's probably nearby. It's also possible that it's below, so we must be careful. Lomont nodded and carried Duo's backpack. The 3 of them walked down the stairs together. The stairs were very long. It took them half an hour to reach the bottom, but there were no inscriptions or mechanisms along the way. In front of them was a huge door. When Lomont pushed the heavy door open, the light from the gap of the door almost blinded the 3 of them. It was also a bigger hall with a bigger mountain of money. Compared to the front, the illusion mountain of money in the hall above could only be regarded as a small hill. Chenrue tried the storage warehouse, and it really could be stored. This was the real treasure mountain. The environment here was a little different from the top. There was a pool in the middle, and there were huge boxes placed in order. Then there were gems, crystal stones, and the black crystal coin mountain at the outermost layer. Chenrue's eyes were a little hot. Delia and Lomont's eyes were also shining. It would be hypocritical to say that they weren't tempted by such a huge amount of money. I have the urge to kill you. Anyway, you don't have any power now. Lomont rubbed his nose desperately. Then I can take Delia to spend money like water and live the life of a millionaire for hundreds of years. I have the same feeling. Delia, who had put back the veil, had a rare smile in her eyes. But before that, I have to find what I need the most. After clearing the misunderstanding with Lomont, the gloom in Delia's eyes seemed to be dispelled a lot. She didn't pay attention to the two of them at once. She used the pupils of nightmares and began to sense the family's secret treasure. There was a clear feedback message, so she quickly walked forward. I was careless in making friends. Chenrue had a painful expression, but his mood was very relaxed. If I knew earlier, I would have killed you up there. A friend in need is a friend indeed. The previous battle had proven many things, and it was far more reliable than just relying on words. Hee, give me a bottle of wine, Lomont said with a sinister smile. I'll go easy on you later. Chenrue threw a bottle of wine to him. The two of them looked at the dazzling treasure while following Delia forward. Suddenly Lomont, who had opened the Evil King's eye, shouted at Delia, Wait! Delia! Come back quickly! Delia retreated with all her strength without hesitation. At this time, a black smoke quickly emerged from the pool and surrounded Delia in the blink of an eye. Delia reacted quickly and immediately used the pupils of nightmares. However, the power of the black smoke was too strong. The power of the pupils of nightmares was instantly disintegrated, but the pupils of nightmares also bought precious time. Lomont, who had fully activated the flash spirit, rushed over and hugged Delia, retreating backwards. The crisis was not over yet. The range of the black smoke continued to expand and shrink. Lomont changed directions several times, but was blocked. It seemed that the two of them were about to follow in Akui's footsteps. Garatum, if you want to leave this place, don't hurt them. Chenrue's shout stopped the movement of the black smoke. Lomont saw an opening and finally succeeded in escaping with Delia. Although the two of them were strong-willed people, at this time they still felt a sense of fear. After all, no one wanted to become a skeleton. Chenrue couldn't use any skills, including the analytical eyes now, but he could feel that Garatum's breath was far stronger than when he was on the upper floor. This must be his real body. The most dangerous boss in this treasure, the undead magic master from 2,000 years ago, finally showed his real body. He is actually in this hall full of treasures. The black smoke condensed into a human figure and landed opposite Chenrue. His eyes glowed with a strange red light. A voice full of hatred came. If you didn't open the door of this treasure, you could still threaten me. Now you are courting death. When you destroyed my projection, I vowed to fry your skin and tear your bones. I didn't expect my wish to be fulfilled so soon. Have you forgotten how the projection failed? Do you want your real body to be truly annihilated? The Lich said disdainfully, although that skill that looks like the power of nirvana is somewhat useful, it can only hurt my projection at most. Unless you reach the level of a Nephilim Emperor, otherwise, it is useless against my real body. Besides, you don't have any power now. Chenrue didn't flinch. His expression remained unchanged. How do you know I have no power? Lich sneered. Even if I didn't hear what you said, I can see from your state now. In the face of absolute strength, bluffing tricks are useless. If Lich was really Garatum from 2,000 years ago, then even if Chenrue could use skills now, he had no chance of winning. Chenrue thought quickly and shrugged. Since tricks are useless in the face of absolute strength, with your strength, you naturally don't have to be afraid of a pawn like me. Let's talk. What is there to talk about? Garatum yelled arrogantly. Let's talk about it after I turn you into skeletons. There are many things we can talk about, such as you being imprisoned here, or a certain demon, overlord, level giant dragon. Garatum was slightly shaken, and the spreading black fog suddenly slowed down. Chapter 222. The corpse necromancer's voice revealed a deep hatred. It seems that you know that dragon. Unfortunately, he and I are enemies. Since this is the case, let's settle the old and new grudges together. Really? Chenrue looked thoughtful. Then let's talk about another thing. Your current method is just to devour flesh and blood with spirit power. As a demon emperor level powerhouse, necromancer, and dark magic master, you don't have to rush out and use the most troublesome method to deal with us. Even when you were up there, you didn't use magic. The resurrected corpses were just an illusion. They didn't have real combat power. So let me make a bold guess. Is it because of some reason you can't use magic anymore? The red light in Garatum's eyes flourished. The black mist began to spread again and gradually approached. As if he didn't see it, Chenrue still maintained the rhythm of his speech. Although you created a projection on the upper level in some way, your real body has been unable to leave this place. As far as I know, liches have their most important phylactery. Then, let me guess if your phylactery is in this place or in this pool. Garatum suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Interesting reasoning. Interesting guy. After staying with a pair of super reasoning sisters for a long time, I'm more or less infected too. Chenrue didn't look modest, but he was secretly scared. I'm going to die anyway, so I can only bet on this. You're very smart, but you still guessed a lot of things wrong. Garatum's black mist had sealed all directions of Chenrue. Lomont and Delia outside were forced back after rushing several times. Dodo's eyes emerged from the backpack and looked at his master, who was surrounded by black mist in horror. Before I turn you into a skeleton, let me tell you one thing. Garatum said coldly, I haven't lost the power to use magic, but I don't know what method you used in the hall above just now. My magic territory was swallowed up, so I can't use magic for a short time. At that time, I could only use my projection to barely use my spirit body power to devour that woman. Then you stupid guys began to kill each other. I'm really surprised that you can come here. Now, not only can I leave safely, but I can also obtain this huge treasure. It turns out to be like this. No wonder you only devoured Akui. The resurrected corpses behind didn't have any power at all. They were purely bluffing. If Casillas and we joined forces to deal with you, we might have escaped. Chenrue frowned. If that's the case, your original plan was to use the power of the souls to escape. You never thought about getting the treasures. Before this, I really couldn't leave this place. At that time, I just wanted to use my soul force to completely transfer my body to the projection outside. You're talking so much nonsense just to buy time. Unfortunately, this pool is the spring of energy. The longer I stay here, the faster my mana will recover. Garatum's eyes flickered with red light. A lot of smoke spread around. Even the entrance door was sealed. You have no chance. All of you will die here. The spring of vitality, this pool, was actually the spring of vitality. Chenrue was startled. Just as he was distracted, he was tightly wrapped by Garatum's black gas. When Garatum was about to use his spirit power to devour Chenrue's consciousness and then peel off his flesh and blood, he felt that the scene suddenly changed. He actually appeared in a void. There was a huge, fiery red ball in the middle, exuding a terrifying, destructive power. Even Garatum couldn't help but tremble at this power. There were many other strange balls floating around the fireball. They rotated around the fireball in a strange rhythm. Welcome to my territory. A familiar voice appeared in the void, and Chenrue's figure gradually became clear. Territory! Garatum was taken aback. The power of the territory is a power that can only be possessed by at least a demon emperor powerhouse. Even if this guy used a secret technique to defeat the great demon king level Cassius, his own strength is clearly only demon king level. How can he have a territory? Moreover, this kind of territory faintly reveals a kind of supreme law. Even my demon emperor level pseudo-territory can only look up to it. Shameless boasting. It's just a lowly illusion. How can it deceive me, Garatum? Garatum's eyes flashed, and a circle of vibrating spirit rippled with him as the center. However, the surrounding void did not change at all. The corpse necromancer was slightly surprised. He waved his hand again, and a black spear appeared out of thin air. It blasted toward Chenrue and immediately pierced through his heart. However, Chenrue didn't have the slightest difference. He just shook his head. Don't you believe it? Garatum tried a few more magic unwillingly, but they all failed without exception. He finally began to take this demon, king-level territory seriously. Why can you have this kind of territory? Who are you? The corpse necromancer was sure that he couldn't hurt the other party, so he was finally moved. Actually, the traps of this treasure are all dragon inscriptions. Chenrue continued to reveal shocking information. Haven't you thought about it? Why can I unlock all the traps? The corpse necromancer couldn't keep calm and shouted, Are you dragons? Impossible. Forget about the black flame. It's probably just another special skill. However, you clearly relied on the Beelzebub royal family's god-eating mask to devour magic territory. You are obviously from the Beelzebub royal family. You don't need to care about who I am. Chenrue pretended to be profound and said, You just need to know your current situation. Surrender or die. Shameless boasting. You are not qualified to threaten me at all. The corpse necromancer sneered proudly, No matter where you come from, you are just a weak demon king level now. If you can really use the territory power, you can easily kill everyone. This territory is just an empty shell. You can't control it at all. Empty shell? Chenrue smiled. Indeed, he was currently in the side effect period of scorching dragon possession. He couldn't use any skills, but the function of the super system itself was not affected. The storage warehouse and exchange center could still be used, including Star Devouring, although there was still a large amount of Glorfin's soul power that had not been digested in Star Devouring. Betting on this was Chenrue's only hope at the moment. So far, he had used up his last bullet. Garatum suddenly felt that the surrounding space scene changed. The galaxy disappeared in an instant, and the twisted space in the center formed a strange, bottomless black hole. This black hole exuded a terrifying attraction. Garatum only felt that his soul power was being devoured involuntarily. He used several means in panic, but he couldn't stop this terrifying force. The black mist around him became blurred. At the critical moment, the black hole gradually disappeared again and changed back to the original star galaxy. I can't control the territory? Chenrue's figure appeared again, and his voice was sarcastic. Do you want me to repeat the choice I gave you? Garatum felt that most of his soul color was devoured, and the fear in his heart was extreme. This guy really has the power to control territory, and this territory is too terrifying. I admit that you are strong, but your strength is limited to this. The arrogance in the corpse necromancer's tone was gone, and he seemed very cautious. It should be due to some kind of seal. You, who only have demon king-level power on the outside, can obviously only use territory in the world of consciousness. This is not all of my soul. Even if you devour this part of my soul, as long as my phylactery is still there, you still can't destroy me. When my magic power recovers under the effect of the fountain of vitality, I can still kill you. The corpse necromancer was telling the truth, but if this part of the soul was really devoured, then the damage to himself would be great. It might take a long time to recover. During this time, the corpse necromancer's combat power would be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult to resist a truly powerful enemy. In fact, the corpse necromancer didn't know that not only was he strong in appearance but weak in reality, but this sealed powerhouse with territory was also nervous. Didn't Shenrue want to devour the corpse necromancer completely? However, the super system had already given a warning that the star devouring was about to overflow just now. If he wanted to completely devour this part of Garadam's soul, then he would suffer a terrifying backlash that would cause his consciousness to collapse. Now he was afraid of both sides. If the corpse necromancer really wanted to abandon this part of the soul, then the loser would definitely be Shenrue. We can reach a temporary truce agreement that will take effect before we leave this place. The corpse necromancer saw him thinking, so he added, "If you let me go, I will give you half of the treasure. By the way, I want to remind you that several of your companions are already under my control. If you agree to a truce, you can all leave safely." It sounds good. In fact, I only need the 3 most important things. Shenrue certainly agreed to this agreement, but he would never believe the corpse necromancer's words. He shook his head. "But why should I believe you? How about swearing in the name of the Mammon royal family?" The corpse necromancer saw Shenrue shaking his head and gritted his teeth. "Then I will use the name of Garadam. You must also swear in the name of the Beelzebub royal family and the artifact." In the demon realm, the surname represented dignity and glory, while the name was the root of a person. This kind of oath was the heaviest. The Beelzebub royal family and my real name? Shenrue sighed very heavily, and the god-eating mask appeared on his face. "I can't believe that I still can't hide it. My name is Glorfin. Beelzebub. I, Glorfin. Beelzebub. Swear by the god-eating mask that I agree with the corpse necromancer Garadam's truce agreement. If I go back on my word, my body will be completely destroyed, my soul will be completely devoured, and the artifact will fall into the hands of others. The Beelzebub royal family will never be able to revive." The poison of this oath surprised Garadam. He was finally relieved and also made a poisonous oath. However, he didn't know that Shenrue wasn't swearing, but clearly stating the facts. The poor Glorfin's body was indeed gone. His soul was almost digested, and the artifact had fallen into the hands of a human. As for the last sentence, if Glorfin knew it in the afterlife, he would definitely clench his teeth and scold. "This guy is too poisonous. It's fine that he robbed my soul and artifact, but he even cursed the Beelzebub royal family to never be revived." After the oath was made, Shenrue moved his mind, and Garadam felt that the scene had changed drastically. He returned to the Hall of the Treasure, and he was indeed out of that terrifying territory. Due to the constraints of the oath, the 2 sides did not fight again. Garadam also withdrew the black smoke that shrouded Delia and Lomont. He said coldly, "Our agreement is only effective in this place. Once I get through today, I will look for you sooner or later, Glorfin. Beelzebub." Delia and Lomont, who were shrouded in Garadam's black smoke, originally had the awareness of death, but they unexpectedly escaped from death. They knew that it must be because of Shenrue, so they were grateful in their hearts. Suddenly, they heard the corpse necromancer's last sentence, and their faces changed. "Glorfin! 400 years ago, Glorfin. Beelzebub caused chaos in the Dark Moon and almost overturned the fallen angel empire of the Lucifer royal family. It was not news that he was eventually defeated by the Lord of Midnight Sun, but it was definitely a major event in the history of the demon realm in the past few hundred years. King of Beelzebub. No wonder you have the god-eating mask! ! Lomont looked enlightened. Delia wanted to ask about Athena, but she thought about it and finally held back. Shenrue smiled bitterly. He did not explain, and he couldn't explain now. King of Beelzebub? Garadam saw the expressions of Lomont and Shenrue, and he nodded, secretly. Then he heard Shenrue said, "There are 3 things that I must get. As for the rest, 3? Garadam was a little surprised. You are indeed the king of Beelzebub. I originally wanted to give you half of the treasure. How about this? You can take as much as you can for the rest. As long as you have the ability, you can take them all, but only before we leave this time. Who said that I don't want the other half? Shinrue cursed in his heart. The corpse necromancer is clearly pretending to be generous. However, the storage warehouse capacity of the Alioth state has greatly increased. I can even store all these treasures. However, Garadam is not a vegetarian. I should find what I need most first. Okay. Shinrue sighed. Delia, you go and get the family's secret treasure first. Lomont, take whatever you want. Delia's eyes lit up. She immediately opened the Eye of Incubus and walked toward the sensing place. Lomont nodded to Shinrue. Whether it's Beelzebub's identity or his human identity, it doesn't matter to me. It's enough to know that this guy is my partner. Garadam, you should be very familiar with this place. The first thing I need to find is the Tauren's secret treasure. Shinrue described the appearance of the Eye of Sauron. Garadam had searched through these treasures over the years. He couldn't wait for Shinrue to get what he wanted and leave as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, he told Shinrue that was in the third box on the left. Shinrue walked over and opened the box. There were all kinds of strange items inside. After searching for a while, he finally found the Eye of Sauron. This was a fist-sized red crystal, which looked like an eye. The pupils seemed to be alive and seemed to change. With this thing, Paglio could break free from the lock of light and dark. Not only that, the Taurens in the underground world of Mountain Shillong could also lift the inexplicable curse. Shinrue immediately put the Eye of Sauron into the storage warehouse. The second thing is a silver box. As soon as Shinrue mentioned the characteristics of the silver box, Garadam blurted out, "No." Chapter 223. At this moment, a strange sound came from the pool. Delia and Lomont, who were approaching the pool, were bounced back again and again. Shinrue asked, "What's wrong?" Delia's voice sounded very eager. "The secret treasure is next to the silver box in the pool. There seems to be a barrier here, so I can't pass through." Silver box. Shinrue's heart moved, and he quickly walked toward the pool. "Wait." The black mist of Garadam's body stopped Shinrue. "You can take anything here, but not the silver box." In the silver box was the mysterious treasure that Paglio obtained after killing his enemy, the blue dragon Rainieri. For this, he even betrayed his temporary ally, the fairy dragon Rala. In the end, it even attracted the coveting of a super powerhouse, and his power was even sealed. The silver box is an important chip to exchange for cracking the ancient runes when I find Zola in the future. It is also one of the 2 treasures that I must get this time. However, I don't know why Garadam is so nervous about the silver box. Could it be that he discovered some secret inside? We had an agreement in advance. I have already stated that there are 3 things that I must have, and you didn't say anything about the silver box. Shinrue stepped forward. "Have you forgotten the oath you made with your name? Or rather, our agreement is invalid when you first violate the credit?" Garadam tried his best to suppress his anger. His eyes were red as he stepped back to the side. He waved his hand, and Delia suddenly felt that the blocking force disappeared. She quickly walked into the pool and picked up a strange thing. It was a round object. The whole thing was like a convex mirror. It was shining. There was a strange symbol in the center, like a deep eye. Delia looked extremely excited. Her body trembled slightly. She hugged the convex mirror tightly, and she couldn't speak for a while. Lomont held her shoulder and comforted her while walking out of the pool. As Shinrue approached the pool, he saw that there were a few other things at the bottom of the pool, together with Delia's family treasure. His eyes fell on one of them. It was the flat, square silver box. He immediately walked towards the pool. By the way, this pool is actually a fountain of vitality, which is one of the 2 items to cure Sky's curse. It seems that I have to think more. As Shinrue was about to walk down, Garadam's voice came from behind. Glorfin. Don't regret it. In Glorfin's dictionary, there is no such thing as regret. Chen Rui replied in a sly manner. Glorfin didn't have anything at this moment, let alone a dictionary. There was no regret. Chen Rui walked into the fountain of vitality step by step. He bent down and touched the silver box. Initially, he thought the box was metal, but when he held it in his hand, he found that the material was like gold, but not wood. It was flowing with a dark silver luster, and there were countless mysterious patterns that he couldn't understand faintly. The whole box was full of mysterious breath. I remember Paglio said that there should be another small box in this box. Although there is a temporary peace agreement with the corpse necromancer now, they will definitely be enemies the next time they meet. If I take the wrong one back, will the corpse necromancer be kind enough to exchange it back? In any case, it is necessary to check. This box only had a simple lock without any special seal. The corpse necromancer had been observing his expression, and he suddenly shouted, "Don't open the box!" Chen Rui heard the panic in the corpse necromancer's voice, and his heart moved. He immediately opened the lock. As soon as he opened a hole, an indescribable breath of power spread out. In an instant, Chen Rui only felt that his vitality was passing away rapidly. At the same time, an illusion appeared as if he was in the vast and boundless universe, and everything around him was dying and dissipating. Life, planets, galaxies, no matter if it was a few years or trillions of years, no matter how immortal the existence was, it couldn't escape the fate of destruction. Just like the stars born from the nebula in the super system, after the heyday of the main sequence, they would also be destroyed and returned to the new nebula. However, this kind of destruction was not simply death. It was like the bright explosion of a supernova. Since it was destruction, it was also the beginning of a new life. The cycle of survival and destruction was the eternal truth of the universe. Feeling the vague mystery and associating it with the stars and galaxies in the supersystem, Chen Rui seemed to have grasped something, but he didn't seem to have grasped it at the same time. Under this influence, the rotation of the stars and galaxies in the supersystem seemed to become more natural and mellow, and the brilliance of the planets became more complex and gentle. Just like the passage of trillions of years in the universe, these insights were only fleeting. Chen Rui's consciousness returned to Paglio's treasure hall. The entire hall began to tremble as if it was about to collapse. Countless dust fell from the top, and the water of the fountain of vitality was also tumbling. Lomont and Delia fell to the ground together with a very uncomfortable expression on their faces. Garatum had already hidden somewhere, and the black gas was converged. "Master, my life feels like it's passing away. It's terrifying." Dodo jumped out of Lomont's backpack, and his horrified voice sounded, but he didn't look as uncomfortable as Delia and Lomont. "Not only my life force," Lomont cried. "My power is completely suppressed. Quickly close the box." Chen Rui also felt that the passing away of his life was not an illusion, but he did not lose his power. He had already seen what was in the box. As Paglio said, there was a smaller box inside, but just a trace of breath leaked from the small box had already caused such a strong fluctuation. No matter from Paglio's description or the strange power, it should be this silver box. Chen Rui recalled the corpse necromancer's reaction just now and understood that he fell into a trap. His thoughts turned quickly, and he pretended to feel uncomfortable after losing his power. He fell into the fountain of vitality, and the box in his hand was closed and fell into the water. After the box entered the fountain of vitality, the tremor gradually stopped. Garatum's black mist made an uncontrollable laughter as he watched Chen Rui and the other two fall down. "Stupid guy, you actually opened the silver box." The corpse necromancer laughed wildly for a while. Seeing Dodo, who was trembling in fear, he nodded and said, "Sure enough. In addition to devouring power, this silver box also has a strong suppressive effect on the royal family, but it has no special effect on life outside the royal family. No wonder I'm not afraid of this kind of suppression after transforming into an undead." Let me tell you, within 2 hours, your power and mobility will be greatly weakened. You can only be slaughtered by me." Chenrue looked strenuous and shouted angrily, "It turns out that you deliberately lured me into a trap. Have you forgotten your oath? A corpse necromancer can even abandon his life and body. Why would he care about his surname or name?" The corpse necromancer smiled sinisterly. "As compensation for breaking the oath, I'll tell you something before I die. More than 2,000 years ago, Garatum discovered this cave with the Fountain of Vitality. He killed the original owner and used this place as his secret training place. However, soon after, a more ferocious master came. This was an extremely powerful dragon. In front of him, Garatum, who had always been confident in his strength, didn't even have a chance to fight back. He was easily killed. Fortunately, Garatum was proficient in dark magic and undead magic. At the critical moment, he used a self-created secret technique of soul transfer to secretly hide his soul in the Fountain of Vitality. He could be resurrected at that time. This secret technique would sacrifice a certain amount of lifespan as a price, and it had a considerable time limit. If it was used for a long time, even if the Fountain of Vitality had a special effect, his soul would disappear. Fortunately, the terrifying dragon seemed to be in a hurry. It didn't expect to completely destroy his body. It just kicked it to the corner casually. After leaving behind the astounding treasure, it left in a hurry. The key arrangements were placed on the upper floor and in the jungle. At this time, Garatum, who was faking his death, dared to come out. He relied on the secret technique to resurrect by luck. Seeing the huge treasure like a mountain, the excitement in his heart couldn't be any greater. However, this place had been sealed by the dragon's special power, so he couldn't find the exit for a while. Garatum was helpless, and he became frustrated again. The Fountain of Vitality could replenish energy and magic, but it couldn't be eaten as a meal. Even if he was proficient in magic, he couldn't sustain it. Garatum set his eyes on a silver box placed in the Fountain of Vitality by the dragons. Judging from the cautiousness of the dragons just now, this should be a very important treasure. Maybe I can even find a way to escape from it. Just when Garatum opened the silver box, the box emitted a terrifying, strange power. Not only did it suppress him to the point that he couldn't move, but it also almost drained his vitality. Garatum's original lifespan was already running out. Coupled with the secret technique, he almost died on the spot. He was scared out of his wits. He only recovered after the silver box was closed for a long time. In desperation, Garatum could only take a risk and chose the path of corpse necromancer. After a great danger, he finally succeeded in transforming his body into an immortal monster. After becoming a corpse necromancer, Garatum temporarily had no concerns about food and lifespan. He began to think about how to leave this place. For 2,000 years, he continued to train and research, tried various methods, and even experimented with the silver box at great risk. Not only could the silver box devour life, but it would also sometimes emit a terrifying destructive power. Garatum's body that was transformed into an undead was destroyed by that terrifying power, leaving only a pure spirit body. The small box inside was even more terrifying. Garatum still couldn't figure out what was inside. Finally, by chance, Garatum successfully projected part of his spirit power to the ground in the form of a space mirror. The projection and the body were complementary, so it couldn't be too far away from the body. Unfortunately, the projection couldn't open the exit from the outside no matter what, so he had to come up with another idea, which was to transform the projection. This projection only needed to absorb enough soul power of living people to complete the transformation into the body. By then, the body of the underground treasure would become a projection that could be abandoned. After using countless corpses to die for him, Garatum gradually figured out some of the rules of the traps set by the dragons. After the projection accumulated enough power, he set up a magic territory to lure the treasure hunters. The strangeness of the plants along the way that Chenrue saw when he came was due to the influence of the territory. The gold crystals that corpse puppet heart used to attract Chinrue, and the other two came from the previous treasure hunters. The power of Paglio's dragon inscription was not trivial. Every 3 years, the pseudo-territory that Garatum accumulated mixed with a trace of the silver box's power could weaken the effect of the inscription to a certain extent. In this way, Garatum constantly suppressed the inscription and used the corpse puppet to lure the treasure hunters. Then he absorbed the soul power of the dead to strengthen the projection. Due to the limited control range of the corpse puppet and the remote Silent Night wetland, he hadn't accumulated enough souls to transform the projection until now. As for the statement in the hall that only 6 souls were needed, it was clearly a lie. The purpose was to use this method to make everyone kill each other, and finally he could easily reap the benefits. Chinrue used the artifact to devour the territory power that Garatum accumulated for 3 years in one fell swoop. He didn't fall into the trap of infighting. Instead, he destroyed the projection, making Garatum's 2,000 years of hard work fall short of success. All his previous efforts were wasted. The hatred in Chinrue's heart was at its peak. However, the development of things was always unexpected. This guy actually cracked the seal of the dragons and opened the door to the treasure. It was also equivalent to opening the way of survival that Garatum had been scheming to obtain. Not only could he escape from this damn place that had been closed for 2,000 years, but he could also take away those amazing treasures. He didn't expect that the damn enemy, Glorfin, actually had the power of territory. His soul essence was almost devoured. Garatum was forced to compromise temporarily on the surface, but he was calculating how to kill all these people to take the treasure for himself. Not only the wealth of the treasure, but also the silver box. The destructive breath of the silver box was mysterious and terrifying. It could even restrain the royal family. As long as he could understand the mystery in it, all the royal families of the demon realm would be under his feet in the future. In this way, Glorfin walked into the trap step by step under his guidance of loosening the reins only to grasp better. He opened the silver box, and the key to victory was in Garatum's hands again. After listening to Garatum's words, Chinrue gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be complacent too early. I have the power of territory. Your spirit body's devouring method can't hurt me." Garatum laughed wildly. "Don't forget that it is the fountain of vitality under your feet. With the power of the spring water, my magic power and spirit power can recover quickly. 2 hours is enough for me to recover my magic power as long as I can use magic. As long as I can use magic, it's easy to kill small fries like you." Spirit power was equivalent to a bullet, and magic power was equivalent to a gun. Without a gun, bullets could only be used to hit people, which was Garatum's move to use his own spirit body to devour flesh and blood. Once he recovered his magic power, he had countless ways to kill these 3 people and 1 beast. Garatum's smug laughter suddenly stopped because the fountain of vitality began to decrease rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Fountain of vitality!" Garatum exclaimed. For 2,000 years, the fountain of vitality had never dried up. His eyes fell on the faint mist. The mist came from Chinrue's hands. When he was distracted, the fountain of vitality had disappeared without a trace, and the recovery of magic power suddenly slowed down. Immediately afterward, in Garatum's incredulous eyes, Chinrue, who had restrained the mist, stood up energetically. He didn't look like he couldn't move at all. Delia and Lomont were also stunned. Only Dodo cheered and jumped on Chinrue's shoulder. This story tells us that the one riding the white horse is not necessarily a prince. It may be Tangsung. Chinrue smiled slightly. Or rather, the one wearing the mask is not necessarily the Beelzebub royal family. Your trick has failed, Garatum. Chapter 224. Impossible. You are obviously from the Beelzebub royal family. The red light in Garatum's eyes trembled obviously. Otherwise, how can you use the god-eating mask? Just like the person wearing the mask is not necessarily from the Beelzebub royal family, the secret mask with the devouring ability is not necessarily the god-eating mask. Chinrue obviously played a trick to cover up the artifact, making Garadam's mind even more confused. Garadam screamed, "What did you do to the fountain of vitality?" "I was thirsty, so I drank it dry. It's that simple." Chinrue walked toward Garadam step by step. "You should worry about yourself." Garadam sneered, "So what if you can't be affected by the power of the silver box? With your current strength, you can't hurt me at all." Chinrue said confidently, "I heard that the corpse necromancer will hide his soul essence in some kind of container. As long as the soul essence is not destroyed, he can always be resurrected. If I find this container and devour all your soul essence with the power of territory, can you still survive? Haven't you been unable to leave here? Then I can be sure that the container is in this treasure." Garadam was secretly shocked and sneered. "So what if you know this? The treasure is so big. How do you know where I hid it? By the time you find it, my magic power will have recovered to the point where I can kill you. We can't do anything to each other now. If you are smart enough, immediately take what you want and leave here with your companions. Otherwise, you're wrong. I don't need to know where it is hidden. I just need to take it all." Chinrue waved his hand, and the few things at the bottom of the fountain of vitality suddenly disappeared. Then he walked to the boxes and waved his hand again. The boxes disappeared one by one. Immediately afterward, a pile of treasures disappeared again. Garadam finally couldn't stand it anymore. This guy is not using space equipment at all, but some kind of space magic that is said to be lost. What's more terrifying is that the space of this magic seems to be infinite. Garadam's black smoke was like the wind. He quickly flew to the foot of a treasure mountain and dug out one of the small bottles in a hurry. At this time, Chinrue happened to follow him. He waved his hands, and the treasure mountain disappeared without a trace. Not long after, the shocking amount of treasures had been moved away. Apart from the soul container in the hands of the Lich, there was nothing else. It was quite neat. Looking at the empty hall, Lomont and Delia, who were already a little numb, were shocked again. They could only look at each other and smile bitterly. "My treasure!" Garadam let out a hysterical scream. The black mist under his feet extended and wrapped Chinrue. "Damn guy! I will refine you into a dead soul and let you suffer the torment of the soul fire for all eternity." Although Garadam yelled very fiercely, he didn't dare to really attack with his spiritual body. The territory of Glorfin was unfathomable. He had already experienced the terrifying devouring power. Judging from the territory, this person's true strength should be a demon overlord. If his power wasn't sealed for some reason, I wouldn't be his opponent at all. The hope of revenge in the future is really slim. Although I can't kill you, I can kill your companions first. Then I'll always follow you. When my magic recovers, I'll... As Garadam was roaring, he felt a strange liquid splashed on his body. He was originally just the spiritual body of the black mist, but this liquid carried a mysterious breath. Even the spiritual body could sense it. It seemed to be an extremely powerful breath of life. It was full of continuous rebirth and vigorous power. It must be of great benefit to ordinary people, but for an undead creature, it was the most terrifying poison. Garadam suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream. The soul container in his hand that was covered with liquid was burning like a fire. It almost fell to the ground. This container was closely related to Garadam's life. The poor Lich could only desperately wrap the bottle with the black mist. It felt like a hand made of ice and snow was grabbing a burning red iron ball. The black mist on Garadam's body became thin in the blink of an eye, and the red light in his eyes was extremely dim, as if he had suffered a great injury. Glorfin actually hid such a killer move. What is that liquid? It's actually so terrifying. Garadam didn't dare to stay. He desperately picked up the burning soul container and ran toward the door with all his might. "Glorfin, Beelzebub, I will not let you go. I will curse your soul with the most vicious spell. The Lich's angry and shrill cry echoed on the escape route. Chinrue looked at the empty potion bottle in his hand and shook his head regretfully. 1,000,000 auras, gone just like that. However, to pour the highest grand master-level black potion on an undead creature, resurrection potion, is equivalent to pouring a bottle of sulfuric acid on a child. It's too cruel. Although resurrection potion's damage to the Lich is serious, it's hard to guarantee that he won't come back after he recovers his magic power. This place is definitely not suitable to stay for a long time. Since I've already gotten the item, it's better to leave immediately. Chinrue came to Lomont's side and helped him up. Dodo also stretched his body and helped Delia up. I can't describe you in words anymore. Lomont smiled bitterly. It seems that I'm not even qualified to be a follower. You're the one who fills the pit along the way. Before Chinrue spoke, Delia said, Are you a human or a Beelzebub royal family? Glorfin or Richard? Of course I'm a human. My real name is Chinrue. Chinrue as in Chinrue and Rue as in Chinrue. Chinrue said coolly. He felt a bit like Yi Kai, who was written by Gulong. As for the poor Glorfin, let the Lich take the trouble to curse him slowly. Chinrue. Delia looked at him seriously. Do you know why I'm asking clearly? If it was Lomont who asked this, Chinrue would definitely tease a few words. However, if he had this attitude towards Delia, then it wouldn't be teasing but flirting. So he could only shake his head honestly. Delia's eyes showed a hint of warmth. As a member of the team, I just want to know the leader's real name. Chinrue smiled. The harvest of this silent night wetland trip was indeed great. It wasn't just treasures and treasures. The silver box was very strange. Just like the god-eating mask from before, it couldn't be kept in the storage space. Chinrue had to stuff it into the backpack that Dodo originally lived in. Delia's round mirror was the same. It couldn't be kept in the space equipment, so it was also kept in a backpack. Chinrue and his party left the treasure hall and went to the upper hall through the stairs. Along the way, Chinrue used his knowledge of inscription to avoid a lot of traps. Under the effect of an inscription of return to the starting point, everyone quickly returned to the first floor of the underground cave. Walking out of the cave, the familiar jungle finally appeared in front of them. They finally avoided the danger all the way and walked to the entrance of the jungle. The power of Delia and Lomont, affected by the silver box, gradually recovered. But at present, the three of them and Dodo were already scarred and exhausted. Delia suddenly showed vigilance. She stopped Chinrue and Lomont. At that moment, a terrifying force came to their faces. The strength of this force was even above Garadam's magic territory in the cave hull. If it was hit, never mind Lomont, even if Chinrue had the characteristics of regeneration and astral body, he would probably be smashed into pieces. Bang! The terrifying force hit something solidly. It was the round mirror that Delia had obtained from the treasure trove. No one knew what method she had used, but the mirror had turned into a small round shield that had actually blocked the terrifying attack. However, this force was too strong. Although Delia relied on the shield to block it, she couldn't stand steadily. She staggered back a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood, which dyed her veil red. Who is it? Lomont held Delia and shouted angrily, Run! Delia couldn't care about her serious injury. It's Brock. Chinrue and Lomont were both taken aback. Brock. Bailuo had actually appeared at such a critical moment. He was really plagued by bad luck. A cold snort sounded. In the mist ahead, a man's figure gradually became clear. A black force started from the man and spread from the ground like a giant hand. The ground was dyed black. Chinrue made a prompt decision. He pulled Delia and Lomont past an inscription behind them. Just as they were about to escape, the black on the ground had already spread rapidly and surrounded the three of them. They only felt that their legs were extremely heavy. Not only was it the effect of gravity, but there was also a strange force that made Chinru-a and the others unable to move at all. Chinru-a could feel that this force was stronger than the previous territory power. This man was tall and had handsome facial features. He wore a silver armor. His long blue hair and white cloak fluttered in the wind. He looked mighty and extraordinary. However, when they looked closely, there were actually many spots on his face like pockmarks. Chinru-a and Brock's relationship was considered deep. His relationship with Christina also started because of this. If it wasn't for Christina's timely appearance and the use of Nirvana's blood, Chinru-a would have died in the hands of this vicious and cruel man. Of course, Brock also remembered the ant that had once backfired on the strongest eye of Incubus and used poison to severely injure him. Brock's blue eyes had already changed into the black of the eye of Incubus, which was the source of the black territory on the ground. His gaze that was filled with murderous intent first fell on Chinru-a. The invisible pressure made Chinru-a feel like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake. He quickly calmed his heart and suppressed his fear. "Shouldn't you call me brother?" "Delia." Brock's gaze only stopped on Chinru-a for a moment, then swept past Lomont and focused on the small round shield in Delia's hand. His gaze became passionate. No wonder a part of the attack, just now, was backfired. "You've already obtained the illusory shield. Then you must think that you can get rid of the soul shackles of your master?" Hearing the last word master, Lomont and Chinru-a's gaze almost burned with anger at the same time. This Brock actually used the enslaving soul shackles on his own sister. Not only that, Lomont's father had also died in Brock's hands. It could be said that there was a new grudge between them. "You guys go first." Delia ignored Brock. "1 minute. If the two of you are still here, I'll commit suicide." "How touching, Delia, my sister. Don't you hate men the most? Why did you hook up with an ant other than that incompetent barrel? Brock, why is your face full of bumps and bumps? Is the poison from the last time still not healed?" Chinru-a suddenly opened his mouth and asked with concern. However, Brock's expression changed. Chapter 225. Brock's face was distorted and his eyes were filled with anger. Previously, it was in this silent night wetland that he suffered a great humiliation. He actually failed to kill an ant repeatedly. In the end, he was severely injured and even left an incurable scar on his face. This ant had actually appeared here again. He had to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Brock's original plan was to wait for these people to walk out of the jungle before killing them. Who knew that Delia would sense it in advance? She decisively launched an aerial attack. Unexpectedly, it was blocked by the shield in Delia's hand. The 3 enemies hid behind the powerful magic trap again. Delia was extremely familiar with Brock. Seeing his expression, she was shocked. Brock once wrote to Empress Catherine saying that he was assassinated and that he was poisoned. She didn't expect it to be done by this Chinru-a. A demon king actually made Brock suffer such a huge loss. Actually, she didn't know that when Chinru-a was fighting with Brock, he was only a higher demon. "And don't even think about using that teleportation tool again." Brock sneered. "I have already set up the incubus territory here. None of you can escape. Delia, I will give you a minute to consider. Give me the illusory shield. Otherwise, even if I have to suffer the backlash of the artifact, I will kill the 3 of you." Artifact? Illusory shield? Illusory shield? Chinru-a was confused. He sneered and looked at Brock. "Brock, why don't you come and snatch it yourself? Are you afraid that I will use that poison again? Or are you afraid of the magic trap in front of me? Let me give you a suggestion. Fly over and try." The power of the dragon inscription could not be bypassed by flying, unless one stayed high up in the sky. The one in front of him was an explosive inscription. Once Brock was hit, even if he had the power of a demon emperor, he would suffer a huge loss. However, Other than the area around the inscription, the surrounding area was filled with the power of the succubus territory. Furthermore, Bailuo had a terrifying long-range attack method. Hence, Qinrui and the rest did not dare to act rashly. Brock stomped hard on the ground, and the entire ground started to rumble. However, this rumbling started to disappear in front of Qinrui. The black light in Brock's eyes shone brightly, and the dragon inscription actually started to tremble slightly. There was a faint sign of being shielded by the black light. It seemed that the strongest eye of incubus of the Leviathan tribe was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, the dragon inscription was not the imitation that Qinrui had set up last time, but it was set up by the real giant dragon. Even if it was Bailuo, it was not easy to suppress it with brute force. Delia, I'll give you one last chance. Seeing that you are my sister. A tinge of viciousness flashed past Bailuo's eyes, his voice becoming more and more eerie. Also, for the sake of my woman and slave, I can spare your life. Delia suddenly trembled. Her face under the veil became extremely pale, and the hand that was holding the illusory shield started to tremble. Qinrui and Lomont revealed a look of disbelief. Bailuo's woman? Aren't they brother and sister? It seems that your new lover and old lover don't know about this. Bailuo revealed a creepy smile. He had the intention to break Delia's will further. Didn't you tell them who your first man was? Delia's body trembled even more violently, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Qinrui suddenly understood what Delia had said previously. Death, or a form of release. Living for these 3 years was worse than death. Unfortunately, under the close surveillance and the effects of the soul shackles, I didn't even have the freedom to die. Every day, I would slash my face and wait for the release to come. No wonder Delia's eyes were filled with endless hatred. She hated Bailuo, she hated herself, and she hated fate. Lomont let out an angry roar. His nails had already pierced into his flesh, and fresh blood dripped down. You are worse than a beast. Qinrui's anger was also burning to the extreme. Bailuo, you don't deserve to live in this world. You are so naive. What do you know? If you want to blame someone, blame her for receiving the recognition of the demon shield. But I didn't. That is the divine weapon of the Leviathan tribe. How could it be controlled by a weak woman who has an outsider in her heart? Bailuo's laughter was filled with madness. Now that I have obtained the illusory shield, the divine weapon of the illusory demon shield is complete. If she and I have a child, this child will inherit the divine weapon and the Leviathan tribe. It turned out that the combination of the illusory shield and the demon shield would form one of the 7 divine weapons, the illusory demon shield. What Delia wanted to find in Paglio's treasure was the illusory shield. It could isolate the effects of the soul shackles, get rid of Bailuo's control, and get rid of this terrifying nightmare. Delia had already stopped trembling. The fear and anger in her eyes had returned to determination and silence. She was no longer shaken by Bailuo's words. I will use the eye of incubus to help you. It can relieve the restraints of the incubus territory. Leave quickly. I don't want to repeat what I said. There are still 30 seconds left. If you don't leave now, I will immediately die in front of you. Qinrui shouted no. Delia, you and Lomont leave first. The inscription would be suppressed very quickly. The difference in strength between both parties was too big. If Delia didn't use the illusory shield to cover the back, Bailuo didn't need to chase after them. Just the power that he released in the air was enough to kill everyone. How could Qinrui let her face such a dangerous person like Bailuo alone? Bailuo was simply a cold-blooded person who didn't care about his own family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the soul shackles on his sister. Once the illusory shield was in his hands, even if Delia didn't die, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Delia quietly looked at Qinrui. Do you want to see me die worthlessly? Die worthlessly. Don't you understand? Delia, Qinrui spoke. For the past 3 years, This guy is like a walking corpse that lost his soul. If he leaves this time, then he will lose his value forever. Lomont, who was originally extremely angry, also calmed down. He solemnly said to Chinrue, "Delia is a good woman. Help me take care of her." Chinrue saw the determination and will to die in Lomont's eyes, but he disdainfully spat. "You two are really a pair of idiots. Lomont, I can take over your money, your equipment, whatever else you have, but I won't take over your woman. Delia, use the Eye of Incubus and bring Dodo and Lomont to the second inscription and wait for me. You should know how to pass through on the way. The attribute of the inscription shouldn't have changed yet." "No," Delia and Lomont said in unison. "You guys leave. Don't drag the time. Don't forget that I'm the captain. Trust me," Chinrue yelled. "If you guys want to die and kill me, then King stay." Delia and Lomont looked at each other and finally did insist. With the help of the Eye of Incubus, they brought Dodo with difficulty and walked towards the location that Chinrue mentioned. When Brock saw that Delia didn't stay but left with the illusory shield instead, he hated Chinrue even more. He yelled and punched. However, Chinrue's position and posture were very strange. There was a muffled sound on the ground. This punch was actually dispersed by the explosive force of the trap on the ground in advance, so it didn't hurt him. This was using the meaning of the inscription. During this attack, Delia and Lomont had already escaped far away. Brock's eyes shone with black light, and the ground trembled continuously. Just as Chinrue used the stripper to attach to his feet, he felt that the inscription exploded rapidly. It was actually forcefully detonated by the incubus territory. He immediately took out the silver box from his backpack and opened it in front of him. Brock forcefully detonated the inscription with the incubus territory, which consumed a lot of energy. Just as he was about to kill Chinrue and chase after Delia, he suddenly felt a horrifying and strange breath. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. In an instant, he felt that his life force was flowing away uncontrollably. Not only that, the energy in his body was greatly weakened. His body that was leaping in the air fell to the ground pathetically. When Chinrue opened the silver box this time, he only felt that his life force was being rapidly devoured. He didn't have the kind of profound understanding that he had the first time. He originally wanted to rely on the silver box to fight for his life with Brock. With his life sharing with Paglio, he should be able to exhaust this scariest enemy to death with his 10,000 years of life. However, when Chinrue opened the silver box for the second time, he felt that there was an additional feeling of annoyance in his chest that he hadn't felt before. Even his consciousness was faintly showing signs of collapsing. It seemed that the silver box couldn't be opened easily. With that thought, he quickly closed the box. The surrounding incubus territory had already been greatly weakened. After suppressing the uncomfortable feeling in his heart, Chinrue quickly turned around and escaped. Bailuo had finally woken up from that terrifying feeling. He felt that his abilities had been suppressed to a relatively low level, and that even his mobility had been greatly reduced. Although he was shocked, he leapt up without hesitation and chased after him. Although Brock's strength was greatly weakened, it was still not something that Chinrue could compare with now. Then he punched in the air and hit Chinrue's back, making a strange sound. It turned out that this blow hit the silver box in the backpack. The silver box was very mysterious. Even the power of a demon emperor couldn't pass through it. Even the backpack wasn't damaged. However, the aftermath of the shock in other parts made Chinrue spit out a mouthful of blood. There was an unbearable pain from the wound in his heart that hadn't healed completely. Chinrue reacted quickly. He gritted his teeth and leaped forward quickly with the force of this blow. After stumbling and landing, he turned a corner. There was a lightning inscription in front of him. Chinrue put his body in a strange posture and carefully passed through. Not far ahead was where the second inscription was, which was where Delia, Lomont, and Dodo were waiting. Brock knew that there was a trap in front of him, but he couldn't care less. He took out a big round shield from behind his cloak and rushed straight over. At the moment of contact, the inscription exploded with strong lightning. The sound of electric current could be heard within a radius of tens of meters. However, these lightning were unbelievably blocked by the big round shield. A faint light appeared in Delia's right eye. Brock felt that the big round shield in his hand was trembling, and there was a faint sign that it was going to fall out of his hand. He cursed, "Bitch." His eyes shone with black light as he forcefully suppressed the movement of the big round shield. Chinrue took this opportunity and tried his best to resist the stagnation of the black territory under his feet. He rushed toward where Delia was. Brock had already rushed past the lightning inscription. A large number of huge vines suddenly appeared under his feet and entangled him. A red longsword appeared in Brock's hand. As the light flashed, the vines were broken into hundreds of pieces. With this moment of delay, Chinrue was almost in front of Delia and Lomont. Brock was furious. He slashed his long sword fiercely, and an extremely sharp force slashed through the air. Delia quickly raised her illusory shield to block it. Sparks flew everywhere, and she blocked this fatal blow. Even though Bai Luo's power had been greatly weakened, Delia, who was already severely injured, had still suffered a great impact. Her veil was now dyed red, and Bai Luo himself had also been shaken by the unique counterattack of the illusory shield. At that moment, Chinrue had already held onto Delia and Lomont's arms and pounced toward the inscription behind him. Everyone's body suddenly twisted. Brock knew that it was bad. The power of succubus shot out from his eyes, and the black territory enveloped the surroundings. His succubus territory could indeed stop a teleportation item like Dark Will, but it could not restrain the inscription power engraved by a powerful demon overlord dragons, especially now that his strength had been suppressed to the lowest point. This inscription was random teleportation. Brock felt that the space distortion power was getting stronger and stronger, and it was not suppressed by the succubus territory. He was anxious, and he once again swung his sword to slash in the air with all his strength. However, he missed. The three figures had already disappeared into the air. Brock rushed into the inscription with his last hope. After a teleportation, his body appeared in a scorched forest. He was actually teleported far away from the forest, and there was no one around. Chinrue and the other two and Brock were teleported randomly in two batches. Of course, the teleportation location could not be the same. The teleportation ability of the dragon inscription was quite powerful. Chinrue and the others must be at another faraway place at this moment. Brock failed at the last moment. He watched as the illusory shield that was almost in his hands flew away again. The anger in his heart was simply indescribable. He waved the long sword in his hand fiercely. The ground trembled, and the dead trees flew. The entire forest echoed with unreconciled roars. Maybe it was bad luck. After exactly 24 hours, Chinrue and the others were finally unlucky enough to appear near Brock. Instead, they arrived at another faraway area. Originally, Brock's Eye of Incubus had a lock-on ability, but Delia also had the Eye of Incubus. Although her strength was inferior, it was still not a problem to break the lock-on. The three of them carefully brought Dodo along. According to the degree of interference on the magic map, they gradually left the treasure area. After the magic map recovered its function, Chinrue found the two wyverns that were waiting at the agreed location. These two wyverns were Demon King level. He originally discussed with the Wyvern King to keep them for the convenience of rushing to Mountain Shillong to meet up. Chinrue asked Delia and Lomont, "What are your plans?" Now that they arrived at a safe place, Delia's mood became depressed instead. She was silent. Chinrue knew that Delia had encountered too much misfortune. He completely understood her feelings and said, "You definitely can't go back to the Shadow Empire. Come back to Dark Moon with me. Athena is there too." Delia shook her head lightly and still didn't speak. "Go." Lomont spoke and held Delia's hand. "Let's go together." Delia wanted to break free, but she was held tightly by Lomont. Her body trembled for a moment, but she just shook her head. Chinrue saw it and smiled slightly. "I know you're worried about me and Athena. Don't worry, Brock can't find you. Even if he finds you, I have a way to deal with him. Trust me. You know I'm the leader." As long as the block of light and dark was unlocked, not only could Paglio regain his ability to move freely, but he could also regain his demon emperor-level strength. That was Chun-Rue's biggest help. Leader is right. Lomont held Delia's hand tightly. "All the sadness and pain of the past will dissipate with the wind. We will start again from this starting point. This time I won't leave you again, even if I die. In our human world, it will snow in winter. It's very cold, but after the snow melts, it will be a warm spring. As long as you can look forward, spring is in front. Let's go back to Dark Moon with the three of us." Chinrue saw Dodo, who was behind Lomont's backpack, desperately raising his hand to show his existence. He smiled and added, "The four of us." Delia's eyes instantly turned red, and her tears soaked her veil. She finally did insist and nodded. No matter how painful or deep the wound was, it could slowly heal with the company of a lover and friend. Chapter 226. Mountain Shillong Mining Office. Tim carefully looked at the scout report presented by the Family Guard Bill. Just a few nights ago, a scout came to report that a large number of demonic beasts were flying in the air. It seemed that their foothold was somewhere in Mountain Shillong. After he sent out many scouts, reports about wyverns came one after another. Bill asked carefully, "Sir, do you want to report this to the Dark Moon City?" Tim thought that Chunrue's mount was wyverns, and there were several of them. He changed his mind, not for the time being. "Tell the scouts to keep this a secret and don't act rashly." Bill nodded, turned away, and closed the door. "Good job, Tim." There was a voice in the room, suddenly. Tim didn't feel someone coming in just now, so he was taken aback. However, he already recognized the voice was Chunrue's, so he quickly stood up. "Master, you're finally back." Tim bowed and asked tentatively, from Master's tone, "Those wyverns—" Chunrue nodded. "You're very smart. If everything goes well, the Dark Moon will soon realize the vision of the Dragon Rider Legion. However, before that, we must not leak any information. Dragon Rider Legion. Not a small team, but a legion." Tim looked shocked. Wyverns weren't the regular aerial griffin, but they were the strongest aerial demonic beasts in the war other than dragons and other super demonic beasts. Even the capital of the fallen angel empire only had one Dragon Rider Legion, which was directly under Prince Obsidian himself. Tim understands. Master's ability is really incredible. Tim sighed sincerely. By the way, there is another news to report to Master. The capital's Karen family's patriarch, Lego, resigned to Regent Obsidian due to the death of his only son, Alan. Obsidian rejected Lego's resignation and personally went to appease him. In order to appease the anger of the Karen family, Obsidian revoked Sergei's position as the deputy commander of the Red Devil Legion and ordered him to reflect behind closed doors. He also took back part of the military power of Sergei's father, the second general of the Empire, and handed it to Karen family's representative in the military, Zoff. In addition, the Dark Moon estate was also implicated. The crime was not only that they couldn't find the trace of the Beelzebub royal family, but such a thing also happened. As punishment, starting from next month, the food aid provided by the Red Spirit Estate will be halved. Chin-Rue frowned. When Isabella arrived, she wanted to sanction the Dark Moon's food aid in the name of tracking down the Beelzebub royal family. Later, he fooled her with a joke. Then, Sergei and Aaron's crime of passion incident happened. Her attention was diverted again, so she hurriedly returned to the capital. Unexpectedly, in the end, this crime was woven, and the Dark Moon was brutally punished without any bloodshed. If the food aid was reduced by half before the establishment of the food base, then the Dark Moon would inevitably have a large-scale famine. At that time, the people's hearts would be shaken, and the people would be full of grievances. Even if Jia had extraordinary talents, she would not be able to stabilize the situation. Now that the food base had been successfully established, even without the food aid from the Red Spirit Estate, it was not a problem for the Dark Moon to deal with this sanction. However, in this way, the food base might be exposed, and it would further attract the capital's attention. Qinrui thought for a while and turned his gaze to Tim. Tim, what do you think about this matter? Master, you know that my father secretly built a ranch and successfully bred high-yielding meat animals. As for crops, Master also revealed the food base to me. Then it is not difficult for the Dark Moon to overcome this difficulty with its own strength. The key is that our military and economic power are only at the initial stage of construction. We can't expose our strength, and we can't let the capital focus on the Dark Moon. I think we can consider using the West Passage to strengthen the trade with the Shadow Empire in exchange for food. At least it can play a cover-up role. The fallen Angel Empire is the weakest among the three empires. Prince Obsidian can't control the will of the Shadow Empire. Qinrui nodded. Tim had the same idea as him. Even if there was no food problem, the West Passage should be used as soon as possible. It was particularly important for the recovery of the Dark Moon's economy. I think so too. In order to prevent the harassment that the Red Spirit Estate may use at that time, your defense team training should be stepped up to ensure the safety of the West. Qinrui patted Tim's shoulder. If necessary, you can use the power of Medusa and Taurens. As for the Earth Elementals, the king has fallen into a long sleep. He is now helping to mine the underground mineral resources. Don't disturb them unless it is absolutely necessary. Yes, Master. Tim thought of something and asked, didn't Master say that the Taurens are cursed and can't leave the underground world? Qinrui smiled confidently. After I return to the Dark Moon City this time, I should be able to solve the Taurens' problem when I come here again. Paglios said that he had to use the spirit power of the Eye of Sauron to shake the Lock of Light and Dark. After using it, the Eye of Sauron would not be damaged. However, Chief Tauren did not say whether the function of the Eye of Sauron would be affected after using the Eye of Sauron to lift the curse. If he couldn't lift the Lock of Light and Dark at that time, it would not be worth it. Qinrui was not a saint, so he naturally had his own selfish motives. He was more or less biased towards the poison dragon who had a symbiotic contract with him. Besides, after lifting Paglios' Lock of Light and Dark, he could still help the Taurens. It was just that he had to wait a few more days, so it didn't have much of an impact. Qinrui had successfully met with the Wyvern King and made temporary arrangements for the Wyvern group. The climate in Mountain Shillong was relatively cold, which was not suitable for the survival of wyverns. In contrast, the climate of the Black Rainforest and the Silent Night wetland were more similar, but for now it was better to inform Jia first. Qinrui asked him to recall the scouts and strictly keep the secret of wyverns. Then he took Delia and Lomont to the direction of the Dark Moon City on the Wyvern. About 2 days later, the three arrived at the Blue Lake. Qinrui jumped off the Wyvern excitedly and shouted, "A board guy, come out quickly!" In the blink of an eye, the poison dragon's figure appeared in front of Qinrui. He didn't ask about the origin of Delia and Lomont, but he asked with anticipation, "Did you get the thing?" "Take a guess?" Qinrui took out the Eye of Sauron proudly and flashed it in front of the poison dragon. Suddenly he felt that his hand was light. Paglio had snatched it away. Paglio looked at the Eye of Sauron in his hand, and his body trembled slightly. He said a sentence, "Wait for me here." After that, his figure flashed a few times and appeared at the Blue Lake. He plunged into the lake. Before coming to the Blue Lake, Qinrui only said that he was going to meet an important friend, but he didn't explain Paglio's identity. Lomont, who had always been proud of his speed, was taken aback when he saw Paglio's speed just now. This person was far better than him in terms of speed and strength. Even the great demon King Cassius or Akui, whom he had fought before, couldn't be compared with him. Chinrue actually had such a powerful friend, and it seemed that their friendship wasn't shallow. After a while, the originally calm blue lake began to churn, and there was a faint light coming out. Soon, the deep blue lake was dyed golden yellow. Then it became black and white, constantly changing. A powerful wave repelled both sides, and the nearby ground was also constantly shaking. The 3 Demon King level wyverns behind Chinrue seemed nervous and anxious. If it weren't for Chinrue using analytical eyes to calm them, they would have flown away in shock. As time passed, the trembling and waves finally ended, and the lake returned to calmness. Just when Chinrue was a little worried, a huge whirlpool appeared in the lake. With a splash sound, a huge body rose from the water. It was a giant dragon with a length of tens of meters. It had a pair of huge bat wings on its back. Its whole body was yellowish-brown, and its scales faintly emitted a metallic luster. It looked ferocious, with a single horn on its head, fin-like things on its cheeks, and its dark, golden vertical pupils flashing a frightening cold light. The soaring giant dragon made an excited hiss, exuding an indescribable power. The 3 wyverns all looked fearful and crouched on the ground, not daring to move. Dodo curled up in his backpack. He thought of the misdeed of devouring a dragon back then. He was afraid that his kin would take revenge, so he covered his eyes and trembled in fear. Delia and Lomont also looked strenuous, and they all channeled their strength to resist. Only Chinrue was not affected by the dragon's demeanor under the effect of the symbiotic contract. The dragon's demeanor gradually disappeared, and the huge body quickly shrank and changed in the air. When it landed, it had returned to Paglio's human form. "Huh!" Paglio's wild laughter resounded throughout the blue lake. "Damn lock of light and dark! Damn midnight sun! Now Sir Paglio can finally leave this damn place." Hearing this name, Lomont and Delia finally understood who the old friend Chinrue mentioned was. This dragon should be the real owner of the Silent Night Wetlands treasure, the super narcissist who claimed to be the most handsome, chic, and admired by female dragons. After Paglio laughed for 10 minutes, Chinrue only felt his ears buzzing. He finally couldn't bear it and protested. "Enough, Paglio, stop laughing." Paglio gradually recovered from his extreme excitement. He took a deep breath and looked intoxicated. "This free air is really wonderful. It seems that the contract with you back then was the best decision. By the way, did you get my treasure as well?" "It's my treasure," Chinrue emphasized impatiently. There was actually a demon emperor-level corpse necromancer in that treasure. "It almost killed me." "Impossible. I remember that I seemed to have killed a guy in the Fountain of Vitality. Then I sealed that place. That guy was already dead, so he couldn't have become a corpse necromancer, right? He used a secret technique to fake his death. You were still a demon overlord at that time. I'm afraid you damaged your brain by training. You didn't even notice this." Chinrue sneered unceremoniously. Then he suddenly reacted. "Paglio, how do you remember so clearly? Did your memory become better?" Paglio also realized it himself and slapped his head. "Lock of light and dark. It must be the effect of lock of light and dark." For Paglio, these 2,000 years were just like a nap. There was no reason for his memory to deteriorate significantly. Now that he thought about it, it turned out to be this reason. No, Chinrue was happy for the poison dragon, but he said, "The risk this time is far beyond the expectation. I have to readjust the distribution of the treasure. You get 20, and I get 80. "What? 20 and 80? You are even greedier than 10 dragons combined. You might as well slay the dragon directly." Delia and Lomont were dumbfounded as they watched Sir Leader and this powerful dragons start a war of words. Even Delia, who was a woman, couldn't help but feel ashamed at the kind of bargaining. In the end, the ratio was fixed at 5, 1 to 4, 9, although it was only an increase of 0. 1, it was already a very good result for a stingy dragon who loved money as much as his life. Chinrue introduced Lomont and Delia to Peglio. Peglio didn't greet them, but he nodded casually. Delia and Peglio weren't bothered by this. The arrogance of the dragons was well known. Moreover, the power gap between the two sides was huge. It was already very polite for him to be like this. Not everyone was as perverted as Chinrue. Peglio, now that the block of light and dark has been lifted, how is your strength recovering? I'm just at the early stage of the Demon Emperor now. Peglio frowned. With the effect of the potions you gave me last time, I may recover to the intermediate stage of the Demon Emperor after a while. But if I don't unlock the ancient runes, I can only stay in the Demon Emperor realm for the rest of my life. By the way, have you found the second thing? Chenrue nodded, took out the silver box from the backpack behind him, and handed it to Peglio. Peglio's eyes lit up. He carefully took the box and touched it for a while, but he didn't open it. It should be this box. After opening it, there is a strange breath that can quickly devour people's vitality, and it can also suppress the power of the royal family to a great extent. As long as I have it, I won't be afraid even if I encounter a powerful royal family in the future. What? You opened it? Peglio was taken aback. After listening to Chinrue's story, the poison dragon showed a solemn expression. The thing in this box is no trivial matter. Even I didn't dare to touch it back then. If you don't want to cause trouble, you must not open it again. It was the first time that Chinrue saw Peglio being so serious, recalling the discomfort when he opened it for the second time and the fact that the poison dragon was sealed by a mysterious powerhouse back then. He put away his joking thoughts and nodded. The mystery of the box. When your strength reaches the demon overlord level in the future, you may be qualified to know some things. Peglio said sternly, I know that you can control the fountain of vitality. That fountain of vitality must have been kept away by you with a secret technique. You have to find a place to soak the box in the fountain of vitality, or the fountain of vitality. Promise me that you won't touch it again until you find Rala. I have to reach the demon overlord level to know the secret of the box. Chinrue initially wanted to use deep analysis to try the silver box, but he was secretly shocked when he heard that and dispelled the idea. As for the place to bury the silver box, he could choose the Taran or Earth Elemental's fountain of vitality in the underground world of Mountain Shillong. He could also entrust them to help guard it. Got it. It's good that you understand. Let's not talk about this. The poison dragon stretched his muscles and bones. Let's go. I don't want to stay in this damn place with calluses on my butt for a moment. Chapter 227. Dark Moon City Arena Hall. After receiving the news from Vasasha, Athena rushed over excitedly. In front of the door of the passage, Athena unexpectedly saw the poison dragon, who was supposed to be restricted to the Blue Lake area and couldn't leave. He was leaning against the wall, leisurely, drinking wine. Dodo was holding a plate and carefully played the role of a waiter. Of course, he would sneak a few sips from time to time. Athena looked surprised. Peglio, your lock of light and dark seal has been unlocked? Peglio saw that Athena was happy from the bottom of her heart. He grinned and pointed at the door, and that guy is inside. This time, he not only swallowed more than half of my treasures, but he also brought back a woman. Remember to keep an eye on him and grab this guy's wallet tightly so that he won't go out and hook up with other people again. The narrow-minded poison dragon was clearly retaliating against Chinrue for taking an extra 0.1% share of the treasure. Sure enough, when Athena heard that he brought back a woman, she frowned and walked in. Soon, Athena's excited voice came from the room. The woman who hooked up was her good friend, Delia, whom she hadn't seen for 3 years. Beside her was Lomont. Although Delia was wearing a veil, Athena quickly recognized her. She was very happy to reunite with her old friend. Chinrue shook his head. Athena, you're valuing friendship over sex. You didn't even bother to acknowledge me when you saw me coming back. Not only Delia and Lomont were in the room, but there were also Eric's, Royce, and Visasha. Athena looked at Chinrue's ambiguous smile. She walked over and kissed his face lightly in front of everyone. Is this enough? When Athena saw Chinrue return safely, she couldn't help but kiss him. Although the action was very generous, after the kiss her cheeks were still red. She just used the excuse of talking to Delia to cover up her shyness. Roman whistled mischievously. As he was making a ruckus, he accidentally saw the evil blue tear worn on Athena's neck. His eyes flashed slightly and he looked puzzled. Before he could speak, Athena, whose pretty face was blushing, had already pulled Delia into the room inside as if she was escaping. She went straight to the room to talk to her confidant. Chinrue touched his face, and his heart was warm. This girl is getting more and more generous. But I like it. Seeing Lomont craning his neck to look into the room, Chinrue walked over. Hey, what are you looking at? Lomont answered thoughtfully. I'm looking at Athena, you bastard. It's still not enough to have Delia. You really have the idea of hitting on Athena. Chinrue's voice suddenly rose by an octave. Athena is mine. Lomont saw that both Athena and Delia were looking at him, and he quickly explained, No, I'm just looking at her. Chinrue didn't wait for him to finish and said loudly, Is what you said by the lake that you want to kill me to seduce Athena true? Don't you only like widows? With this roar, even Royce and others focused their eyes on Lomont. Lomont was dumbfounded for a while. I say, Master Chinrue, Master Captain, can you lower your voice? Do you want the entire demon realm to know? I don't mean that at all. Besides, how can I kill you? In the Battle of the Silent Night Wetlands Treasure, Lomont witnessed Chinrue's various incredible skills, especially the Scorching Dragon Ultimate. Even Lomont didn't dare to face it head-on. The reason why Delia and Lomont were convinced by Chinrue was not only because of the comrade-in-arms friendship, but also because of their strength. No, I'm going to expose your past misdeeds to Delia and the others now. Chinrue didn't give Lomont a chance to explain. He strode into the room and muttered a few words. Athena laughed for a while, and Delia, who had been depressed, also felt better. It's over. It's really bad this time. Lomont thought of how he bragged to Chinrue that he had hooked up with thousands of women, and his mind went blank. Chinrue, who finished complaining, soon walked out of the room, but he threw a crystal light at Lomont. Lomont caught it and saw that it was the necklace. Then he realized that this guy had discovered his intentions long ago, and he fooled him for nothing. I still have an important use for Paglio's treasures, so I can't share them with you. This evil blue tear can be considered as compensation. It really is the evil blue tear. Lomont's eyes lit up. This is the strongest secret treasure of my Belphegor royal family besides the Breeze shadow boots. How did you get it? Chinrue pointed to Royce and Visasha on the side. This is thanks to my two capable subordinates. They worked hard and used some special secret method to find the whereabouts of the evil blue tear, and they finally got it. Special secret method? Lomont saw that Royce and Visasha were great demons instead of Belphegor royal family, so he was curious, what secret method can sense my family's secret treasure, the evil blue tear? Why don't I even know about it? The so-called secret method was simply rolling on the bed. Royce pretended not to hear it and continued to talk to Eric's next to him. Visasha was thin-skinned, so she blushed when Lomont asked the question. Fortunately, her skin was originally pale red, so it couldn't be seen after a while. Since it's a secret method, of course, it's their secret. Why are you asking so much? Wear it quickly. Delia and Athena are still waiting for you to wear this beautiful secret treasure. Chinrue sneered. This evil blue tear was a necklace for women. When he first got it, he was embarrassed too. For the sake of deep analysis, he had no choice but to wear it in the room alone. He was laughed at by Athena for this. Lomont turned his head and saw that the two ladies in the room were looking at him eagerly. He finally understood Chunrue's sinister intentions, but a smile appeared on his face. Let me tell you one thing. The Belphegor royal family's secret treasure isn't used like this. As he said, Lomont's The Eye of Evil showed a faint light, and the necklace emitted a strange light. After Lomont fiddled with it a few times, it turned into a pair of light blue glasses. Lomont put on the glasses and winked at Chunrue coolly. As you wish, evil Sir Leader. It turns out that there is such a shape-shifting thing. Chunrue, who wanted to see Lomont make a fool of himself, patted his head in annoyance. If only I knew it could change into glasses. Wouldn't I be laughed at by Athena in the past for nothing? Athena had already walked out with Delia. She looked at Chunrue with a smile. She was obviously gloating. Chunrue walked over. Just as he was about to make a retaliatory, intimate gesture, he saw Athena let go of Delia's hand, walked over and said in a low voice, "There is an important matter. My father has come to the Dark Moon." Chunrue was stunned. Athena's father, the first general of the empire, George Wales, actually came to the Dark Moon from the Warlock Fortress. Father came here in secret this time, and it was for our matter. Athena bit her lip gently. He received news in the Warlock Fortress that I was deceived by a despicable human in the Dark Moon City by some means. It must be Sergei? Chunrue frowned and said, "This bastard, how can he confuse black and white? It is obvious that you use some means to deceive an innocent human's body and mind in the Dark Moon." Athena gave him a blow and said coquettishly, "Stop fooling around. My father arrived at the Dark Moon 2 days ago. I confessed to him about the matter between us, but he firmly disagreed. He even wanted to bring me back to the Warlock Fortress. I have been trying to delay it until Alice gave me an idea yesterday." When Chunrue heard the little loli's name, he knew that something bad was going to happen, so he asked quickly, "What idea?" "It is to tell father that I already have your child." Athena's cheeks were burning, and she whispered, "Will I really have it?" Although he was already mentally prepared, Chunrue was still shocked. This is another **T plot of uncooked rice in a bad book. In the face of Athena's hopeful consultation, he could only smile bitterly. "I don't even have sex. How can I have a child? I'm not a Medusa who can get pregnant just by drinking some liquid. What did your father say?" Father changed his mind. Athena blinked her big eyes and added innocently, "He decided to kill you first before taking me away." Sure enough, Chunrue was speechless for a while. The little loli may be well-intentioned, but she is definitely the king of bad things. With this, he was even more guilty of using despicable means to deceive Athena's body and mind. Athena saw Chunrue's dejected look and asked worriedly, "What should I do now?" "Let me think about it." Chunrue had a headache. A voice had already shouted, "What's there to think about? He dared to kill my Paglio's companion. I will kill him now." "It's Poison Dragon." Chunrue and Athena were taken aback. They saw Paglio and Lomont's group were eavesdropping on their conversation intently. Those words just now must have been heard by these guys. Athena was ashamed, but her eyes glared. "Paglio, are you going to kill my father?" "Since he is your father, then I will reluctantly beat him half to death and throw him out of the Dark Moon." Paglio patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry, Chunrue. With me here, no one can take Athena away." "That's enough." Chunrue quickly stopped the proud Paglio. "This guy is obviously making things worse the more he tries to help. He is absolutely unreliable." Athena had admired her father, George, since she was a child. The relationship between the father and daughter was very good. The empire's first general and father-in-law must not be offended. The problem was that his father-in-law's loyalty to Princess Royal was well known. So many secrets could not be disclosed to him now. It was better to try to clarify some facts first, then try to get his approval. Chunrue suddenly thought of a Western comedy film he had watched, Greeting Father-in-Law. It was about the future son-in-law meeting his father-in-law. As a result, there was a mess. In the end, the future son-in-law narrowly succeeded. It seemed that this film was even made into a sequel. In short, the ugly son-in-law would meet his mother-in-law sooner or later. How about this? This time it was Lomont who spoke. This guy also had bad intentions. He said, very cursing, "I propose that everyone accompany you to meet General George. At least we can help you collect your corpse or something." The poison dragon immediately voted in favor, and his threatening gaze fell on Royce and the other two. The three servants didn't know if it was due to the oppression of the dragon's demeanor or they wanted to see a joke, but they actually raised their hands without any moral integrity. Delia's hand was already held up by Lomont. "Go, go." Dodo actually took the initiative to speak. The slime waiter, who had been secretly drinking, was obviously drunk. He followed the uproar incoherently. Finally, he couldn't stand steadily. His body turned into a pool of transparent liquid and fell softly to the ground. "All votes, it's decided then." Paglio grinned as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. There's no time like the present. Let's go now. Chapter 228. In a room of an inn somewhere in the dark moon city, Chinrue stood awkwardly. Opposite him was a man of medium build, about 34 years old. His facial features were angular, and his eyebrows were high, showing a kind of tenacious and stern vibe. "You are Chinrue?" The man's voice was thick and powerful, revealing a faint deterrent. Chinrue quickly replied, "Yes, Sir General." This man was Athena's father, the first general of the empire, George Wales, who was also the father-in-law that Chinrue was going to meet this time. It was a little different from what Chinrue imagined. When General George saw him, he did not rush up and yell to kill him. Instead, he looked at him up and down carefully with a scrutinizing gaze, which made the son-in-law a little scared. The son-in-law courageously opened analytical eyes race. Great demon mutated. Comprehensive strength assessment, unable to judge. Unable to judge strength. Demon emperor? Demon overlord? Chinrue was taken aback. I guess the possibility of a demon emperor is higher. Father-in-law is indeed worthy of being the first general of the empire. He is cultivated to the realm of demon emperor with the body of a great demon. If we really fight, Paglio has just broken free from the lock of light and dark. He is only at the early stage of the demon emperor, so he may not necessarily win. Should I try using poison? Having said that, once something happens to me due to poison, then I and Athena are not lovers but enemies. Just as Chinrue was nervously thinking, his father-in-law spoke. "I have a few questions that I need you to answer. The first question is..." George's gaze fell on the group of people behind Chinrue, and he said coldly, "What do you mean by bringing these people here?" Seeing that the atmosphere was not good, Lomont stepped forward cleverly and bowed. "Sir General, do you remember Lomont and Delia from Black Cloud Town 3 years ago? We are Athena's good friends. Many thanks to your help and care in the past. Today, when we learned that General is coming, we specially came to express our gratitude." George nodded. Royce reacted quickly and said, "The three of us are Madame Athena's direct subordinates. We've heard a lot about you, General, and have come to pay our respects." Athena was already confirmed to be the first mistress, and the so-called direct subordinate also lived up to her name. George looked at the Royce trio and didn't say much. Paglio wasn't so easy to deal with. He said arrogantly, "You cowards! I just can't stand those arrogant fellows. I'm here to fight. You're just a passerby. He's a friend of mine and Athena's. We were just passing by and decided to take a look." Chinrue spoke first and glared at Paglio. Paglio snorted coldly and didn't continue to make trouble. In fact, the poison dragon could feel that General George's strength was not to be underestimated. Once they really fought, perhaps he was still not his opponent with his current state of being sealed by the ancient runes. The more it was like this, the more worried the poison dragon was about Chinrue's safety. If George really had a murderous intention, even he might not be able to protect Chinrue, so he intentionally drew George's attention over. General George has something to discuss with me. You all go out first. Chinrue winked at everyone. Athena glanced at the expressionless George. She was afraid that the two most important men in her heart would turn against each other. She bit her lip and said, "Father, I'll stay. My next question is to ask this kid alone. Before that, I won't do anything to him." A father knew his daughter best. George saw Athena's worries and added, "If you stay here, then there's nothing to say between him and me. I'll take you directly back to the Warlock Fortress." Under Chinrue's repeated gestures, Athena walked out of the room with Paglio and others who looked unhappy. "It turns out that you brought so many people to boost your courage." George glanced at the nervous Chinrue and asked, "Are you afraid that I'll kill you?" "I'm indeed a little afraid. Everyone knows the reputation of the first general of the empire." Chinrue flattered his father-in-law a little. "But I'm more afraid that I can't satisfy the general and make Athena sad. I received news that a human in the Dark Moon City shamelessly deceived my daughter with sweet words and obscene drugs. Now it seems that your eloquence is not bad. It has already met the first point." Chinrue smiled bitterly. "I also have an identity as an apprentice of a potion master. In that case, the second point is almost in line." George nodded very calmly, but he didn't make a fuss about this matter. "I met Princess Royal yesterday and learned about the food base you planned. Now Regent Obsidian has ordered to reduce the food aid of the Red Spirit estate by half. What do you think about this matter?" Chinrue was startled. He didn't expect that George didn't continue to interrogate, but he changed the topic to this aspect. "Is it a test for my father-in-law? In any case, at least it is a chance." Chinrue sorted out his thoughts and roughly stated the follow-up plan. The general content was similar to what Tim said last time, but some adjustments were made in the details. Eden nodded slightly and didn't comment. He asked again, "Did you teach Athena how to train soldiers?" "General is the master in this field, the god of war of the empire. The combat power of those soldiers is embarrassing to the general." George shook his head. Due to the foundation and training time, the combat power of those soldiers is really not worth mentioning. However, your training method is not funny at all. That method is simple, but it is very effective. Once orders can be truly executed, the combat power of the army will have a considerable leap. My second question is, what do you think a truly powerful army is like? This should be the third question, right? Chinrue was very smart not to remind his father-in-law of the small mistakes in mathematics. He thought about it and said, "Actually, I'm a layman in the military. I remember a human sage said, 'Swift as the wind, slow as the forest, aggressive like fire, immovable like a mountain, unpredictable like a shadow, and moving like thunder.' This should be the requirement of a strong army. Swift as the wind, slow as the forest, aggressive like fire, immovable like a mountain, unpredictable like a shadow, and moving like thunder." George chewed these words carefully and blurted out a compliment. "Well said. I plan to promote your training method in the Warlock Fortress. Do you have any objections? If we can really meet the requirements of these words, we can become the strongest army of the demon realm." Of course, Chinrue had no objections. Hearing George's compliment, he seized the opportunity and said a few more words. "Those who attack and must win, attack where they don't defend. Those who defend and must be firm, defend where they don't attack. Water flows because of the land, and soldiers win because of the enemy. Therefore, soldiers are impermanent and water is impermanent. Those who can win because of the enemy's changes are called gods. The art of war of the ancestors of China was amazing." When Chinrue translated it appropriately in the grammar of the demon realm, George's eyes flashed and he nodded. Seeing his father-in-law's joy, the son-in-law cheered in his heart that Sir Sun Wu's brilliance was comparable to the demon realm's 2 moons. George's next question shocked Chenrue, who was a little complacent just now. What is your relationship with the dragons just now? Paglio was obviously in human form, but George noticed Paglio's identity as a dragon's. Chenrue was taken aback. George saw his surprise and shook his head. Didn't Athena tell you? My 13th wife is a dragon's woman. Although the dragons converge their power, their unique breath can't hide from me, who has lived with dragons for many years. Dragon's wife? This is a real dragon knight. Father-in-law is too awesome. In an instant, Chenrue's admiration was like a surging river. However, the question still had to be answered. Chenrue thought for a while and he didn't hide it. He answered truthfully, partners. George was slightly moved. I didn't expect you to be recognized by the dragons. I thought I had already overestimated you, but I didn't expect I was still wrong. Then, the next few questions can be simplified to the last one. With your wisdom, talent, and military strategy, plus the power of dragons partners, why do you stay in a place like the Dark Moon and serve Princess Royal? Chenrue bowed his head and said nothing. When he first came to the demon realm, it was purely for survival. Later, he signed a symbiotic contract with Paglio, and he was also restricted by the seal of Lock of Light and Dark. Until now, after several twists and turns, Paglio broke free from the shackles of Lock of Light and Dark, under the effect of the Eye of Sauron, and gained freedom. Looking back, he grew step by step with the help of the super system from a powerless human to obtain his current power. Even his original wisdom and planning ability were gradually showing extraordinary. This could be considered as the environment changing a person. If the reborn Arthur did not fall into the demon realm but was still in the human world, then he was probably still a nobleman who was waiting to die. Now that Paglio was free from the shackles and could move freely, then the inevitable condition that restrained Chenrue to stay in the Dark Moon had disappeared. Now he could choose to leave this dangerous Dark Moon, the iceberg woman with a cold mask, and the weird and cute little girl. George saw that he was silent, and he said, I have a request. Chenrue was surprised because George did not say request, but request. George said sternly, Princess Royal roughly told me your overall plan, which really surprised me. Perhaps Crown Prince Grimm's last wish will not just be a fantasy. Then, please do your best to help Princess Royal this time. Just this time, I'm deeply indebted to the Lord of Midnight Sun, and I swear to defend the Lord of Midnight Sun's bloodline. But as a father, I also have my own selfishness. I don't ask you to be loyal. Once the situation is bad, you can leave the Dark Moon with Athena and the children. Go anywhere you want to go, and live the life you want. Chenrue didn't expect George to have such a request. He mustered up his courage to explain. Sir General, actually, Athena's pregnancy is fake. And I haven't progressed to the final step. I know. Do you think her little tricks can fool me as a father? However, no children now doesn't mean no children in the future. George's answer made Chenrue even more surprised. Since Athena is willing to lie to this extent for you, then I can be sure that even if I take her away, her heart will always stay with you. So I didn't do that. Instead, I stayed to meet this shameless guy who stole my daughter's heart with sweet words. Finally, I'm not too disappointed. Chenrue's eyes lit up, listening to George's tone. It seems that the biggest purpose of visiting my father-in-law this time has actually been achieved. I promise you, General. Chenrue took a deep breath and nodded. He finally made an important decision in advance. As General George requested, I don't need to be loyal. I just want to fight wholeheartedly this time for Athena, for Ja, for Alice, and also for my ambition to fight against fate. George nodded approvingly. Very well. Athena has a home, and I can rest assured. Although you seem to have no power at all, my intuition tells me that you have the ability to protect and take care of my daughter. Chenrue was greatly surprised. Could it be that the rebound after bad luck automatically transformed into God bless one day? The father-in-law that I thought is the most difficult is actually passed easily. A smile appeared on George's stern face. Don't you think it's strange? I actually entrust my daughter to a human with no powerful background. There are many people who are more powerful than you. Chinrue nodded. The daughter of the first general of the empire is betrothed to the lord of a dilapidated estate as sheriff under him. It's indeed a feeling of a fresh flower inserted into something. The reason is actually very simple. Athena likes it. Father-in-law's answer was sonorous and powerful. Speaking of this, George exuded an oppressive aura. Actually, before this, it wasn't just the Karen family and Russ family. Many other families had proposed a marriage alliance. They had also stated many times that it was for the continuation of the Wales family. Originally, in a big family, marriage can't be chosen according to one's wishes. But my daughter can choose by herself. Chinrue's eyes lit up. Athena lost her mother when she was young, but fortunately, she had a good father who truly loved his daughter. George sneered. I said to those guys, what kind of person am I, George Wales? Will I sacrifice my daughter's happiness in exchange for the family's interests? If I fall to this step, then the surname Wales will lose its meaning of existence. If Athena disagrees, then I disagree. Those who are dissatisfied can come to the Warlock Fortress to fight with me. I'll kill one if one comes. I'll kill a pair if two come. I'll kill three if three come. So what if it's Obsidian who stole the Lord of Midnight's son's estate? If he annoys me, I'll still rebel against him. Too bad *SS. Originally, George was just a slightly strict uncle in Chinrue's eyes. At this moment, he became the all-powerful and domineering first general. No wonder even Obsidian was afraid of him. It was because of George's solid backing that Jia was able to support the Dark Moon estate in the difficult gap and the only glimmer of hope of the Lord of Midnight's son's bloodline. Chinrue's heart was full of admiration. Before he spoke, the door was suddenly pushed open. Paglio's voice sounded, You're a man. I like your arrogance. Do you dare to have a drinking contest with me? George's eyes stared at Paglio, and his vibe grew. He spat out a sentence. I'm afraid you don't dare. Chapter 229. It was actually getting late. Due to the special identity of General George, plus the fact that Delia and Lomont had just arrived at the Dark Moon, it was not appropriate to be too conspicuous, so it was inconvenient to go to the crowded tavern. However, now was the best time to please his father-in-law, so he couldn't miss it. Chinrue naturally had a way. He took a group of people out of the city gate and came to the suburbs. He found a suitable place, made some stands, made a pile of fire, took out the drinks and food, and got some prey. He took out the seasoning utensils and the like from the storage warehouse and began to show off his skills. Everyone gathered in a circle, drinking while enjoying the hot campfire. The atmosphere was very lively, although his father-in-law and Master Poison Dragon were staring at each other all the way. After a few glasses of wine, their adrenaline surged, and the atmosphere suddenly changed. Everyone began to take turns to toast George and the Poison Dragon. The two of them wanted to compete, so they didn't refuse anyone. After a few rounds of drinking, they began to compete with each other again. Since the scar on her face had not healed, Delia did not untie her veil. She just ate the food and drinks under the veil. The scar on her face was scratched by her own highly toxic knife. Under normal circumstances, even if it healed, the scar would still not disappear. However, this was not a problem for Paglio. He easily eliminated those toxins. As for the existing scars, they could be completely removed within 7 days with the Fountain of Vitality. Originally, the Fountain of Vitality was as rare as the Fountain of Vitality. It could only be found by luck, but for Chinrue, he could provide it almost indefinitely. It was only a matter of time before Delia was healed. For this reason, Master Lomont flattered Sir Leader a lot. Athena accompanied her lover to barbecue and make hot pot. Seeing her father getting along well with everyone, she felt extremely happy. Both of them were the most important men in her heart. One was her father, who gave her life and loved her since she was a child. The other was her lover, who went through life and death together. How good would it be if they could be like this forever? At this moment, perhaps because they drank too much, George and Paglio suddenly began to argue fiercely. Paglio stood up, flicked his feet, and appeared tens of meters away. He hooked his finger at George provocatively. How could George show weakness? He immediately went down and confronted the poison dragon. Athena was taken aback. She was about to step forward to stop it, but she was stopped by Chunrue. Men had men's friendships, and men also had men's ways. Lomont, Delia, and others all stood up, looking forward to this rare scene. Demon Emperor versus Demon Emperor. George Wales not only had a strong influence in the military, but his own strength level had also reached the peak stage of the Demon Emperor. He once defeated Doran Russ in the army battle and individual battle in the military drill. He was the veritable first general. Paglio's current strength had only recovered to the early stage of the Demon Emperor, but as a former demon overlord, his understanding of power and territory was far above George. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. George stood there casually, and an invisible and terrifying power spread to both sides with him as the center. Although his power control was very subtle, and it did not affect the people watching the battle, Chunrue, Lomont, and others still felt a powerful and irresistible momentum, as if thousands of troops and horses were roaring at the same time. The entire air seemed to be solidified by that terrifying, murderous aura. A familiar feeling surged in Chunrue's heart, just like facing Brock's black territory. That's right, this must be George's territory power. It was different from Brock's succubus domain. George's domain appeared to be majestic and imposing. It was just like the way of using troops. Brock was considered strange, while George was the correct. It was an open and above-board plot that one could not avoid. When Delia and Lomont fled to the Warlock Fortress, Brock was afraid of George's strength, so he didn't dare to fight head-on. He could only use diplomatic means to mediate. It could be seen that George's strength was better than Brock's. Imagine the feeling of a person facing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands or millions of well-trained people. That invisible momentum alone was enough to crush people to death. The Royce couple and Eric's, who were slightly weaker, shuddered at the same time after just a few glances. They felt terrified and almost lost all their fighting spirit. Paglio was now facing that person among these millions of people. He felt that under the effect of the territory, his strength was constantly weakened, while George's momentum was getting stronger, as if he was the commander of all the troops in the territory. Every dust in the territory was George's soldier. The entire territory was filled with a strong, murderous power. If this continued, he would be defeated before he could even fight. Interesting. The poison dragon grinned. The momentum and spirit of this territory are enough. But unfortunately, there is a fundamental problem in terms of quality. George frowned. Then he saw the poison dragon pointing at the sky. Everyone had an illusion that the two moons suddenly dimmed, and the light that fell on his hand was actually dark green. It was full of creepiness and strangeness. The poison dragon took a deep breath, and George's murderous territory suddenly began to tremble, as if this breath absorbed most of the power of the hundreds of thousands of troops. Then Paglio roared at George a dragon's roar. That roar carried the natural deterrence of the dragon race, and the aura of the entire austere domain instantly changed. Every soldier was eroded by a dark green aura, and the originally fierce and murderous aura became strange. A glimmer of light flashed in George's eyes, but he didn't continue to fight. Instead, he withdrew the murderous territory. Paglio also retracted his power, and the two moons in the sky returned to their original purple brilliance. George stared at Paglio for a moment, and he nodded, "I lost." In fact, he just suppressed his power to the same early stage of the Demon Emperor as Paglio. If he used the real power of the peak stage of the Demon Emperor, He could definitely suppress that strange power forcibly, but he did lose in a contest of the same level. A loss was a loss. If he couldn't even afford to lose, then he wouldn't be George Wales. As for the title of the first general, it was nothing. The poison dragon showed appreciation. Your territory is just a pseudo-territory now. You only use your own power to simulate the territory. The real territory is not all your own power, but you use yourself as a medium to trigger and mobilize the supreme natural power between heaven and earth. If you don't understand this, even if you break through the bottleneck of the peak stage of the Demon Emperor, you're not a real demon overlord. Use yourself as a medium to trigger the power of heaven and earth? George was shocked. I have been seeking a breakthrough in power all these years, which is equivalent to being blinded by the situation. Now that my opponent pointed it out, I realized my shortcomings in territory. That kind of guidance made him feel like he was suddenly enlightened. What is your power? It used to be the peak stage of the demon overlord. Peglio was a little frustrated. Now it is sealed. I just barely borrowed the power of nature, just now. The peak stage of the demon overlord. George was taken aback and nodded. Thank you very much. Continue drinking. Peglio had 2 more bottles of wine in his hand. He threw 1 bottle over and grinned. That night, almost everyone was drunk. The first to wake up was Dodo, who fell asleep early in the morning. Although 1,000 cups were not enough for a bosom friend, all good things must come to an end. 2 days later, General George still left. Before leaving, Athena, who had always been strong, burst into tears. His father-in-law stroked his daughter's hair, pulled his son-in-law aside, and said something. You already know the characteristics of the Wales family's bloodline advancement at the age of 20, so I won't be long-winded in this regard. I only have 1 sentence. No matter how many women you marry, Athena must be the most beloved. Otherwise, I will castrate you. Facing such an understanding and tough father-in-law, what else could Chinrue do but nod repeatedly with tears on his face? In fact, General George gained a lot from this trip to the Dark Moon. From Princess Royal, he learned an incredible, comprehensive plan, which gave a glimmer of hope to his original persistence. From Athena, he saw happiness and satisfaction from the heart. His daughter was happy. Not only did she have a lover, but she also had friends. From his son-in-law, as friend, a dragon's whose power was sealed, he got unexpected guidance. He had a new understanding of territory power. He faintly had a sign of breaking through the peak stage of the Demon Emperor and getting closer to that supreme realm. Although the time they spent together was very short, he got along very well with the dragons. The dragons gave him a leather armor, which turned out to be a legendary, great equipment. They said it was their most precious collection for many years. But then he said something that he couldn't understand to his son-in-law. This is counted in your 5. 1. The upright general still didn't know that the narrow-minded dragon was actually being generous at the expense of others. Finally, from a shameless guy who used sweet words and intrigue to steal his daughter's heart, he got the incredible essence of military strategy and tactics. Although that guy repeatedly stressed that it was only the work of human sages, the demon realm was no stranger to the human realm. If there was such a wonderful work of the sages, it would have been spread throughout the human realm and the demon realm long ago. It was most likely from that guy's hands. Not only that, but General George also received a gift that moved him before leaving. It was a space bracelet. There were not many things in the bracelet. Only 1 fruit, 5 bottles of potions, and a note that explained the names of these things. The fruit was the devil fruit that could make all the demons except the royal family crazy. And that potion was a full set of eternal potions and the highest achievement longevity potion that could make everyone in the demon realm crazy. Just the day before, his daughter also showed him her true strength that had been hidden by some magic items and skills. The peak stage of Demon King. Then, at the age of 20, she could become a great demon king. A 20-year-old great demon king. And she didn't receive any inheritance power. Even if it was a royal family, it was an incredible miracle, let alone a great demon. As a matter of fact, when his daughter left the Warlock Fortress 3 years ago, she was just an intermediate demon, jumping 3 realms in 3 years. This could be described as a miracle. After seeing the things in the space bracelet, George finally understood why his daughter could achieve such an incredible advancement. Perhaps this thing was only one of the reasons. The more important reason was the mysterious guy who claimed to have the inheritance of the ancient Grand Master. With these things, coupled with the guidance of his dragon's friend, it was almost certain that her realm would advance further. George, who embarked on the journey, smiled. He was not only the first general of the empire, but he was also a sensible person. He was also a father who loved his daughter the most. Whether it was the dragons, the devil fruit, or the black potions, he knew what to say and what not to say. However, his father-in-law suddenly felt that he had said something wrong previously. The human indeed had no power or background now, but sooner or later the name Chinrue would resound throughout the demon realm. Chapter 230. After sending off his father-in-law, Chinrue comforted the sad Athena. He temporarily settled the poison dragon, Dodo, and Lomont in the basement of the arena and rode the wyvern toward Mountain Shillong. Since Paglios's lock of light and dark had been lifted, it was time to lift the Tauren's curse. After receiving the shocking news that Chinrue retrieved the Eye of Sauron, all the Taurens appeared in front of him under the leadership of Chief Delong. The moment Chinrue took out the Eye of Sauron, the entire Tauren tribe was cheering. Delong excitedly took the Eye of Sauron and began to use the Tauren's secret method. He cut his finger and dripped blood on the Eye of Sauron. Then the Eye of Sauron emitted a strong golden light. It was completely different from the one in Paglios's hand. An exclusive secret treasure was indeed an exclusive secret treasure. In the hands of the poison dragon, the Eye of Sauron was just a spirit magnifier, just like how Chinrue always wore the evil blue tear as a necklace. Under the effect of the secret method, Delong actually embedded the Eye of Sauron into his forehead without any hindrance. Only a small part of it was exposed. It looked a bit weird, as if he had an extra eye. Chinrue was stunned. The demon realm's version of Erling Shin? No, it's Erling Nyo. Sigh, if the fans of the Supreme of Purity and Magic knew about this, they would definitely come to kill me. I guess I'll just kill the Nyo. Delong's third eye emitted a golden light that shone on the people. Black smoke rose and was sucked into that eye. The curse was successfully lifted. Due to the secret method, unless Delong died, the Eye of Sauron could no longer be removed. This situation made Chinrue secretly rejoice that he made a careful choice previously. If he came to the underground world first, then unless he killed Delong, Paglios's lock of light and dark would not be able to be lifted. According to Chief Tauren, the wonders of the Eye of Sauron were more than that. In addition to greatly enhancing his defense, it could also launch a skill called Death Stare, which had the chance to curse the enemy to death immediately. This skill was quite amazing. Chinrue suddenly thought of a powerful unit in a classic game. Could it be that the Tauren's ancestor was some kind of bull? After lifting the curse of all the Tauren, Delong led the tribe to swear allegiance to Chinrue according to his previous promise. Within 10,000 years, this tribe would be the vassal race of Chinrue and his descendants and would never betray him. Chinrue accepted the Tauren's allegiance and placed the mysterious silver box in the Tauren's fountain of life. He instructed Delong to guard it carefully and not let anyone touch it. With the strength and skills of the Taurens, they would definitely be of great use in the future. But for now, it was better for the Taurens to stay in the underworld. Delong accepted Chinrue's mission and took out the minerals collected with the help of the earth elementals these days. There were moonlight stone, blood-patterned silver, colorful gold essence, mystic sand, dark star iron, and so on. All of them were rare minerals. Paglios's treasure was a big one. After Chinrue collected these minerals, there was not much space left in the storage space. After leaving Mountain Shillong, Chinrue returned to the Dark Moon City. He didn't rush to the lab or arena. Instead, he went straight to the Cloak Gang stronghold, the ancient terrace house, on the 4th Street, Azaguile. In the backyard of the ancient terrace house, Chinrue didn't see the dark goblin master. Recently, Master Xingxing and Ms. Sasa were very close. They had gone out shopping and hadn't returned yet. Under Chinrue's unexpected feminine attack, Master Xingxing gradually fell. Even without the temptation of those superb materials, he had a faint plan to stay in the Cloak Gang for a long time. Of course, the premise was that Ms. Sasa was there. In the backyard, as usual, 2 dark elf girls were concentrating on playing demon fighting chess. The difference was that the veil on their faces had been removed. "Alien, if you play like this, you will lose to Eve." Chinrue's words made Alien raise her head in surprise. She happened to see the familiar mask, and she suddenly looked happy. She stood up, Sir Aguile. Eve also stood up and bowed to Chinrue. The marks on the 2 girls' faces caused by the curse had all disappeared. Their pure and beautiful facial features were restored. Their skin looked smooth and round. The dark skin gave an alternative visual effect. They were like 2 little dark elf beauties. Feeling Chinrue's gaze, Eve lowered her head shyly, while Alien smiled excitedly. "Sir, isn't Alien much more beautiful?" Chinrue habitually touched Alien's head. "Alien has always been a beautiful little beauty." Alien jumped up happily. Chinrue saw Eve lowered her head in silence, so he added, "Eve too." The shy girl looked happy, and her head seemed to hang lower. "Sir Aguile, you are finally back." Sky walked out of the yard. Since his daughter's curse was successfully lifted, the Dark Elf Master's spirit seemed to be a lot better. Chinrue nodded to Sky. "Sir Sky, I brought back the Fountain of Vitality this time. Unfortunately, the Flower of Mist is still missing. I wonder if it can be used alone?" Sky was shocked. "The Fountain of Vitality? You found it so soon? Although the Fountain of Vitality can't lift my curse, the magic power that was suppressed due to the curse should have all recovered." Chinrue took out the magic bottle that he got from Sky before he left last time. Inside it was the freshly brewed Fountain of Vitality. Sky opened the stopper, took a small sip, closed his eyes to feel it, and his eyes suddenly shone brightly. Chinrue instinctively felt a powerful spirit emanating. "Sir Aguile can always bring miracles," Sky said emotionally. "If Sir is not in a hurry, please wait for me for a few minutes. When my magic power recovers, I will immediately make leather armor for Sir." Chinrue nodded, and Sky quickly walked into the room. Chinrue sat down in the yard and began to play magic chess with Alien and Eve. With the foundation of beast fighting chess in his previous life, Alien and Eve together were not his opponents. Instead, they quarreled because of different opinions. However, this was just a small interlude. After Chinrue deliberately lost a game, the 2 girls showed happy smiles on their faces. About half an hour later, Sky walked out of the room. His appearance was still sickly, but Chinrue could feel that the dark elf's internal essence, chi, and spirit had undergone a qualitative change. He faintly exuded an incomparably pure magic fluctuation. When he took out the Fountain of Vitality last time, Chinrue had already seen Sky's skills. Now that he felt the powerful spirit power, this dark elf master must be a great devil who practiced both magic and martial arts. "Congratulations, Sir Sky." Chinrue did not address him as master. Unlike Xingxing, Sky never had the intention to disclose his identity as a master due to various reasons. Sky nodded and bowed to Chinrue. "This is all thanks to Sir Aguile. Please forgive my previous vigilance. Sir Sky has overpraised me. In fact, I have a selfish motive. If it's convenient for Sir, can I start to observe the production of leather armor now?" Sky smiled slightly. "Of course." Sky did not start the production immediately, but he explained the knowledge of leather in detail. Chinrue then knew that for a leather armor to be made successfully, it required so many complicated processes. It was far more complicated than he imagined. There were more than 50 key points in material selection and cutting alone. There were also 10 processes in leather making, as well as splicing, sewing, shaping, and so on. Both the technique and the utensils were extremely exquisite, not to mention making it into armor. A custom-made high-quality leather armor was not only tough, durable, and comfortable, but it also had a corresponding pattern similar to a magic array. It could automatically shrink and expand to fit the wearer's body size, and the degree of damage would be minimized. Shinrue activated deep analysis while carefully listening and watching Sky's demonstration and every key point that he explained. Sky had completed the leather making, which took the longest time. After the explanation, the next step was the tailoring. Sky did not speak again. After entering the armor-making state, he was a completely different person. He was full of focus and confidence. Sky's technique and movements seemed simple, but they actually contained many mysteries. Every move faintly revealed a sense of mellowness. In his hands, the hydra skin began to change rapidly, and an armor gradually took shape. This was not only a leather armor, but also a perfect handicraft. The footsteps of 2 people came from outside the courtyard, mixed with Ms. Sasa's voice. It turned out that Xingxing and his female companion had returned. Sasa saw Aguile and Sky's father and daughter were playing in the yard. She was about to step forward quickly, but her hand was suddenly tightened and she was pulled by Xingxing. Xingxing looked at Sky's technique and showed a rare solemn expression. He gestured to Sasa to keep quiet and walked over gently. Ms. Sasa was not an insensible person. It was the first time she saw Xingxing being so serious. She did not disturb him at the moment, but pulled Alien and Eve to the side. At this time, the leather armor in Sky's hands had been completely formed. What was left was the most important enchantment process, which would determine the final quality of this leather armor. Shinrue had seen the enchantment of the Taran priest, Tori. He used a special method to add the power of his bloodthirsty aura to the equipment. However, compared with the master-level forging skills, Torrens had a natural defect in magic. Therefore, this enchantment effect was not only singular, but also ineffective. It greatly reduced the quality of the finished weapon. This was the Torrens' most regrettable thing. The enchantment method used by Sky was completely different. Although he had the magic power of a great demon king, he did not integrate his own magic into the leather armor. Instead, he used an enchantment method. He used the magic materials of the corresponding attributes and used his own magic power as a primer to completely integrate the characteristics of the magic materials with the equipment. This method not only required fine control of magic power, but also a high level of understanding of the material, the suitable temperature of the material, fusion time, compatibility, etc. Just this aspect alone was a profound knowledge. Xingxing held a piece of material every day in order to further understand and familiarize himself with every cell of this material so that it could play a stronger role during production. The enchantment materials used by Sky were Cloud Silk Essence, Flamingo's Crystal Core, and Emerald Tree Sap. Under the effect of the Emerald Tree Sap, the melted Cloud Silk Essence absorbed the power of the Flamingo's Crystal Core well. Finally, the enchantment process was completed. After fixing the entire armor with simple magic, this magic leather armor was truly completed. Sky told Shinrue that the magic attributes of this leather armor were tenacious, increase magic and physical resistance. Hydra Skin's own attributes, increase speed by 20%, increase attack by 25%. Magic defense, physical defense, and increase attack speed. It was definitely an excellent great equipment. Shinrue was overjoyed. In addition to this excellent quality leather armor, through deep analysis and his own understanding, he had basically mastered some of the essentials of armor making. He also learned about the enchantment technology that the Torrens did not have. Although the leather armor was completed, Sky's tired face showed a look of regret. The same was true for Xingxing. The Dark Goblin Master said, It's a pity that it's one step away from becoming a legendary grade equipment. Sky glanced at Xingxing, sighed and nodded. It's this step. I don't know how many years it's been stagnant. I feel the same way, Xingxing said with deep feelings. It's as if we're imprisoned by some framework. Although we've reached the edge of this framework, we still can't jump out of this framework. Ms. Sasa was a layman, but she could also hear that Xingxing's tone was full of respect. He had already put the father of her two good friends, the dark elf Sky, on an equal footing. Master Xingxing had always been a badass in the cloak gang. Other than facing his lover, Ms. Sasa, his future father-in-law, Didi and his two friends, Alien and Eve, he usually ignored everyone, including the sick dark elf in front of him. Of course, as a mechanic master who is used to being admired by thousands of people, this attitude was understandable. However, when Xingxing saw that the dark elf was also a mechanic master today, his attitude completely changed. Although Xingxing specialized in accessories and props, while Sky specialized in leather, Xingxing could see that this dark elf master's leather attainments had reached the peak of the master level, which was comparable to him who was proficient in accessories. Sky didn't mock Xingxing's unusual behavior, but he nodded solemnly. From the toys that Xingxing gave his daughter, it could be seen that this dark elf master was also an excellent mechanic master. As an experienced person, Sky understood Xingxing's high profile. It was not only a kind of self-reliance, but also a kind of self-protection. Sir Sky, although it's a bit presumptuous, I still want to ask if you can make a second one with your current energy? Xingxing frowned and reprimanded. If you're really a disciple of an alchemist master, you should know that mechanics are not ordinary craftsmen. If it's not to complete a certain task, if there's no inspiration and state, the equipment made will lose its vitality. It's not only a waste of precious materials, but also a waste of a master's precious energy. Sky smiled slightly. Master Xingxing is right. However, I'm very energetic now, and this kind of production isn't all consumption for me. It's more of a recovery. As long as Sir Aguile isn't afraid of wasting these materials, I'm happy to try again. Recovery? Xingxing was moved when he heard that. In that case, this dark elf master isn't in his best state yet. With Sky's brilliant skills, even in the Mechanic Association, he's definitely the peak of the master level. Why is he unknown? Chapter 231. Thank you, Sir Sky, for your help. The reason why I made this somewhat excessive request is that I have some understanding of the production process when I was watching the master's production process just now. I want to watch it again. After watching it, I still want to show my incompetence and try to make it. Please don't hesitate to correct me, Master. Tadas showed an indifferent expression. Aguile's teacher should be a master of both weapons and accessories, but leather was a completely different category. If he could understand it just by watching from the side, wouldn't everyone in the demon realm be a master? On the other hand, Sky had some doubts in his heart. Although he didn't believe that Aguile could master the production process with just a few glances, judging from Aguile as past behavior, he shouldn't be a boastful person. A mechanic's production sense was very important. Now that Sky's magic had recovered, the Hydra skin and other materials were complete, he wanted to take this opportunity to restore his old feeling. At the request of Chen Rui, he immediately explained some details of the previous leather armor and began to make it again. This time, it was a woman's leather armor. This time, the enchantment method was changed to inlay. Materials with magic attributes were inlaid in the corresponding parts, and it was supplemented with magic circles to achieve the perfect effect of magic attribute fusion. Tada took the leather armor and showed undisguised appreciation. He took out a magnifying glass, looked at it for a while, and said the appraisal results. Tenacity, increase magic and physical resistance. Hydra skin's own attributes, increase water magic power by 27%, increase physical strength by 28%. The highest bonus of ordinary equipment was 15%, and the highest enchantment attribute was 2. Due to the problem of mastering the materials, there might also be negative attributes, such as reducing speed when increasing defense. The highest bonus of excellent grade was 30%. Generally, there were no negative attributes, and the enchantment attribute could reach 2 to 3. The highest bonus of legendary grade could reach 50%, and the enchantment attribute could reach 3 to 4. As for epic grade equipment, it was already an artifact, so it couldn't simply be measured by these attribute requirements. Sky's 2 enchantment attributes were more than 25%, which was quite excellent even among master grade works. The previous leather armor with speed enhancement was very suitable for Lomont's characteristics, and this one with water magic enhancement and increased physical strength could be used by Delia. As for Athena, she would use the best equipment in the Poison Dragon's treasure for now. As for the future, Chinrue wanted to make a set for her himself. Of course, it must at least reach or exceed excellent grade. Now that there was a mechanic master who specialized in leather here, it was just the right time to show off in front of an expert to get some advice. Chinrue asked Sky a few questions, and Sky was slightly surprised. These questions were all on the point. Even some mechanics who had been immersed in mechanics for many years might not have thought of it. Yet this rookie, who should be an armor crafting novice, could raise them. After getting Sky's answer, Chinrue's understanding in his heart deepened. He chose the demon, king-level Hydra skin. Since Sky had already completed the leather-making process, it saved a lot of trouble. When Sky saw Aguile using a precious material like Hydra's skin on his first attempt, he was about to persuade him. However, on second thought, this material was originally Aguile's own, so he should just let him be. Then, when Chenrue officially started, Sky and Xingxing were both taken aback. The previously rusty technique was being mastered at an amazing speed. Not only the technique, but also the rapid progress of various aspects of understanding. It was as if a rookie was transforming into an official mechanic. No, not only a mechanic, but he also faintly felt like a master, especially in Sky's eyes. Every mechanic master had his own characteristics. The details and some characteristics of Chenrue's technique were unique to him, as if he was a direct disciple who had been learning under him for many years. It wasn't just the beginning. Every subsequent process was in place. Not only was there no omission, but it was also becoming more rigorous and sophisticated. As the leather armor was formed, Sky and Xingxing looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. A piece of leather armor could advance from a rookie to an official mechanic who was proficient in leather. It was even not far from the level of a general master. This kind of understanding, this kind of learning ability can only be described as a genius, no, a monster. In the final enchantment, Chenrue still had a small problem. Since the understanding of the material couldn't be fully mastered in a short period of time, and although he had a strong spirit power, he actually knew nothing about magic. Earth magic originated from the Star Garden's Earth elemental heart, so the effect of enchantment wasn't very good. After being identified by the two masters, in addition to the Hydra's own toughness characteristic, the attributes of the leather armor were: increase the original defense base by 10%, increase the attack by 8%. Chenrue said with some embarrassment, "It's my first time learning to make leather armor. There's still many places to improve. I'm sorry for making the two masters laugh." Xingxing pointed at Chenrue. He was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while. Although he learned accessory mastery, he was proficient in appraisal. This leather armor was definitely a high-level equipment. It was equivalent to a high-level mechanic. This damn guy, could he be a senior armorist pretending to be a rookie to deliberately slap these masters' faces? If I didn't see your rusty technique at the beginning, I would think you're a veteran. Sky smiled bitterly. If the final enchantment is more perfect, this leather armor can reach the level of a junior master. If this matter is spread out, it will cause a sensation in the entire mechanic world. However, probably no one will believe it. I don't believe it. He must have used some tricks. Xingxing still shook his head in disbelief. He suddenly thought of something. You wait." As he said, the dark goblin master took out a table from the space ring, followed by a stool, something like a magnifying glass, a microscope, and a cutter. Chenrue's eyes lit up. He had already vaguely thought of what Xingxing was going to do. However, since the evil blue tear was given to Lomont, Chenrue could only use deep analysis twice a day at most. It had been used up now, but the current opportunity was really rare. He couldn't miss it. His mind turned, and he found an excuse to go to the toilet. He left the cloak gang as quickly as possible and rushed to the arena. He asked for the evil blue tear and drank the spring water of vitality and spirit recovery potion on the way. Although the speed of a demon king was extremely fast, when Chenrue appeared in the backyard of the cloak gang, Master Xingxing, who had been waiting for a long time, still showed an impatient expression. With the evil blue tear in hand, Chenrue became a lot more confident. He carefully asked about the names and uses of the instruments on the table one by one. Although Xingxing was very impatient, he still answered one by one, just like how a master of metal proficiency was familiar with the hammer in his hand. A master of jewelry proficiency must be familiar with every tool he used, just like the organs in his body. Chenrue listened and remembered attentively. Although Xingxing couldn't see his face clearly, he could feel the serious attitude. His face became much better. After the explanation, Xingxing began to make jewelry. The production of products was different from the production of leather armor. Due to the problem of volume and material, the required skills were more refined and the use of tools was more complicated. After Xingxing's confident demonstration, Chenrue also raised some questions. After another hour or so, when Chenrue handed the magic ring he made to Xingxing for correction, the dumbfounded Master Xingxing was speechless. Monster, he really is a monster through and through. The current Chenrue not only mastered the forging skills of metal weapons, but he also learned the production of leather armor and ring. Even if he was still a distance away from the real master level, he could be considered a trio-specialized genius mechanic. Of course, Chenrue knew in his heart that although deep analysis was great, it was only a passive understanding of imitation after all. Besides, these skills were just superficial. Take jewelry, for example. In addition to rings, there were also headwear, earrings, bracelets, etc. Leather wasn't only limited to leather armor. Cloaks, belts, helmets, boots, and wrist guards all belonged to the leather category. Now that there were two top masters, he must seize the opportunity to learn more in the future. He must use deep analysis and his own understanding to completely master these skills. Although no one could be sure about the future, it was definitely not wrong to have more skills. I've always been arrogant about my own qualifications. I didn't expect there to be a genius like you. Sky said emotionally, "Your teacher must be an amazing top master, far above me. He is probably infinitely close to that peak." This time, the dark goblin master didn't object. He also nodded with a little sigh. Chenrue didn't expect his ungodly performance to hit the two so hard. He had the intention to further build a good relationship with the two masters for future learning. After careful consideration in his heart, he said, "My teacher once told a story. I don't know if it will be helpful to the two masters." When the two heard that it was a story told by a quasi-grandmaster, they immediately showed interest. The story that Chenrue told in the name of his teacher was Butcher Ding dismembering the cow in Zhuangzi Yangzhou. When Butcher Ding first slaughtered the cow, there was only the cow in his eyes. After 3 years, what he saw was not the whole cow. Then he met the cow with his spirit instead of seeing it with his eyes. He knew when to stop and when his spirit wanted to move. He had reached the state where he could feel the internal flesh and bones and cut the cow with his spirit. Pao Ding, who had reached the final realm, could be said to be skillful and at ease. Dismembering an ox had already become a kind of art. As the saying goes, wherever the hand touches, the shoulder rests, the foot steps, the knee rests, the rearing of the ox, the playing of the knife. There is no sound that does not hit the mark. If mechanics were regarded as a kind of Tao, then the 3 states of Butcherding, which were highly respected by scholars in another world, should be able to give the 2 masters a little inspiration. It was just like there were 3 states in Zen. First, seeing a mountain as a mountain. Second, seeing a mountain as a mountain. Third, seeing a mountain as a mountain. Regardless of whether the plane was the same or not, in a sense, Tao was interconnected and constant. After listening to the story, Sky fell into contemplation. His face changed between joy and worry. He stood up abruptly and began to operate on the Hydra's skin. Although he could no longer use deep analysis, the previously analyzed information had been completely imprinted in his mind. Chinrue could see that Sky's mental appearance seemed to have some strange changes, but his technique slowed down and seemed to be heavier. A set of armor was quickly formed, as if the Hydra's skin was born with a set of armor. Sky just lifted it out easily, and there was already a hint of nature in it. However, when Sky was halfway through, he stopped again and began to continue to fall into contemplation. The Dark Goblin Master was busy on the table. He just observed various materials and even used the instrument empty-handedly. He didn't make anything, and he kept muttering to himself. Chinrue originally wanted to take out materials such as moonlight stone and blood-patterned silver, but now it seemed that it was not the right time. If he was right, perhaps there would be more than one master who could stay. Chapter 232. The next day, Chinrue was summoned by Jia and came to the palace council hall. Jia didn't speak, but she stared at him for a while. When Chinrue was a little nervous, she asked, "You've been back for many days, right? Have you passed the Grand Master's inheritance?" "It's only half completed. As for the other half, it depends on my luck. If I'm unlucky, Princess Royal can save the sheriff's salary." Chinrue was indeed right. Although the problem of the poison dragon's treasure was solved, there was not much time left before the final and most terrifying star conversion stage. This was the biggest test in history. He didn't know if he would survive or die at that time. Thinking of this, Chinrue's mood was a little heavier. Before that, I should arrange some things properly. Jia was very sensitive to Chinrue's emotional abnormality. For some reason, her heart suddenly felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Chinrue returned to normal in a moment. He smiled and said, "I have already met General George. Although I was almost killed by him, I was lucky enough to pass this test." "Really?" Jia's discomfort was replaced by a strange feeling. Uncomfortable. This strange, uncomfortable feeling was something she had never felt before. General George was Athena's father, and the relationship between Athena and this man was already known by the entire Dark Moon. In fact, when she met with General George, she specifically made a considerable affirmation of Chinrue's talent, which left a good initial impression in General George's heart. After all, Jia was not an ordinary woman. She instantly realized, "Why am I uncomfortable? Isn't General George my biggest supporter? Is it because the capital's recent affairs are too annoying?" Jia took a deep breath. "You already know about the capital sanctions?" This news was spread to all parts of the Dark Moon, and people's hearts began to waver. "At present, I can still control it. When the food is really reduced, it will probably be very difficult to handle. I don't want to expose the food base unless it's a last resort, because this base has just been built and there are not many food reserves. If the capital takes action, our previous efforts will be wasted." Chinrue nodded and explained his idea of using the Western strategy to cover the food base. Jia nodded and said, "This idea is similar to mine." This time, General George brought a person. This person is very valuable for the development of the West Road trade route. "Who is it?" Chinrue was startled. Father-in-law didn't seem to mention it, but father-in-law spent more time sparring with Paglio. At most, he would ask me about the art of war, but he didn't mention this matter. "This person is the heir of the Custer family, the largest business family in the Dark Shadow Empire. He was plotted against and almost killed due to the family struggle. He happened to meet General George, who came to the Dark Moon. He happened to meet General George, who came to the Dark Moon. So General George rescued him and brought him here. Jia glanced at Chenrue. As long as we can secretly support him to inherit the Custer family's business, then the important issues of trade or purchasing food can be solved. Chenrue understood that Jia's so-called support also meant secret control. If this plan could succeed, then the benefit was not only to solve the current crisis, but it would also have an unpredictable, huge effect on the future development of the Dark Moon. This matter is very important to the Dark Moon, so we have to plan it well. Chenrue smiled. Princess Royal actually doesn't have to worry about the sanctions. At least we already have the ability to solve it. What we need now is just how to get through it without leaving any traces. As long as we can survive the sanctions, then the people's dependence on the Red Spirit and the capital will be greatly reduced. It will be beneficial for Princess Royal to win the hearts of the people. Jia nodded slightly, and Chenrue said again, "Even if we get through the sanctions without leaving any traces, I'm afraid the capital will still press on. We must distract the capital's attention. I've proposed several plans before, so we can start preparing selectively." Jia looked surprised. "You mean the boldest plan has the highest requirements for the candidates, but this plan is also very dangerous. Let's talk about it when I have time to think about it." Chenrue changed the topic. "I have good news to report to Princess Royal. This time I went to the Silent Night wetland and brought the wyvern dragons there." "What?" Jia couldn't hide her surprise. "A group of wyverns. This means Dragon Rider Legion. As a matter of fact, the entire Fallen Angel Empire only has one Dragon Rider Legion. If the Dark Moon also has one, I temporarily placed them in Mountain Shillong, and Tim sent someone to take care of them." Chenrue explained vaguely, "The climate of Mountain Shillong isn't suitable for wyverns. The Black Rainforest area is remote and dangerous. It's inaccessible, and the terrain and climate are very suitable for wyverns to breed. My idea is to build a secret base in the Black Rainforest area and settle the wyverns first. Then I'll gradually select soldiers and train the dragon riders. However, these selected people must be cautious. First of all, we should test their loyalty because this is related to the Dark Moon's most secret military power. If the news is leaked, then the capital is likely to make a big move or even attack in advance." "I understand." Jia nodded and suppressed the ecstasy in her heart. She calmly considered for a while and said, "The candidates for the Dragon Riders will be screened from the Imperial Guards for the time being. I will let Kagurron investigate from various aspects to ensure the reliability of the personnel. Not only that, the Guards and the Cloak Gang are also two important forces. The Guards eliminated more than half of the people under the training of Athena and Eryx. Although the number of people was reduced, the quality was greatly improved. They are gradually on the right track. The Dark Moon has a large population, so we can consider replenishing the source of soldiers. The Cloak Gang is a force in the dark that must not be ignored. I have already discussed it with Aguile. Princess Royal can slowly see the results in the next step. However, the Cloak Gang should appropriately become enemies with other forces under Princess Royal, such as the current Seifel family. Let outsiders see the Dark Moon's disunity, factor, and further numb the capital's sight and hearing." Out of trust in Chenrue, Jia no longer questioned Aguile's identity. "You can do whatever you want with the Cloak Gang. I will support you unconditionally." The surprises brought by Chenrue were not limited to these. Now it can be confirmed that Master Xingxing will stay in the Dark Moon. The Cloak Gang will open a magic shop with Master Xingxing in charge. Also, I have mastered some junior master-level casting and armor-making methods through the Grand Master's inheritance. I want to build a secret armory and secretly gather some craftsmen to make better equipment. Regardless of how the interference plan to the capital is carried out, strengthening our own strength is the most fundamental priority. However, the current inheritance is not perfect enough. The construction of the armory can be prepared in advance, but the specific implementation should wait for the next step. Master-level casting and armor-making skills. Even if it's just a junior master, it's quite amazing. Jia was overjoyed, and she had a strange feeling in her heart. It was as if she just remembered that Chenrue still had the Grand Master's inheritance skills. This was originally Jia's original intention to recruit and employ this human, but as this human's wisdom and talent were revealed, that inheritance was ignored instead. Chenrue then sorted out a lot of ideas and set his plans and arrangements for various aspects. Jia only felt that the future direction was getting clearer and clearer. While she was appreciating in her heart, she suddenly had a feeling of trepidation. It was as if Chenrue really wanted to say all his thoughts. If he didn't say it this time, there would be no chance in the future. Jia secretly stabilized her mood and changed the topic. You brought too many surprises. I'm a bit distressed about how to reward you now. Chenrue's eyes lit up. He was about to speak, but Jia blocked his attempt in advance. Except for the dance of only, you can ask for any reward. Princess Royal actually remembers the teasing content of the last time so clearly. Chenrue shrugged helplessly. Any reward? Then I want a kiss? Now, the two don't seem to have reached that level yet. He didn't dare to challenge the bottom line of the royal sister boss. Right. Well, please promise me one thing, Princess Royal. Chenrue's strange smile made Jia a little nervous, but since she had already said it, she couldn't show weakness. She said with a cold face, you say it. 3 words. Chenrue boldly looked at Jia's purple eyes with a bit of fire in his eyes. When I say these 3 words, you can't kill me. 3 words? Could it be this damn man? Does he think he can be presumptuous with a little credit? Jia felt a burst of anger. For some reason, her heartbeat accelerated a little. Her face had an unprecedented blush. She shouted, how dare you? Say a word and spare my life. This request isn't too bold, right? Chenrue shook his head and sighed. Besides, I haven't said which 3 words. Why do you give me this evaluation? These 3 words may be spare my life, or how are you? If Princess Royal must renege on the reward given to me, as a poor subordinate, I have nothing to say. Jia was even more annoyed in her heart. She didn't know whether she was angry or other emotions. She gritted her teeth and said, Jia, Lucifer swear by the royal bloodline, when Chenrue says these 3 words, I will not kill him no matter what. But only once. Only once? Oh, okay. Chenrue scratched his head and smiled. It's not the right time to look at the situation now. I will choose a suitable time and say the right 3 words. Princess Royal, remember to spare my life. Okay. Jia had an impulse to punch that hateful smile, regardless of royal etiquette. She said rudely, I'm a little tired. You can leave now. Chenrue initially wanted to take advantage of her and promote some special services such as tiredness massage. But if he pushed the iceberg royal sister into a corner, he was afraid that those 3 words would really become spare my life and be wasted immediately. So he immediately laughed and bowed away. This bastard man. Can't he just insist and ask for a waltz just now? I thought I could reluctantly accept that excessive request, but I didn't expect that guy to make an even more excessive request. An inexplicable resentment surged in Jia's heart. Thinking of the 3 words unknown, she began to panic a little again. However, the pressure brought by the capital sanctions and a series of things that had been troubling her these days had disappeared invisibly. Chapter 233. As Chenrue expected, when he went to the cloak gang again to take out the Moonlight Stone and the Fountain of Life, Master Xingxing didn't hesitate anymore and directly agreed to stay in the cloak gang's request. As for Sky, Chenrue knew that this dark elf master had secrets, so it wasn't appropriate for him to show up in public. At present, the Flower of Mist hadn't been found yet, so Sky wouldn't leave. However, after the last incident, both Xingxing and Sky seemed to be inspired. Later, Chenrue took out several legendary grade equipment from the poison dragon's treasure. Both of them learned from it while learning from it. Especially Master Xingxing, his attitude toward Qinrui was much better. Under the intentional or unintentional teaching of the two masters, Qinrui's mechanics improved rapidly. Qinrui went to Mountain Shillong again and brought the wyverns to the black rainforest. The Wyvern King, Galen, was very satisfied with the environment here. For the sake of caution, the poison pond was placed in the middle of the dragon inscription area where the devil fruit was obtained. Relying on the natural barrier of the dragon inscription, it could further cover and protect the wyverns. Of course, in order to avoid accidentally injuring the wyverns, many inscriptions were removed and transferred with the help of Peglio. When this dragons came to the black rainforest with injuries, their strength was already quite weak, so the inscriptions laid were not particularly powerful. According to the shape of the skeleton, Peglio should be a red dragon with the power of flames. As for the three things left by this dragon's, a metal doll, a bead, and a magic map were also puzzling. Even Peglio couldn't see the origin of the metal doll. The bead contained a huge water power, so it was probably some kind of secret treasure. As for the map, it was probably the location of the red dragon's treasure. However, because it was incomplete, the clues it could provide were too limited. Although Peglio was very obsessed with treasures, he could only look at the map and sigh. Northwest block, the location of the Melon family. In the room, the patriarch of the Melon family, Lombardo, was frowning. Beside him was the elder of the Melon family, Lonel. "Chief, our shop has been smashed several times. The guards were also killed and injured. From time to time, troublemakers came, and our business was greatly affected. The other shops that paid protection fees were fine. Those people must have been sent by the Cloak Gang. We must find a way to solve it as soon as possible." Lombardo's face was gloomy. The problem now is that even if we know that these people are sent by the Cloak Gang, we can't do anything. The leader of the Cloak Gang, Aguile, was obviously Princess Royal's new favorite force. As long as we didn't go too far, Princess Royal wouldn't care. Moreover, we were on Joseph's side, so we could only swallow our anger. Actually, the money from the shop is a small matter, but since the Gorfine gang that we support was destroyed, the Dark Moon City has been completely controlled by the Cloak Gang. Our important business to the south can't be carried out normally. Ronald thought for a while and asked, "Can we use Joseph's power to deal with the Cloak Gang?" "Humph, I'm afraid it's impossible. Joseph said that this is a critical period. He asked us to avoid conflicts with the Cloak Gang as much as possible." Lombardo looked doubtful. I have a feeling that Joseph and Aguile seem to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Joseph may want to use the Cloak Gang to divide the forces under Princess Royal. It can be seen from Aguile's public support for the human sheriff. However, no matter what Princess Royal and Joseph think, the interests of our Melon family must be protected. Ronald nodded in agreement. At this moment, a servant at the door reported, "Sir Patriarch, we received a magic message from the South Road." "South Road?" Lombardo was excited. "Quickly bring it over for me to see." The servant handed over a note, bowed, and retreated. Lombardo opened the note, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He handed the note to Ronald. After Ronald read the contents of the note, he asked, "I know Lavit. He's the deputy head of the Blue Lava Double-Headed Dragon Legion. Who are Cypress and Dominique? Do you remember the leader of the Gorfine gang, Wicker, who was killed by Eric's?" Lombardo sneered. "Now the entire city, and even everywhere, is under the control of the Cloak Gang. The people going south can't be transported out. Lavit came to the Dark Moon specifically to solve this matter. Cypress and Dominique are both elites of the Double-Headed Dragon Legion. Dominique is Wicker's sister. She must have taken the initiative to come and personally avenge Wicker. As long as the Double-Headed Dragon Legion takes action, Aguile and Eric's will definitely die. Since Aguile supports Chun Rue, the Seifel family's old Ford is now in a tense relationship with Aguile. The Seifel family's shop didn't pay protection fees, so it was harassed by the Cloak Gang many times. We can show our submission to Aguile and pay protection fees to the Cloak Gang. In this way, after Aguile is killed, Princess Royal will focus her suspicion on Old Ford. Ronald looked happy and nodded. Patriarch's decision is really brilliant. I wonder when Lavitt and the others will arrive? Lombardo said, judging from the time of the message, the three of them are already on the way. They will probably arrive at the Dark Moon in about 7 days. You immediately inform those shops to submit to the Cloak Gang. Remember to act discreetly and don't leave too many traces. Ronald bowed, turned around, and left. Lombardo's eyes narrowed. If it's just to solve the human trafficking problem, Lavitt doesn't have to come personally. Dominique already has a grudge with the Cloak Gang. Letting her directly eliminate Aguile, and the others will solve the problem once and for all. Lavitt came for a more important matter. This matter was of great importance and was very secretive. Even a confidant like Ronald couldn't reveal anything. The news that the Mellon family submitted to the Cloak Gang immediately spread throughout the Dark Moon. Initially, there were still many shops that were watching. Seeing that even the Mellon family, one of the 2 veteran families, had such an attitude, they obediently paid the protection fees to the Cloak Gang. Only Old Ford of the Seifel family was still tough. He led 1 or 2 small families to continue to refuse to pay the protection fees. However, this was already an individual exception. From the overall perspective, the Cloak Gang had basically grasped all the shops in the Dark Moon. In fact, in the eyes of the merchants who had paid the protection fees, the Cloak Gang was not bad. They didn't bully and squeeze money step by step like the previous forces. Instead, they followed the guarantee of collecting the protection fees and fulfilled the duty of protection. After the Cloak Gang killed a batch of the gangsters who harassed the merchants as a warning, they no longer dared to be presumptuous. Many of them simply joined the Cloak Gang. People who did business had their own calculations. Compared with being bitten by big and small moths in the past, it was much more cost-effective to be bitten by one now. For the buyers, merchants who cheated others, like Silva, would also be sanctioned by the Cloak Gang. Of course, merchants valued profits. Even if the Demon Realm's commerce was far less developed than the human world, there were inevitably many small tricks. As long as they didn't cross the bottom line, the Cloak Gang naturally wouldn't care. On the 2nd day after the Mellon family submitted, the Cloak Gang launched the long-prepared night market. The so-called night market was a market that mainly did business at night. The Cloak Gang organized a group of vendors to gather together and opened a night market called Night of the Dark Moon in the originally deserted Southwest Street. Night was the time when the dark elements were the most active. The Demon Realm's people who liked to hang out at night were no less than during the day. It was just that because the original nightlife was too monotonous, there was no such concentrated market. In order to attract customers, the price of the night market was 30% off. The vendors' prices were originally cheaper than the shops. As a result, many people came after hearing the news. The most attractive thing was a specialty operated by the Cloak Gang, the hot pot restaurant. The way to eat the hot pot was very peculiar. It was a large basin with an adjustable fire stove under it. There was hot meat in it. The fragrance was so tempting that people had never tasted before. Various vegetables could also be added to boil it. At first, some people were just attracted by the fragrance and had the attitude of trying it out. Some were even forcibly pulled over by the Cloak Gang. However, when they really tasted the taste, they realized how wonderful it was. Moreover, the price was not expensive. Slowly, the name Hot Pot began to spread. The temperature in the Demon Realm at night was very low. Eating hot pot while drinking the strongest strong fruit wine was more enjoyable than being a demon god. In the beginning, many vendors were surprised that the Cloak Gang rebuilt a big house as a shop. After all, the night market was small in scale. In just a few days, the shop was filled to the brim. What was even more tempting was that the hot pot restaurant was not open during the day and only opened at night. For a while, people flocked to the night market. and the business of the surrounding vendors also became better. It's only been a few days, and it has become so lively here. Ms. Sasa exclaimed as she led Alien and Eve to walk in the noisy night market. She used to follow her father, Didi, for many years. She did business at night more than once, but she had never seen such a lively night market. Chinrue smiled. This was just the beginning. If it developed smoothly, the scale would be much larger in the future. Mr. Aguile's talent is really... Sky sighed with emotion. Aguile's current mechanical level was already faintly equivalent to the initial level of the master level. What was even more incredible was that he was actually proficient in metal, leather, and accessories. That kind of terrifying learning ability could not be described with accurate words. Not only that, Aguile also had Demon King level strength and such a flexible business mind. He's a freak. The Dark Goblin Master, Xing Xing, added jealously. His tone changed again. If you have excess energy, you might as well put it on mechanics. Although Xing Xing's tone was very rude, there was no lack of advice. In fact, the Dark Goblin Master and the Dark Elf Master had received a lot of inspiration from this Aguile. For masters who had reached a certain peak bottleneck, this kind of inspiration was particularly valuable. Therefore, Xing Xing still had a good impression of this cloak gang leader who tricked him to stay. The most important thing was that his future father-in-law, old Didi, was his servant and loyal. Chinrue could hear the good intentions of the Dark Goblin Master. Every skill had its specialization. An ordinary person's energy was always limited. Only by focusing could he achieve higher progress. The problem was that he wasn't an ordinary person, and alchemy wasn't the biggest goal he wanted to pursue. Power. Only with power could one truly transcend fate. Only with power could one truly protect the things one treasured. Erix and Visasha, who were in charge of the Order of the Night Market, happened to walk over here. When they saw Chun Rue's incarnation of Aguile, they bowed together. Since Royce was currently working undercover on Joseph's side, it was not appropriate to be with Chinrue in public. At that moment, two people appeared on the opposite side, a man and a woman. The man was strong and burly, while the woman was good-looking and well-developed. They were originally a very ordinary couple, but Chinrue felt a murderous intention. A very strong murderous intention was directed at Eric's. Analytical eyes showed that the race of this man and woman were both great demon, mutated. Their comprehensive strength assessment was C and C-. Early stage of Demon King and intermediate stage of Demon King. Chapter 234. As a great Demon King powerhouse, Sky also felt the murderous intention. He asked Chinrue, "Do you want to know need?" Chinrue shook his head and pouted his lips at Alien and the others. Sky understood what he meant. Just take care of the three girls and Master Xing Xing. Erix, come with me to have a look. Chinrue greeted Erix, walked over, and patted him on the shoulder. He slightly increased his strength. Erix had been following Chinrue for more than a day. He understood something was wrong and nodded. Yes, leader. As soon as the word leader came out, Chinrue immediately felt that the target of the murderous intention turned to him. He was secretly puzzled. Visasha saw that Chinrue had something to talk to Erix about, so she walked straight to the other side. Erix followed Chinrue all the way out of the night market and actually walked to a remote place. They didn't stop along the way and arrived at the south gate of the Dark Moon City. Although the city gate generally did not allow free access at night, the guards at the gate recognized Instructor Erix, so they didn't dare to stop them. The two walked through the southern suburbs until they reached a huge, desolate pit. Only then did Chinrue's footsteps stop. Erix, you're quite close to the Demon King now, right? Yes, I've already faintly felt that limit. I'm only one step away from breaking through. Chinrue nodded. So what do you think is the best way to break through the bottleneck? Fight. Erix's eyes lit up. Master pulled me here. Could it be that he wants to use fighting to guide me to break through the last line and advance to Demon King? Before this, he had privately requested to fight with Athena several times. However, due to the huge difference in strength, and Athena's skill of suppressing her strength was not skillful enough, she couldn't perfectly control it at the higher demon level, so he was completely defeated. That's right, and it must be a real battle. Are you prepared to die? Chun-Rui asked with a serious expression. Eric's nodded sternly. His eyes were extremely firm. He didn't have a fortuitous encounter like Chun-Rui, other than the devil fruit. His strength was accumulated through countless actual battles. He had experienced several life and death situations, so he naturally understood that the more life and death battles were, the more potential he could break through the bottleneck. Compared to a real life and death battle, Athena's battle was just a sparring session. Then, Chun-Rui saw Eric's determination. He suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "The two people following, come out!" Eric's was taken aback. He didn't feel anyone following him. Humph! I can't believe I was discovered by an ant like you. But so what? You're going to die anyway. A cold voice rang out. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of a man and a woman gradually became clearer. When Chun-Rui heard the word ant, he suddenly thought of Brock. His heart was filled with disgust. He asked, "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me and Eric's?" In the night market, the previous murderous intent was targeted at Eric's, but then it turned to him. It seemed that both of them were the target of the other party. The buxom woman snorted coldly, "I'll let you die knowing. My name is Dominique, and this is Cyprus." Chun-Rui shook his head. "I don't know you. Since you want me to die knowing, you can at least tell me the person who instructed you." "You're the leader of the Cloak Gang, Aguile." The woman's eyes showed a monstrous hatred. "Wick of the Gorfiend Gang is my younger brother." Chun-Rui thought of Wick, who was personally killed by Eric's. He finally understood the source of the woman's hatred. He didn't expect the leader of the Gorfiend Gang, who was supported by the Mellon family, had such an early-stage Demon King sister. However, Wick was cruel and bloodthirsty, and he was a sworn enemy of the Cloak Gang. There was nothing to explain if he was killed. It was just that this man and woman thought that he was only at the peak of higher demon in the state of true breath holding, so they walked out without a care. The man, Cyprus, spoke. "I initially wanted to see what secrets you were discussing here. I didn't expect you to be delusional enough to charge into the Demon King realm by challenging us. You're overestimating yourself. Dominique, I'll leave Wick's murderer to you." "Of course. After killing these two, I'll kill everyone in the Cloak Gang to avenge my brother." Dominique walked out. Her cold, murderous intent had locked onto Chun-Rui and Eric's. Every debt has a debtor. Chun-Rui took a few steps back and pointed at Eric's. "He's the real murderer who killed your brother. Go and find him." Eric's had already understood Chun-Rui's intention. His fighting spirit soared, and he gathered all his strength. A double-headed scythe appeared in his hand. He walked slowly toward Dominique, and the flames on his body were already shining. "The leader of the Cloak Gang is actually such a cowardly person," Dominique said disdainfully. She looked at the fearless Eric's and nodded. "At least you still have some courage. However, the courage that transcends your strength can only be regarded as stupidity." Eric's didn't respond. He swung his scythe, yelled, leaped high, and slashed at Dominique. Dominique showed a contemptuous smile. She didn't use transformation or buff flames, so she easily avoided the slash. At the same time, she punched Eric's chest. Eric's groaned. His entire body shook, and he took 6 to 7 steps back before he could stand firm. His face was inevitably a little pale. Dominique was a little surprised. From her point of view, although she didn't use her full strength in that punch, it should have sent Eric's flying, causing him to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The gap between realms was quite obvious, especially between higher demon and demon king. It was equivalent to the lower to middle level. Chinrue wasn't surprised by this. The reason was simple: equipment. Eric's was currently armed to the teeth. Scythe, armor, boots, wrist guards, belts, and rings were all experimental products of Chinrue's mechanics. Although some of the quality hadn't reached excellent grade and could only be regarded as very close to excellent grade, it was undoubtedly extremely luxurious for a higher demon. Eric's felt his blood boiling. He had the experience of fighting with Athena, so he wasn't afraid. He took a deep breath and rushed forward again under the acceleration effect of his shoes. His speed surprised Dominique. Eric's specialty was to replace defense with offense. His flames were even more blazing. Thunder sounded, and the dark star iron scythe in his hand turned into several light arcs, rolling towards Dominique. Dominique's figure flashed like a ghost, avoiding the light arcs one by one. However, Eric's attack was very experienced. It wasn't uniform speed, but a combination of fast and slow. It was like an unpredictable trap that was impossible to guard against. Dominique was a little careless, and her face was swept by the light arcs. The dark star iron weapon with special sharpness and bloodthirstiness instantly broke through Dominique's skin defense, leaving a bloody mark on her face. Dominique was furious. She didn't expect to be hurt by a higher demon, and it was the face that she cared about the most. She shouted angrily and instantly moved behind Eric's. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into her battle form. The demon, king-level great demon, was no longer an ordinary transformation form. Both of Dominique's elbows had long bone spurs that were as sharp as a blade. She slashed towards Eric's. Eric's was alarmed, but the opponent's speed was too fast. It was too late for him to dodge, so he immediately teleported and dodged. The angry Dominique was about to kill Eric's with all her might, but she suddenly felt that her movements were stagnant. Her speed was actually greatly reduced. It was a symptom of being affected by slow. Dominique's gaze fell on the cloaked man, Aguile, who was nearby. She sneered, and her buff flame blazed. The great demon's flame could eliminate negative states, but no matter how she burned the flame, she couldn't eliminate the effect of slow. There was only one possibility. The opponent's magic and spirit power had far exceeded the power of the flame. On the other side, Eric's didn't give Dominique a chance to breathe. The scythe turned into two and attacked again. Dominique's bone spurs blocked the scythe. Sparks splashed, but there was only one more crack. Then it gradually recovered. With the sharpness of the dark star iron, it actually couldn't cut off the bone spurs. It seemed that this was the mutated power of Dominique's bloodline. Although Dominique had just advanced to Demon King for less than a year, and she couldn't exert her speed under slow, although Eric's had luxurious equipment and was only one step away from Demon King. Approaching the power of Demon King and mastering the power of Demon King were two different concepts. The difference in strength between the two was still obvious. With just a few confrontations, Eric's was already in danger. If it weren't for his good equipment and rich combat experience that allowed him to avoid the killer move at the critical moment, he would have died several times already. Chinrue didn't help. There was no free lunch in the sky. Besides, judging from Eric's eyes earlier, he wouldn't let him help again. Dominique, you're too slow. It takes you so long to deal with a higher demon. Cypress walked down the stage. His voice was a little loud. We don't have time to stay here for too long. I'll help you capture that Aguile. Dominique's slow. Still has about half an hour, Eric's. Chinrue shrugged. I will never help you again. Whether you die or break through, it's up to you. You should worry about yourself, Aunt. Cypress looked proud. Even if your magic power is special, it has no effect on me. My mutated bloodline attribute weakens magic. However, I won't kill you. I'll only cut off your limbs. I'll leave your life to Dominique. The word, Aunt. I'll return it to you. When he said the word, Aunt, Chinrue had already appeared in front of Cypress. Cypress was shocked. Before he could defend, there was a cramping pain in his abdomen, and his whole body was sent flying. Chinrue's figure was extremely fast. He had already caught up with him in midair. Taking advantage of the fact that Cypress lost his balance in the air and couldn't exert force, Chinrue swung his hand forcefully, turning the backward force into an upward force. Cypress was thrown into midair. Chinrue bounced his feet and appeared above Cypress. He clenched his fists and slammed them down. Bang! With a muffled sound, Cypress was like being hit by a huge hammer. He fell heavily to the ground, causing a tremor. These few moves were done in a flash. At this time, the words, "I'll return it to you," were just spoken. Dominique on the side was shocked. She knew Cypress's strength very well. Intermediate stage of Demon King. He was actually beaten up by this Aguile. Then Aguile's strength is at least on the same level as Cypress. The word ant is indeed not qualified unless both of them admit that they are ants. Didn't the intel say that a few months ago, Aguile fought hard against Eric's in the Dark Moon Arena and finally won by a narrow margin? Eric's hasn't even reached Demon King yet. Could it be that the intel is wrong, or something special happened in these months? Chapter 235. Cypress roared and jumped up as if the heavy blow just now had no effect on him. Cypress already knew that Aguile was slightly stronger than him, so he didn't dare to neglect and changed into his battle form. The burning flame turned into a cyan color that wrapped around his body and then converged into it. Under the moonlight, the original red skin became purplish sand with a faint metallic luster. This is good. After Cypress changed into this state, he was full of confidence again. He said arrogantly, "It's worth me to use some strength." Chinrue didn't talk nonsense and punched at Cypress. Cypress didn't dodge and punched at Chinrue at the same time. Both of them were punched at the same time. Cypress's body shook, but he was completely fine. However, Chinrue took 2 steps back. He frowned as he felt that his fist was like hitting gold and iron. I forgot to tell you that the reason why I can weaken magic is completely because of this bronze demonic body. No matter how powerful your attack is, there is no way to break through my body defense. Cypress's loud voice made an unpleasant laughter and directly rushed up. Relying on his body's super strong defense, he didn't dodge and fought in a way that both sides would suffer. Chinrue thought of Kilia's sturdy demonic body that he had fought before. With a move of his mind, he attacked the weak parts under his armpit or crotch that Lomont mentioned. Who knew that Cypress didn't care at all? Every part of his body was as hard as metal. Chinrue couldn't help but be shocked. Even his crotch has turned into metal. This bronze demonic body is too much. Cypress let Chinrue try to attack his weak points. He thought that his bronze demonic body was extremely hard and had no weak points at all. He saw the power on his opponent's fist changed. A powerful force came over like a stormy sea, causing him to stagger. The power even penetrated into his internal organs. He couldn't resist at all. Under this kind of attack, Cypress's metal body could only play its original defensive role. It couldn't fight back at all. Even if he was a real bronze man, what was the use in the huge waves of the sea? However, the opponent couldn't do anything to him. When the turbulent power was exhausted, it would be the best time to kill him. After an unknown period of time, the huge wave-like force finally weakened gradually. Cypress, who was already dizzy and frustrated, struggled to break free from it with great difficulty. Seeing the large area of the ground distorted due to the impact of the power fluctuations, Cypress was secretly shocked. Aguile's endurance is so strong. After attacking for so long, it's fortunate that he met an opponent with absolute defense talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive this round of terrifying attack. However, no matter how strong his endurance was, there would be a time when his strength was exhausted. Now was the time for Cypress to counterattack. Seeing that Aguile's attack slowed down, Cypress was about to take the opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, he saw a bright light in the battle at the side. The light came from the flames on Eric's body. The flames were unprecedentedly bright. Eric's appearance also changed. His curved horns became curled backward, and his hair became longer. However, what really changed was his temperament. That strong breath had truly surpassed the scope of higher Demon King level. At the critical moment of life and death just now, Eric's, who was on the brink of death several times, finally burst out his unprecedented potential at the last moment. He broke through the upper limit of higher demons bottleneck and truly entered the ranks of the middle-level powerhouses. Dominique had already severely injured Eric's, and there was only one last attack left. She didn't expect the enemy who killed her brother to break through at the last moment and reach Demon King level with her pressure. A strong anger surged in her heart. She shouted, and the flame power of her body was ignited to the peak. The sturdy bone spurs on her elbow suddenly became as soft as rubber, wrapping around her fist. Dominique knelt on one knee. Her fists glowed in red light as she punched the ground with all her might. The radioactive cracks quickly spread to Eric's feet. Eric's had used up his teleportation just now, so he couldn't dodge in a hurry. He clenched his teeth and crossed his hands, holding the scythe, making a defensive posture. The burning flame on his body changed its shape and rotated at a high speed. It was like a round light ball wrapping him. When the cracks on the ground touched Eric's, countless terrifying sharp lights burst upward like a fountain of blades, rushing toward Eric's and covering the light of the flame ball. After the eruption of the fountain, the flame light in it actually did not disappear. This defense wasn't a new power obtained by Demon King, but a skill that Eric's learned after losing to Chinrue last time. In the past, due to his lack of strength, he couldn't use it as he wished. Now that he advanced, it was really handy and had a miraculous effect. It was just that Dominique's strength wasn't a trivial matter. Leveling up wasn't a full HP resurrection on the spot. Her injuries and stamina consumption were still serious, but it felt completely different. Dominique was shocked and angry. Although she was somewhat affected by the slow that hadn't been eliminated, this was already her strongest move, yet she still couldn't kill her opponent. Through the previous confrontation, she already knew that Eric's equipment was so good that it made people jealous. Those who didn't know his identity would think that he was the direct descendant of some lord's family. Although Eric's had just leveled up to Demon King and hadn't mastered his newly acquired strength, it was difficult to kill him with this equipment and the strength of the same level. Not bad, Eric's. Chinrue praised. You finally broke through. Since that's the case, it's meaningless for me to drag this idiot who thinks he's invulnerable. Cypress didn't understand the invulnerable words, but he heard the word idiot clearly. In his anger, the purple color on his body deepened again, and he pounced toward Chinrue. Chinrue didn't dodge. His palm glowed with a faint light, and he faced Cypress. Cypress punched Chinrue. Bang! Chinrue took 2 or 3 steps back. Cypress still just shook a little, but Chinrue smiled. Cypress's eyes showed a horrified light. The right arm that hit Chinrue hung down softly. There was a shallow wound on his shoulder, but that was only on the surface. If one could see through Cypress's right shoulder, one could find that the bones and flesh inside had been broken as if they were cut by an extremely sharp weapon. Bronze demonic body. Chinrue nodded and praised. The defense is really good. It can actually block my aura blade. As Chinrue said, the demonic body skin defense was indeed tough. Even aura blade couldn't cut it, but the flesh and blood inside couldn't resist the invisible blade aura. The aura penetrated through the wound and completely destroyed the internal tissues. Cypress relied on this extremely strong defense talent to kill many strong enemies. He was also a top elite in the double-headed dragon legion of the Blue Lava State. He didn't expect that the opponent's special ability was actually his nemesis. His arm was crippled in just one encounter. If this blade were to hit his neck, the opponent just said that he was just dragging me for Eric's breakthrough. It turns out that he wasn't lying. Cypress shouted angrily. His eyes emitted a golden light, and a long blade appeared in his hand. He charged again without fear of death. Just as Chen Rui dodged, he suddenly teleported behind him and slashed with his blade. Chen Rui also used the teleportation skill to dodge far behind him. At that moment, Cypress's mouth suddenly opened 1 meter wide exaggeratedly. He turned his head and ejected a golden beam of light. Sure enough, there was a long-range energy attack move. But this kind of spitting was too disgusting. Shinrui frowned. He teleported again and appeared behind Cypress. Aura blade swept horizontally. Cypress saw that the beam of light was about to hit Aguile, but the opponent disappeared into thin air. He was suddenly shocked. Another teleportation? There were only 2 seconds between the 2 times. I've never heard of a great demon that could teleport so quickly and continuously. Cypress missed a move, and there was a warning sign behind him. He desperately pounced to avoid the danger of being broken into 2, but his waist was still severely injured. He was kicked to the ground by Chen Rui. "Don't kill me!" Cypress screamed as he felt his opponent's knife-like hand suddenly stop on his neck. That faint sharpness was enough to make him scared out of his wits. Chen Rui only used 2 skills, double teleportation and aura blade. Moreover, he used them at will. He easily defeated the intermediate demon king, Cypress. He was also a little surprised. Is it because after the battle with the great demon king at the Silent Night wetland, coupled with the poison dragon's special training, my spirit and strength have greatly increased? However, no matter how strong my strength was, the key to Aliyah state was still the heart. If the heart was not strong enough, I would never be able to break through Aliyah state. Besides, due to star conversion, this was the most dangerous level. Dominique on the side saw that Cypress was knocked down by Aguile, and she was shocked. This Aguile's strength was too terrifying. Cypress's strength was not his opponent, let alone her. She couldn't care about fighting with Eric's at that moment. She raised her hand, and a firework soared into the sky. Eric's took advantage of her distraction and slashed Dominique's ribs. This was the first time that Eric's truly injured the enemy since the battle. His confidence was boosted at that moment. Dominique was afraid of Chen Rui, so Eric's reversed the disadvantage. Seeing the dazzling light from the soaring firework, Cypress was relieved. See this distress signal? I'm from the Blue Lava Estate. Our deputy leader, Lavit, is in the Dark Moon City. He will arrive soon. If you kill me, he will definitely not let you go. Blue Lava Estate? Lavit? Chen Rui only felt that these 2 names were a bit familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere. After recalling for a while, he finally remembered. A badge appeared in his hand with a black dragon pattern with 2 heads. Do you know this? Cypress looked at the badge and said in surprise, "Why do you have the badge of our double-headed dragon legion?" Chen Rui finally confirmed the identity of Cypress and Dominique. They were members of the Blue Lava Estate's secret elite legion, directly under the Lord Double-Headed Dragon Legion. The road to the Blue Lava Estate was full of bandits. They were even more rampant than Mountain Shillong, so it was impossible to pass through. The original owner of the ancient house that was the Cloak Gang's base, the black merchant Silva, who had been eliminated, once explained about smuggling people to the Blue Lava Estate. When encountering bandits on the South Road, he only needed to show this badge to safely pass through the bandits' sphere of influence. This badge was seized from Silva, and the person who gave Silva the badge was Lavit. The deputy leader of the Red Devils, Barnacle, who was once tricked by Chen Rui, also mentioned that he went to the Blue Lava Estate to seek refuge with Lavit. This Lavit was the deputy leader of the Double-Headed Dragon Legion. Chen Rui's eyes narrowed. Since Dominique and Cypress thought that he and Eric's were both higher demons, it would be like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife if it was just for revenge. It was definitely impossible to alarm Lavit to come personally. Then, what was his real purpose of coming here? There must be a problem. Chapter 236. How powerful is Lavit? Can he save your life? Chen Rui's palm moved closer to Cypress's neck. Cypress quickly shouted, "Although you defeated me, it's just because your talent is restrained. Your strength is the same as mine, which is the intermediate stage of Demon King. Lavett's deputy leader is the peak of Demon King powerhouse, and he's proficient in magic and martial arts. It's easy for him to kill you. If he knew that we were coming to kill both of you, he would definitely come immediately. If you're smart, take your men and leave here now. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave when the deputy leader comes." "Peak of Demon King?" Chinrue said, "Oh," and slowly retracted his hand. He seemed to be afraid of the deputy leader's strength. He asked again. Dominique came to the Dark Moon for revenge. "What are you doing here?" "It's the Melon family." Cypress said a few words. Then he suddenly realized his mistake. He shut his mouth tightly and didn't say another word. Melon family. The old family of the Dark Moon that's easily swayed. Chinrue's eyes flashed. "I didn't expect that in addition to going to the Red Spirit Estate on the surface, they're also secretly going to the Blue Lava Estate. They're simply the traitors of the whole family. Since you won't say it, then I have to ask Lavette personally." Cypress was shocked. He saw Chinrue's palm turned into a hammer and hit his head fiercely. The tidal force penetrated through the bronze demonic body and instantly broke through Cypress's consciousness defense. He fainted instantly, and the color of his skin returned to normal. Dominique, who was at the side, saw that Cypress was killed, and she was even more unwilling to continue fighting. Eric's became braver as he fought. He became more proficient in using demon king-level strength in the battle. Dominique blocked the incoming scythe. The bone spur on her elbow suddenly broke automatically and shot toward Eric's like a sharp arrow. Dominique took the opportunity to bounce and turned around to escape. Unexpectedly, she felt a pain in her back. The scythe actually pierced through her chest. As her body paused, the second scythe arrived and penetrated through her heart. Dominique turned around in disbelief. She saw that Eric's 2 arms were like retractable ropes. They suddenly became 3 meters long. The scythe he was holding crossed the distance where she escaped and launched 2 fatal strikes. Eric's had never revealed this special skill before. Now that he had a surprise attack, he finally won with 1 hit. The 2 scythes were pulled back at the same time. Eric's arm returned to its original state while Dominique's chest was bleeding. Her strength seemed to be drained along with the scythes. Eric's had always been decisive in killing. He was definitely not a person who cherished women. His figure moved and leaped over. A stream of light swept past. In the bloody light, the woman's head flew high and fell to the ground. Her voluptuous body slowly fell, and blood spread all over the ground. After Eric's killed the enemy, he seemed to be exhausted. He gasped for a while and pulled out the bone spur embedded in his chest to stop the bleeding. He drank a bottle of potion and came to Chinrue. Chinrue suddenly thought of an old arcade game he played back then, the 12-player Street Fighter, the oldest version. There was an Indian guy who could extend his hands and feet to attack. At that time, he was called Long Hands. Later, he found out that it was called Dalsim. Eric's skill just now had the feeling of long hands. The change in your arm just now, is it your talent? Or the devil fruit's ability? That's the awakened talent. The power of the devil fruit is very difficult to obtain, but it will be hidden in the bloodline. If there is a chance to break through the realm again in the future, there will be a certain chance to obtain it. You did a pretty good job this time. You have to practice the demon king level power later, especially the demonic fire. Chinrue looked at Dominique's body and shook his head. This woman has a good figure. It's good to catch her to warm your bed. It's a pity to kill her. There are only enemies in my eyes, no man or woman. Eric's broke through the bottleneck and was in a good mood. He laughed coldly. In order to thank her for her help in my breakthrough, I cut off her head. This servant seemed to be a bit perverted. He used to talk about beheading people many times before. It seemed like he had a beheading fetish. He was probably an executioner in the market in his previous life. Chinrue looked at Eric's strangely for a while. His subordinate felt a little creeped out. Royce already has Visasha. I say, if you like any beauty, just tell me. I'll help you trick her back. Eric's was a little speechless. Speaking of which, Visasha was really tricked back by this person for Royce. At that moment, there was a long whistle from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it was approaching here. Judging from the speed of the sound, this person was very powerful. It must be the deputy leader of the double-headed dragon legion, Lavit. The long whistle was because he saw the distress signal, which was used to warn the enemy. Eric's looked vigilant, but Chinrue's expression remained unchanged. He pointed at the unconscious Cypress on the ground. You bring this person back to the arena first. I'll come back after I get rid of this Lavit. Eric's was taken aback. Master had clearly learned from Cypress that Lavit was the peak of Demon King, and he was a magic and martial artist, yet he didn't retreat. Instead, he wanted to get rid of the opponent. It's get rid, not resist. Initially, Eric's thought that after he broke through the bottleneck, he was much closer to Chinrue's strength. Who knew that the gap was so big now? No wonder even the two peak of Demon King royal family powerhouses had to respectfully call Master Captain. Eric's wasn't a sloppy person. He grabbed Cypress, bowed, and retreated in the opposite direction of the sound. The long whistle was getting closer and closer. Under the moonlight, a figure appeared in the pit. This person was tall and thin, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was wearing a black leather armor, and the cloak on his back was also black, giving a mysterious feeling. Race, Wrath, Royal Family. Comprehensive strength assessment. See, Lavit was actually a royal family, and he was also the Wrath Royal Family. Among the 7 royal families of the demon realm, the first one Chinrue encountered was naturally the Pride royal family with the surname Lucifer. During that period, he encountered or fought with the Belphegor Sloth royal family, Leviathan Envy royal family, Asmodeus Desire royal family, Beelzebub Gluttony royal family, and Mammon Greed royal family. Now he finally encountered the last royal family, the Wrath Samuel royal family. Lavit glanced at Dominique's corpse on the ground, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Did you kill Dominique? I didn't kill this woman. Chinrue shook his head. I really didn't kill her. What about Cypress? I didn't kill her either. I can swear. Chinrue shook his head again. I haven't killed her yet, right? Lavit frowned and was puzzled by Chinrue's calmness, because this person's breath was only that of a higher demon. You are Aguile. Chinrue nodded. Lavit was secretly surprised and thought quickly in his mind. He already knew about Dominique and Cypress's actions tonight. They were going to find Aguile and Eric's for revenge. This time, he only brought his trusted aide, Cypress, to the Dark Moon. However, because Dominique insisted on asking to come for revenge, and Cypress was a little interested in Dominique, Lavit agreed to Dominique's request in order to further win people's hearts. He didn't expect that Dominique and Cypress, the 2 demon kings, actually failed to kill 2 higher demons, and they even released a distress signal. It's just that I didn't see any other powerhouses along the way. Instead, the target that I must kill, Aguile, didn't run away after hearing my long howl. Instead, he stayed where Dominique's corpse was. Is he scared silly? Impossible, there must be a trap. Lavit fully activated his perception, but he didn't find anyone else ambushing around. He frowned and said, Since you didn't kill them, what are you doing here? Waiting for you. Aguile. hoarse voice seemed to have a hint of a smile. He took out a badge and showed it to Lavit. You should know this. With Lavit's eyes, he could naturally see the pattern of the badge clearly. It was really the badge of the double-headed dragon legion. His eyes flashed. Where did you get it? The members of the double-headed dragon legion didn't have this badge, but it was a double-headed dragon tattoo. This badge was generally given to certain specific people as a token, such as the Melon family. I once killed a guy named Silva. I got this from him. Chinrue didn't hide it. The Cloak Gang killing Silva was already a public matter. I know you're the deputy leader of the double-headed Dragon Legion. I also know the Blue Lava Estates, human trafficking business. I also know that you and the Melon family. Chinrue deliberately didn't finish his words. Sure enough, Lavit frowned even tighter and asked, "What is your purpose?" "Benefits." Chinrue deliberately threw out a more realistic answer. "I've always been interested in the human trafficking business, but what I want is a monopoly. Other than me, no one else can do the same business." "Human trafficking?" Lavit stared at Chinrue for a while and asked with interest, "Why do you think you can do better than the Melon family?" Chinrue's heart moved. Could it be that the Melon family is the biggest culprit of human trafficking? "My Cloak Gang has now basically controlled the dark forces of the Dark Moon. I can do what the Melon family can do. I can do what the Melon family can't do." Chinrue deliberately sneered. "The Cloak Gang also has another name, the Imperial Guards Reserve Force. If I can't get it, no one else can. You overestimate yourself. You actually dare to threaten me." Lavit suddenly laughed, and then his laughter became gloomy. "Since you killed my double-headed Dragon Legion's people, you should pay with your life first. Then you can talk about benefits with me." Lavit's purpose of coming to the Dark Moon was for an important matter. As for human trafficking, it was just a trivial matter compared to this matter. The reason why the human trafficking couldn't be successfully transported was that the Dark Moon City was basically controlled by the Cloak Gang, so the Melon family and several other merchants didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, he didn't stop Dominique's revenge. As long as the two leaders, Aguile and Eric's, were eliminated, the Cloak Gang would disperse, and the human trafficking could continue. However, the strength of the Cloak Gang was still beyond Lavit's expectation. Not only Dominique died, but Cypress also disappeared. It seemed that he had to capture Aguile and interrogate him. If it didn't work, he would kill him and then eliminate the Cloak Gang. Coincidentally, Chinrue also didn't intend to be friendly with Lavit. From Cypress's words, Lavit and the Cloak Gang were enemies and not friends. If an enemy at the peak of Demon King hid in the dark and attacked the Cloak Gang, he was afraid that except for him and Sky, everyone, including the newly promoted Demon King, Eric's, wouldn't be able to escape. Chinrue also laughed. "Since it doesn't work out, then I have to kill you to avoid future troubles." Lavit didn't expect this small fry to be so bold. He felt that he was despised by the weak. His eyes flashed, and he raised his hand. Chinrue felt that the sky was filled with red light, and countless fireballs appeared in an instant. Fireball was a relatively common attack method in fire magic, but it was a single-target attack. A powerful sorcerer could continuously release fireballs, which was called Continuous Fireball. The power was amazing. However, Lavit's fireballs were dozens at once. It was beyond the scope of Continuous Fireball. Besides, he didn't need to chant at all. This must be the bloodline talent of the Samel royal family. Fire Mastery! Fire magic was the most powerful magic among the 6 elements of magic. The power of this fireball was so strong that even Snowden, the leader of the Red Devil's bandits, whom Chinrue once fought and who specialized in magic, couldn't be compared with it. When Lavit attacked, he also thought that he was a bit too heavy. He still wanted to keep him alive. There was a violent, continuous explosion sound on the huge pit, and the ground was shaking. The explosion sound finally ended, and the smoke and dust dissipated. Snowden raised his eyebrows suddenly. He saw a big bump on the ground, and this bump slowly unfolded. It was a wall of mud. The unfolded mud wall immediately collapsed, and the safe and sound Agual was in the middle. Lavit's pupils contracted slightly. Instant earth wall! Although the density of his magic is not as good as mine, the degree of purity and subtlety is still slightly above mine. This Agual is really not a higher demon, but a demon king. In analytical eyes, Lavit's strength had risen to C+, the peak of demon king. This Wrath royal family finally showed his true strength. Firestorm! Lavit turned his hands, and the airflow around Chinrue suddenly changed. It instantly became a high-speed airwave filled with violence and heat. Countless hidden flames instantly became bright, like fire snakes that began to spin rapidly. The nearby wet soil became dry and fragile, and the destructive breath wrapped Chinrue. The storm of flames engulfed Chinrue in the blink of an eye, but a strange blue round cover appeared around Chinrue. No matter how the storm of flames raged, it couldn't really drown the crystal clear blue light. Air magic shield? It looked a bit abnormal, but many genius magicians could modify their magic to a certain extent. Lavit's mass fireball was the same. Lavit launched several magic attacks in a row before the magic shield collapsed. He was secretly surprised. A dual-element magician of earth and air. They both cast magic silently without incantations. Air magic proficiency is higher than earth magic. I didn't expect the leader of a dark force in Dark Moon to have such strength. No wonder Dominique and Cypress failed. In the case of equal magic power, it was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle between magicians in a short time, especially since the earth and air had powerful defensive magic skills. Since magic couldn't end the battle quickly, then Lavit's mind moved. I heard that Aguile once defeated Eric's in the arena. Then he must have also trained in martial arts. However, in terms of martial arts, he is just a higher demon. Lavit's mouth revealed a smile as if he had seen the dawn of victory. Chapter 237. After Lavit cast a large-scale magic, Meteor Rain, he took advantage of the moment when his opponent cast teleportation and didn't stabilize his feet. Lavit launched his feet and rushed toward Chinrue like a cannonball. So what if your magic power has reached Demon King level? So what if you're dual specialized? You're just a higher demon in close combat. Die. Lavit's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had approached. Chinrue just recovered from teleportation, so he couldn't condense his magic in a hurry. It was this opportunity to kill him instantly. Bang! Lavit's figure shook, and Chinrue took 3 steps back. Lavit looked shocked, and he quickly updated his opponent's information in his heart. Like me, Aguile is a dual practitioner of Demon King-level magic and martial arts. His strength is between the intermediate and the later stage. Although he hasn't reached the peak of Demon King, he's not far away. Damn Melon family, the information provided is actually wrong. They should be fully responsible for the failure of Dominique and Cypress. Lavit yelled. His whole body's momentum skyrocketed, and he attacked Chinrue. Chinrue also tested his opponent's strength. They were both at the peak of Demon King, but Lavit was weaker than Lomont and Delia in terms of strength. He was slightly stronger than Chinrue, so he was fearless and went forward. He didn't use magic to assist, but he used his own strength. Magic isn't mine. The Earth Elemental Heart will be returned to the Earth Elemental King sooner or later. This true strength belongs to me. An opponent at the peak of Demon King can be a good whetstone. Previously, he was still a little proud of himself for being able to use magic to resist the Wrath royal family, who was proficient in fire magic. But now he had woken up and his mind became extremely firm. In an instant, he felt a strange change in the refined heart. However, now wasn't the time to look into these details. Under the moonlight, the huge pit constantly trembled violently. The terrifying traces of destruction on the ground proved the strength of both sides in the fierce battle. As Lavit expected, he always had the upper hand. However, unexpectedly, the other party was able to resist all the time. He was only at a disadvantage, but not defeated. His adaptability and endurance were amazingly strong. Not only that, this Aguile turned a blind eye to the war pressure of the royal family, and those strange skills were endless. It was definitely not the power of the 7 royal families' bloodline. The battle that was supposed to be a sure win actually turned into a tug-of-war. Aguile, who on earth was he? Great demon? Since when did the mutated bloodline of the great demons become stronger than that of the royal family? No matter what, this kind of enemy could not be left alive. As soon as Lavit thought of that, he punched Chinrue and distanced himself. His face showed anger, and he actually spat out a mouthful of blood. His pale cyan eyes instantly turned red, and his aura suddenly rose wildly. Chinrue faintly felt that Lavit's strength rose all the way. It actually surpassed Lomont and Delia. However, no matter how much it rose, it was only the peak of Demon King. It was impossible to cross a big realm so easily. Chinrue's mind moved slightly and he punched Lavit. Lavit's speed and strength had been greatly improved. He dodged the punch slightly. Before Chinrue withdrew his strength, he had already punched Chinrue's ribs. Then he kicked Chinrue away. Lavit wasn't in a hurry to chase. He sneered, "Since you're going to die anyway, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I'm from the Samel royal family. This is the bloodline talent of the Wrath royal family, Blood Fury. It can greatly increase my own strength. I'm going to crush your bones one by one, then bring your corpse to slaughter the Cloak Gang." It wasn't that Lavit was complacent, but under the state of Blood Fury, Lavit had absolute confidence in defeating even the same peak of Demon King, let alone this guy who hadn't reached the peak of Demon King yet. At this moment of imminent death, the masked man, who was supposed to be dead, actually laughed hoarsely. For some reason, when he heard this laughter, Lavit suddenly felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a trace of inexplicable chill in his heart. That's right, it's chill. The surrounding air instantly became manic, filled with a violent and turbulent breath. At the same time, the body of Aguil burned with flames. This flame was by no means the buff fire of the great demon family. It was black with a little red light. The power full of vitality and the violent breath unbelievably merged together to form a destructive power. Lavit instinctively felt that the opponent was about to launch an extremely terrifying attack. Even if he activated the state of Blood Fury, he couldn't match it. I initially thought that after I activated the Blood Fury royal bloodline power with the strength of the peak of Demon King, I could already defeat any opponent under Great Demon King. I didn't expect this guy, who wasn't even at the peak of Demon King, could actually give me such a strong sense of crisis. No, I must kill the opponent before this power is completed, Lavit yelled. Under the power of Blood Fury, his speed suddenly accelerated and he rushed toward Chinrue. He wanted to launch an attack to intercept that ultimate move before it was launched. He punched through the opponent's body, but there was no resistance. It missed. Lavit was taken aback. He saw that the opponent's body was already more than 10 meters away in an instant. It's teleportation again. Didn't he just launch at once? Double teleportation. Lavit's eyes flashed with a strange expression. He bounced his feet and pounced toward Chinrue. When he was halfway there, he saw the opponent's hands glowing with a strong red light. A shout came from behind the mask. "Scorching dragon kill!" A huge red dragon, bathed in flames, soared out of the red light. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Lavit. The huge trembling pit already had depressions of varying depths under that kind of power. Lavit was rushing in midair, so he couldn't avoid it. It was equivalent to him taking the initiative to face the dragon. At the critical moment, a huge yellow light ball appeared in Lavit's hand and flew toward the red dragon. However, the light ball was instantly swallowed by the power of the red dragon. The power of the red dragon didn't diminish and continued to rush. Before it got close, the horrifying pressure had already made his hair stand up. Lavit knew that it was a moment of life and death. The power of Blood Fury burst out completely. He raised both his heads with all his strength. The moment he touched the red dragon, his body trembled and was involuntarily pushed into the sky. Lavit vomited blood continuously. The anger on his face was even stronger. He had already burned the power of Blood Fury with all his strength, but he still couldn't withstand it. His ears and nose were already bleeding. The blood wasn't related to using Blood Fury, but it was caused by the huge pressure. Lavit's hands began to tremble. Every second, seemed as long as a year, and the power of the red dragon seemed endless. Even his muscles couldn't withstand the pressure and vomited blood. The taut bow finally broke. Lavit, whose defense had collapsed, was completely engulfed by the red dragon. Too strong. This is the strongest power below the great Demon King. No, I'm afraid it has already reached the level of the great Demon King. Lavit's consciousness was annihilated in an instant. His body turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. The trembling on the ground stopped, and the figure of the scorching dragon disappeared into the sky. Chinrue gasped for a while to adjust his already disordered breathing. The battle just now consumed a lot of his strength. The royal family really shouldn't be underestimated. The power of blood fury was completely beyond his expectation, but he still fell under the ultimate, scorching dragon kill. The puppet of the god-eating mask must be an opponent below his own strength, so even if he used scorching dragon possession to subdue Lavit at the peak of the Demon King, it was useless. It was better to kill him to avoid any changes. He should be able to get the confession he wanted from the other captive. Although he couldn't use the skill within 24 hours after Scorching Dragon Kill was used, Chinrue's basic strength was still there. After a short rest, he quickly left the huge pit. In the underground floor of the arena, the poor Cypress sat on the ground obediently and didn't dare to say a word. He wanted to escape after he woke up, but he didn't expect that besides Eric's, there were several guys with terrifying strength around him. The two women who were talking were both at the peak of the Demon King level. As for the two men who were drinking and playing chess, one was at the peak of the Demon King level, and the other was even more terrifying. With Cypress's level, he couldn't even feel the specific strength of the other party. He just felt instinctive fear. He was at least a great Demon King. Even the strange demonic beast who was responsible for pouring the wine was also a Demon King level. Cypress burst into tears, who said that the Dark Moon City is weak. This lineup is so powerful that even the strongest double-headed Dragon Legion of the Blue Lava Estate can only surrender. Seeing that everyone was minding their own business, and even Eric's was watching the chess game, Cypress secretly stood up while enduring the pain on his shoulder and back with a fluke mentality. Unexpectedly, the great Demon King, who was playing chess, suddenly glanced at him and grinned. Cypress felt weak all over and suddenly fell to the ground. Cypress only felt that his bones seemed to have softened. His body couldn't gather any strength at all. He felt a chill in his heart. This is too terrifying. What kind of special skill is this? He actually made me lose my combat power with just a glance? At that moment, the door was pushed open. A man wearing a cloak and a mask walked in. It was Aguail. Among the two women who were talking, the beautiful short-haired woman who wasn't wearing a veil stood up and greeted him with surprise. "Are you okay?" The masked man shook his head. "I'm fine. Lavit has been killed by me." Cypress was shocked and showed an unbelievable expression. The deputy leader, Lavit, who was at the peak of the Demon King level and specialized in both magic and martial arts, was actually killed. Furthermore, he was killed by this guy who thought his strength was similar to Cypress's. Eric's also showed a surprised expression. Master strength is indeed stronger than his appearance. It seems that I must not be complacent just because I broke through the Demon King level bottleneck. The short-haired woman showed a sweet smile. Only the masked woman and the two who were playing chess seemed to take it for granted. The terrifying great Demon King even shook his head with dissatisfaction. "Are you itching for fight? It took you so long to come back." "I can't help it. Lavit is a Wrath royal family. That blood fury talent is more difficult to deal with." This sentence made Cypress even more shocked. The deputy leader used blood fury, but he was still killed. Now, the masked man's gaze fell on Cypress. "It's your turn to say something." Cypress felt a chill in his heart, but he shook his head. "No matter what you want to ask, I will never reveal any information." The masked man shook his head. "Didn't you already say the Melon family?" Cypress's heart was full of tears. Isn't that a slip of the tongue? It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. You will tell me yourself later. As soon as he finished speaking, Cypress's forehead was punched again. Before he lost consciousness, he vaguely saw Agual took off his mask and revealed a face. There was a strange mask on that face. The eyes were emitting a strange pale yellow light.